The world had completely collapsed, a land drowned in death and despair, where chaos reigned without end. Yet amidst the desolate ruins, a lone man stood his ground, fighting relentlessly to his very last breath. The sword god, Dojun. But just when he believed all was lost, fate opened a gateway to another world. A world known as Earth. This was a place where the end had not yet come. But here, in the shadows, sinister creatures were already starting to appear. All the while, humanity lived in blissful ignorance, completely unaware of the horrifying danger looming over them. This world had not yet fallen, but if its people let down their guard, the terrifying nightmare would happen all over again. And this is where our story truly begins. The world Dojun once called home had been annihilated under a relentless storm of divine lightning. A colossal black hole, crackling with destructive energy, tore open the sky. From its depths, an endless horde of monsters poured out. Mankind was forced to fight these beasts simply to survive. And for Dojun, this battle became his entire life's purpose. He stood atop the fresh corpse of a monster he had just slain. Sheathing his sword at his waist, he wiped the sweat from his cheek. Dojun's body was a canvas of scratches and grime, his clothes tattered and torn from the brutal fight. He let out a slow breath, his cold gaze fixed upon the creature's body. Day after day, Dojun fought on without a moment of rest. A month turned into a year. With every sunrise, he grew stronger, more skilled. And just like that, 10 years had passed. In the blink of an eye, countless monsters had fallen by his hand. Armed with only a single sword, he could cut down any beast that dared to face him. Dojun felt no fear. Before him now stood a colossal demon wreathed in an oppressive, demonic aura. Its very presence screamed danger. The demon, with its human-like face and blazing red eyes, spoke. The world you once fought for is already gone. The true reason behind all of this destruction. Dojun's eyes narrowed, his glare as cold as ice. The demon's voice rumbled once more. What a waste of your immense talent. It glanced down at him, battling the lesser monsters below. Become my sword. Dojun dispatched another creature, its blood splashing across his face. He gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. Don't make me laugh. With that, Dojun shot forward, launching himself toward the demon. He raised his sword high, preparing to cleave its head in two. The demon swung a massive fist to intercept him. At the same instant, Dojun flashed past its body. A spray of blood arced through the air. The demon froze in shock. Its punch had missed entirely. And in return, Dojun's blade had severed all 5 of its fingers. Its eyes flew open in a furious glare, locking onto Dojun. He twisted in midair, glancing back over his shoulder. In that exact moment, Dojun's eyes widened. He felt an overwhelming power crashing down on him. The demon had swung its own blade with its right arm. Dojun desperately twisted his body, avoiding the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. It sneered down at him with utter contempt. No matter how much you struggle, to me, you are nothing but an insect. Dojun swung again, aiming for the demon's head, but his attack was blocked by its colossal horns. The demon used the force of the blow to send him flying. Crying out in agony, Dojun coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was thrown back several feet, struggling just to regain his footing. But Dojun could not stop. He charged forward again, hurtling toward the demon like an arrow loosed from a bow. It stood like an unmoving mountain, watching his approach. When Dojun was close enough, the demon roared and swung its mangled left hand. The giant palm slammed into his body, smashing him into the earth below as a thick cloud of dust erupted. Against this demon, in both size and strength, Dojun's efforts were futile. This was a completely one-sided battle. The impact left him grievously wounded. It took all of his strength just to sit up, each breath a heavy, ragged gasp. The demon loomed over him, dark energy swirling around its form. A red sash fluttered in the wind as it raised its sword, ready to end Dojun's life. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a necklace. A brilliant, shimmering blue crystal hung from the demon's neck. A strange light flared in Dojun's eyes as he made his decision. He planted his sword in the ground, using it to force himself to his feet. Across from him, the demon raised its own blade high, preparing for the final, decisive strike. Dojun summoned every last fragment of power left within him and launched himself into the sky. He channeled all of his might into his right arm and hurled his sword forward. The golden blade screamed through the air, aimed directly at the demon. The throw was so powerful it pierced straight through the demon's chest. At the same moment, the demon's own blade was about to fall upon Dojun. The demon's sword stopped, just inches from his head. Dojun's blade had struck its mark, shattering the crystal pendant to pieces. The demon's eyes bulged with utter disbelief. It screamed in pure rage. "You bastard!" Dojun staggered, his strength completely gone. The broken crystal began to radiate a soft blue glow, unleashing a strange and wondrous power. The demon only had time to roar a defiant no, before its body was completely engulfed by the energy. As the crystal faded, the demon dissolved into the blinding light. Only Dojun's ragged breaths remained. He was sprawled on the ground, completely drained of strength. His blood stained the earth crimson. Dojun lifted a hand to shield his eyes, a glimmer of light reflecting in his gaze. Across the star-filled night sky, a shooting star blazed a trail. He let out a soft sigh. What a beautiful sight. Then, everything faded into an endless darkness, followed by a blinding flash of white light, and the sound of something shuffling. The shuffling sound of sandals on a dirt path echoed endlessly. Dojun now found himself in a plain white t-shirt and black shorts. A black backpack was slung over his shoulder. With messy black hair and his hands in his pockets, he walked slowly, his eyes completely void of emotion. As Dojun approached a large gate, a red warning light on the wall began to flash. A sign was posted on the iron gate in front of him. Namsan Gate B, C rank. Recommended for C rank parties, minimum 3 members. Below it, red letters warned. Civilians prohibited. A robotic, electronic voice crackled from a nearby speaker. Please scan your hero registration number and unique ID. But Dojun ignored the sign and the warning, continuing forward without a second thought. The speaker blared again. Unregistered heroes and civilians are prohibited from entry. This is the Zhongshan district of Sun City. On this beautiful morning, amidst the incessant beeping of the alarm system, Dojun stood before the iron gate. He bent down, lifting one leg, then launched himself forward with a jump so powerful it kicked up a cloud of dust. In a single leap, Dojun cleared the iron gate and landed inside. Immediately, the piercing sound of an alarm filled the air. Warning, an unregistered hero has forcibly entered the gate. He glanced back, looking up at the gate he just cleared, his expression completely unreadable. Dojun continued deeper inside, heading towards a forest. The shuffling sound of his black sandals echoed with each step. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, young man." Dojun spun around to face the speaker, his eyes flashing with caution. He saw a party of 4 people. They were dressed in specialized, form-fitting black combat gear, fully armed with weapons on their backs. 3 men and 1 woman. The man in the lead approached him, asking with a worried tone, "Are you lost, kid?" He seemed to be the party leader. Pointing in one direction, he said, "I don't know what your situation is, but we're about to head out. Why don't you come with us?" The other 3 members stared intently at Dojun, but he only glanced at them, not saying a word. The only woman in the group, with bright orange hair, nudged a tall man with a buzz cut and whispered, "Hey, look at what he's wearing." The buzz-cut man looked back at her and replied, "Right? He doesn't look like a hero at all." The orange-haired woman shot back, "Porters are dressing down more these days, for sure, but that outfit is a bit much." Dojun remained perfectly still, watching them judge him with that same emotionless gaze. The woman wasn't finished, she muttered again. "And what's with that backpack?" He let out a faint sigh as someone else guessed. Maybe he's one of those naive rookie porters who got abandoned by the heroes he was with. No way, right? Finally, Dojun started walking toward them. He slowly cracked his stiff neck and said, "I understand what you're trying to say, but I just got here." A younger man in the group immediately grinned. See? He definitely got left behind. The leader spoke up, sounding exasperated. "I've seen plenty of kids like you. I get what you were thinking, coming into a gate, but let me put it simply for you," he explained condescendingly. "Hunting in gates just based on what you see on TV or online, that's just asking for a death sentence. First, you need to get officially certified as a hero and pass the training and exams. And besides, this is a C-rank gate. If you want to start, go find an F-rank gate." Dojun looked the leader in the eye and said flatly, "I understand you're trying to help, but honestly, I don't feel very grateful." The entire party stared back at him, completely stunned. The buzz-cut man exploded with anger and started to charge, yelling, "What the hell is with this psycho?" The younger man moved to rush forward too, but the party leader held them both back. The young man protested, "Don't stop me this time, chief." Dojun, however, paid them no mind and simply walked straight ahead. The leader watched his lone figure retreat and said softly, "Just let it go. If someone's going to ignore good advice like that, the only way they'll learn is the hard way." Even after walking some distance, the leader's words echoed in Dojun's mind. Gates aren't like what you see on TV or online. A massive shadow suddenly fell over him. He spun around, his gaze turning cold as he looked up. He recalled someone else's words. They are harsh and unforgiving places. He stared at the 3-meter-tall monster that had appeared beside him. It had a muscular body, the face of a primate, and 2 long, massive horns. The monster glared down at him, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Dojun swiftly shrugged off his backpack, tossing it to the ground. His eyes never left the beast. The monster let out a thunderous roar. He calmly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. As the monster shrieked, Dojun tilted his body just slightly, effortlessly dodging its attack. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils flashed a dangerous golden light. Dojun spoke. For 10 years, the beast missed, slamming into a massive tree with a thunderous boom. Enraged, its eyes locked onto him. Dojun clenched his fists and charged, his aura overwhelming. His punch carried immense power, aimed straight for the creature. The moment Dojun landed, the monster's head was severed from its neck. Its colossal body crashed to the ground, spilling fresh blood. He looked up, whispering to himself, "It's really no different." Dojun glanced down at the monster's corpse as it began emitting wisps of dark energy. He reached down and picked up the monster's own blade. Dojun stared at his cold reflection on its surface, lost in silent thought. Dojun approached the corpse again as a spray of blood shot out. He was using the blade to search for something inside the monster's head. A moment later, Dojun held a glowing red stone. A soft light pulsed from it, illuminating his hand. Dojun stared at the magic stone as it continued to radiate a shimmering light, his mind racing. In the past, these things were so pathetic, I wouldn't have even given them a second glance. Dojun carefully placed the magic stone into his backpack. The surroundings were silent, broken only by the sound of Dojun fumbling with his pack. Suddenly, a strange noise cut through the quiet. The sound instantly put Dojun on alert, his eyes darting toward its source. The sound of frantic footsteps grew louder. 3 more monsters, identical to the first, charged at Dojun from behind. One of them raised its blade, ready to cut him down. Without even looking back, Dojun smoothly ducked under the attack, the blade slicing through empty air. He scooped up a rock and lunged forward. He spun, hurling the rock and taking down the nearest monster. The creature collapsed to the ground as blood sprayed everywhere. The other monsters charged in to attack Dojun. He calmly tossed his backpack to the side, preparing for the fight. Dojun's face was an emotionless mask as the monsters closed in. The scene cuts to a group of people. A man with orange hair spoke nervously, that intense guy from before. She then glanced at a young man and asked, "What if he actually dies out there?" The young man replied, "Are you worried about him?" The group's leader interrupted. "If that man was an intruder, agents from the control center would already be here." An image of a 4-agent squad appears. He continued, "This place, the Namsan South Gate, is a C-rank gate, so elite agents, B rank or higher, would be deployed. As long as he doesn't recklessly charge the monsters, there's no way he could die." A bald man answered, "Hyungnam is right. That kid is probably trembling somewhere, just waiting for the agents to come and save him right now." An image of a terrified monster appears, just as a fist smashes into its face. Behind Dojun, a monster tried to take advantage of an opening for a sneak attack, but its blade suddenly cut through empty space. It left a trail of white vapor in the air. The monster sensed the approaching danger, its face twisting in fear. Suddenly, Dojun appeared behind the monster. He raised his leg high, aiming a kick straight at the creature's head. A loud crack echoed out. The monster's head caved in from the blow, and it collapsed, choking on its own blood. The 3 corpses now lay on the ground together. Dojun casually picked up one of the monster's blades, dragging it along the ground. He lifted the blade and swung down, saying, "3 more magic stones." A short time later, somewhere else in the forest, Dojun, his sleeve now torn, was slowly searching for more monsters. As he walked, he thought to himself, "What a disappointing harvest. So far, I've collected 12 low-grade stones and 16 mid-grade stones." Just then, an agent spotted Dojun from behind a tree. The agent reported his location over the radio. This caught Dojun's attention. He shot a cold glance toward the agent. In an instant, 3 more agents appeared. All 4 of them stared at Dojun. One stepped in front of him and said, "We're from the Gate Control Center. Please present your hunter registration card. If you are an unregistered hunter, you must come to the control center with us." Dojun looked annoyed and replied, "The Gate Control Center." The agent looked down on Dojun with contempt and continued, "Please cooperate and follow our instructions." Dojun thought to himself, "What now?" Dojun gave the 4 agents an irritated look, then turned to walk away, saying, "This is such a hassle." The 4 agents were left completely stunned. One of the agents shouted angrily to his men, "Get the handcuffs out." Another immediately pulled out a pair and said to Dojun, "Sir, please cooperate. If you refuse to follow our instructions, we may have to use force." Dojun just stood there calmly with his hands in his pockets, staring at him. Seeing that Dojun wasn't cooperating, an agent lunged forward and grabbed his arm. The agent stared at Dojun threateningly. "And if you resist, any injuries that occur will be entirely your responsibility. You'd be better off just coming to the control center and sorting this out smoothly." Dojun's other hand shot out, grabbing the agent's wrist and squeezing hard. The man was terrified. He hadn't even seen Dojun move, and his strength was immense. Dojun glared at the agent with killing intent. He growled, "Stop bothering me and go home." The other agents reacted instantly, pulling weapons from their jackets. Two iron rods were drawn, each radiating a cold, chilling aura. Dojun thought to himself, a fourth-tier magic staff. That might work on common runts. He then twisted the agent's arm with immense force, causing the man to scream out in agony. Dojun's voice was dangerously calm. This is your final warning. With a terrifying glare, he spoke again. Leave now, unless you want to get hurt even worse. Dojun stood perfectly still, his clothes hanging in tatters around him. Suddenly, a group of men in black suits swarmed him, swinging their clubs without mercy. But he remained rooted, calmly parrying every single blow with his bare hands. Dojun's eyes were sharp, predicting every move they made. He effortlessly dodged each attack, coiling power into his legs for a devastating counter. He drove his knee into one man's back. The blow was so powerful, the man coughed up a spray of blood. Then, with a single kick, he sent another man flying. The agent watching this froze for a moment, his surprise mixed with a hint of genuine fear. Even though he was drenched in sweat, the agent's face twisted in a furious snarl. Dojun turned his head, his cold gaze locking onto him. Then, like a phantom, he vanished. The agent hadn't even blinked, yet Dojun was already gone. His face darkened with shock and terror as he thought, where did he go? In an instant, Dojun reappeared right beside the agent, slamming a fist into his gut before he could react. The agent buckled, clutching his stomach and gasping for air. He looked up, his face a mask of disbelief. What? He stammered. Dojun's voice was ice. Is there a problem with a registered hero? The agent shot back. No. As long as no illegal activities happen inside the gate, there's no need for agents to be deployed. Dojun's voice dropped to a menacing whisper. Then what about the rift? At those words, the agent's face filled with utter dread and panic. A rift. A gateway to another world, where bizarre monsters have begun appearing all over the planet. The byproducts harvested from hunting these monsters now serve as a new source of energy. Because of this, gates are completely controlled by the nation. But an unsealed, unidentified space where monsters can roam free is called a rift. Dojun continued his cold interrogation. No matter which gate I enter, you people will always come after me, won't you? His voice hardened, accusing me of trespassing or some other nonsense. The agent trembled, clutching his stomach. Yes. That's right, he explained through pained breaths. If an unregistered hero enters a gate without permission, the control center is automatically notified, and any agents waiting nearby are dispatched immediately. The man suddenly screamed, even the Hero Association won't let you get away with this. Dojun didn't even flinch at the threat, replying with a cold, whatever. He stepped forward and grabbed the agent's face. His hand was so large, it completely enveloped the man's head. The agent's mind raced in panic. He's insane. This crazy bastard. Damn it. I should have reported this to headquarters from the start. His eyes widened in absolute, stupefied horror. His pupils dilated in shock at Dojun's sudden move. With a casual flick, Dojun sent the agent flying. He let out a sigh, thinking it was no big deal. The agent, consumed by rage, screamed, "You bastard! I'll catch you next time." But Dojun paid him no mind, simply walking away without a care in the world. The scene shifts to a hazy dimension, like the depths of an endless ocean. Suddenly, a mirror shatters, breaking the silent illusion. A voice cried out in pure despair. No. Dojun floated motionlessly in the void, covered in wounds, his armor completely shattered. That voice pierced my ears like a scream. I lost consciousness, feeling myself being pulled into something unknown. Death. I was certain this was the end. He slowly opened his eyes to find himself suspended upside down in the air. He spoke into the void. Who are you? The figure standing below, looking up at him, was an exact copy of himself. The double spoke. My name is Sojun, and I am dying. If you listen to my one and only request, I will disappear quietly. Dojun shot back, no. His double looked down, a flicker of surprise and worry on his face. Dojun spoke again. I have no regrets about my life. After 10 years of fighting to the death, my trusted comrades betrayed me. My country was destroyed. My friends died, and so did my family. His face was a mask of exhaustion and disappointment. We were told to live, to the fullest, but now, it feels like nothing is left. You know that, as well as I do. Hearing this, the double remained silent for a moment, head bowed. Then, he spoke. Even though I live that way, I don't want Grandma or Undong to suffer the same fate. Dojun let out a long sigh. Is that so? He asked. Then just answer me this. What is it you truly want? At his question, the double looked up in surprise, his face suddenly brightening. Filled with a newfound hope, he said, what I want is... The scene changes to the Gasan Digital Complex in Jumsham District, Seoul. These days, it's known as the Hero Complex. The business of trading gate byproducts has exploded, becoming more profitable than even the biggest tech companies. Dojun was walking through the complex's bustling crowds. He stood out, his clothes torn and his body covered in dirt and scratches. He stared at a shop, hesitating for a moment, wondering if he should really be here. A heavily tattooed man who looked like a bouncer was guarding the door. He glanced up from his phone and called out, "Welcome." Dojun said, "I'd like to sell some magic stones." Hearing this, the man's voice perked up with excitement. "You've come to the right place. We offer the best prices around, the best in Seo. No, the best in all of Korea." He then dumped out his bag, revealing a huge pile of magic stones, large and small, some still warm and dripping, with fresh blood. Eo stared at the stones, a bit horrified, thinking to himself, good grief, could he at least have wiped the blood off first? Then, he spoke up. "You've got quite a haul of magic stones. Please wait while I sort them, and feel free to have some coffee." Dojun took a seat and replied coolly, "Whatever." He sat sipping his coffee, while Eo began the tedious work of cleaning and appraising the blood-stained stones he'd brought in. After a while, Eo started listing off the results, his fingers flying across the calculator. "We have 12 low-grade magic stones, 16 mid-grade magic stones, and 5 high-grade magic stones. You're aware the commission is 40% of the purchase price, correct? Just calculating that now." After a moment, Eo held up the calculator with a proud, smug grin. "The total amount you'll receive is 5,060,000 won." But Dojun suddenly called out, "Hold on." Dojun stepped closer, his voice low and laced with anger. "I did all the hunting. All you people have to do is buy them. What in the world is a 40% commission for?" Eo flinched, leaning back slightly, but quickly recovered his snarky tone and expression. "You don't know. The standard commission is 45%. We're the only ones who offer a deal as good as 40%. Seeing Dojun's displeasure, Eo spoke smugly, trying to call his bluff. "If you don't want to sell, you're free to take them back. No one will offer you more money than we will." Unfazed, Dojun began gathering the stones back into his bag and agreed, "Fine by me." Suddenly, Eo grabbed Dojun's arm, his expression turning nasty. "Not so fast. You have to pay me for the appraisal, and for the coffee. 30,000 for the appraisal and 10,000 for the coffee. And since I had to clean the blood, it ruined our expensive cloth. So now you owe us a total of 350,000, including the cost of the cloth." Dojun yanked his arm away in disgust. "I don't have any money. Do what you want." Realizing he couldn't squeeze any money out of him, Eo's face twisted into a vicious sneer. "So, you're refusing to sell to us. We have a few C-rank heroes on our side. You know, you're finished." Just as he finished speaking, a group of large men emerged from a back room. Every one of them looked like a hardened thug. A man with a scar on his face looked at Eo and asked, "What's going on? Why'd you call us? Is some punk causing trouble again?" Dojun stared them down, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The man with the scar seemed to feel the killing intent radiating from Dojun. The color drained from his face, replaced by absolute terror. Eo turned pale, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Scarface stumbled backward, losing his balance and crying out. Dojun coldly clenched his fist, and the next instant, the thug was on the ground, unconscious and covered in bruises. 3 men lay unconscious, scattered around a large table. The tabletop itself was cracked and splintered from a powerful impact. Dojun stepped closer. He slammed his hand on the table and declared to Eo, "The commission is 1%. Then he smiled brightly and said, "Let's have a good working relationship from now on. I'll stop by again sometime." He placed a thick stack of blue bills on the floor. His grandmother and Undong stared at it in shock. His grandmother picked up the wad of cash. "Dojun, where did this money come from?" He just smiled sheepishly and scratched his head. "It's not what you think. I once lent a friend some money to start a business, and that business ended up being a huge success." Despite his explanation, his grandmother was still suspicious. "You have a friend like that?" Dojun replied, "You know him, Grandma. That person I used to play with back where I grew up." "Of course, I know," she said. Undong chimed in excitedly. "Appa, does this mean we're rich now?" He ruffled her hair and answered, "Yeah, from now on." Overjoyed, Undong ran around the room shouting, "Wow, we're rich. We're rich." Dojun watched her with a gentle smile, but his mind drifted back to his conversation with his other self. His past self had said, "Grandma and Undong, please, let them live in a home safer than anywhere else." And then he vanished before I could even reply. Dojun's eyes turned sharp, filled with a cold confidence and resolve, as if he could see through everything. He thought, when I woke up, I had become Dojun. The safest house in Korea currently costs billions. I have no obligation to keep a one-sided promise, but as long as I regain my power, money is nothing. The rifts, the gates, the monsters, everything here is weaker than in the world I watched fall to ruin. Thinking of the massive, ferocious beasts from his past, he continued, "For me, a sword, God, this place is nothing but child's play, and I haven't even recovered a tenth of my original strength. Suddenly, a loud voice from outside shattered his train of thought. "Seo Dojun, are you in there?" He stood up and told his grandmother, "I'll go check it out. You stay here." Dojun slowly walked to the door, where two debt collectors were waiting. The brown-haired man sneered, "Seo, you should know to pay your debts on time, right?" The blonde one chimed in, "Do you even know how much you owe?" "A whopping 48 million. Dojun closed his eyes and sighed. This must be the work of the loan sharks the real Seo Dojun borrowed from before he died. The 5 million won he borrowed for grandma's hospital bills had multiplied nearly 10 times in a short period. Dojun stood tall, his gaze calm and unafraid, his hands hanging loosely at his sides, ready for anything. Across from him, the tall, brown-haired man leaned forward, staring him down intensely. The man growled, "You made some money from the gate, didn't you? Hand it over." The blond man jabbed a finger at Dojun's chest, his face twisted into a menacing grin. A provocative smirk played on the man's lips. "It's all in the contract, you know," he sneered. "So don't act like this is unfair." But he never finished the sentence. Dojun's fist shot out, slamming into the brown-haired thug. The blond man's eyes widened in shock. "What the?" Dojun's voice was ice. "I've already paid over 9 million. Shouldn't I be the one getting paid back?" The thug stammered, a flicker of fear in his eyes. "You? Are you really Dojun?" Ignoring the question, he raised his fist again. "Tell your boss. I'll be paying him a visit very soon." The man's scream echoed, as the scene shifts to a bright, bustling shopping mall. 3 entire shelves were lined with teddy bears in a rainbow of different colors. Undong's eyes sparkled. "Wow, can I really get one? Can I buy a new doll?" she asked. A warm smile touched Dojun's lips. "Of course. We already got you new clothes. Now you can pick out whatever you want." As he absorbed Dojun's memories, he felt a shift inside him. The cold emptiness he once felt was beginning to change. For now, it was just empathy. But one thing was clear. The original Dojun truly cherished his little sister. He watched as she crouched down, her eyes glued to a giant, golden teddy bear, completely captivated by it. At the very least, he thought, "I will protect that bond." But Undong picked up a small stuffed rabbit instead, asking timidly, "Brother, can I have this one?" Seeing her choose the small rabbit over the giant bear she clearly wanted, he walked over and picked up the huge golden bear himself, much to Undong's astonishment. Dojun turned back to her, a gentle look in his eyes. "I told you to pick whatever you truly wanted." A delighted laugh escaped Undong's lips. Later, at lunch, the table was filled with delicious food, a true feast. Undong stared at her hamburger in awe, while Dojun dug into a massive bowl of noodles topped with a fried egg. But their peaceful meal was suddenly interrupted. "Wait a second. Is that Dojun?" "It is." An overbearing woman flanked by 2 men in black suits approached, a nasty smirk on her face. "What happened to you?" she sneered. "Dressed like that? You look like a total beggar. And who's this little brat with you? Did you go and knock someone up, just like your mother did?" That single question ignited a cold fury deep within him. The air grew heavy with tension. Undong, still chewing her hamburger, just looked confused. "Who is this lady?" Dojun's expression turned to stone. The woman met his ice-cold stare. Undong watched them with wide eyes, her mouth still full of her burger. The woman then turned her venom on Undong. "What's your name?" The little girl replied, "Lee Undong." The woman repeated the name with disgust. "Lee Undong. So you're one of them. Look at you, dressed in rags. Just like your mother." She shot a glance back at Dojun. "Isn't that right?" When he remained silent, lips pressed into a thin line, she shrieked, "What? Did you suddenly go mute? Can't you speak anymore?" A deathly silence fell. The woman turned to Undong with a sneer. "Hey, kid, do you know what the word whore means?" Dojun's eyes shot wide open. But the woman kept going, her voice dripping with poison. "You're just as ugly as that toad of a woman." She let out a triumphant snort, but then she froze. A chilling aura radiated from Dojun as he slowly turned his head, his face a mask of cold fury. Memories began to flood his mind. Dojun was born an illegitimate child and raised in crushing poverty. At 7 years old, his mother passed away, and he was finally allowed into his father's household. For more than 10 years, he endured nothing but discrimination and contempt. After his father's legal wife finally bore a son, he was cast aside completely. Thrown out of the house, he was sent to live with his grandmother and his half-sister from a different father. Someone had once asked the old Dojun, how could he possibly endure all of that suffering? Back in the present, his eyes held an unbreakable resolve. Things were different now. He rose to his feet. "We lived under the same roof for 12 years, and I found you disgusting every single day," he continued, his voice calm yet cutting. "Not only is your personality rotten, but you're also too stupid to learn anything." The men behind her listened in horror. "You're just a bundle of insecurities, lashing out at any woman prettier or kinder than you. Undong watched, completely stunned. You, who only care about leeching off your little brother, are no better than this innocent child. His voice, though not shouting, carried through the restaurant, drawing stares from everyone. In fact, you're not better than her at all. Dojun stared her down. The woman's face turned beet red with rage. What? What did you say? Just then, another voice cut through the tension. Dojun, it's been a while. It was Hedu. The enraged woman immediately ran to her, wailing. Mother, she cried. Mother, do you know what that monster just said to me? He said, that's enough. Hedu cut her off sharply. Her face was a mask of stern disapproval. Stand still. What is this disgraceful behavior? Then, her expression shifted instantly to a warm, friendly smile directed at Dojun. It really is you, Dojun. How have you been? She said with practiced concern. No matter how busy you are, I wish you'd come home once in a while. He stared at her sickeningly sweet expression. What a masterful hypocrite, he thought. This woman was the one who hurt me the most over the last 12 years. Hedu continued her performance. Your father worries about you so much. The word disgusting echoed in his mind. He had heard enough. I don't believe we're in a position to be exchanging pleasantries. His voice was as sharp and cold as shattered glass. Get lost. Hedu's face instantly darkened. Without another word, she spun around and stalked away. As she walked, a single thought consumed her. Is this really the Dojun I knew? The boy who used to bow his head even when I slapped him for no reason? Her daughter scrambled after her. Mother, wait for me. With that, the two of them watched until the others disappeared from sight. Dojun finally spoke. Let's go. Inuni replied, Yes, sir, he thought to himself. The Dojun who could never speak up, the one who only ever endured the pain, was gone for good. Looking at the passing scenery, he knew it would be better for her own safety to realize that fact sooner rather than later. The car sped down the highway. The heavyset girl gave Haidu a confused look. Mother, why did you just leave? You should have dealt with that guy. As she spoke, her anger grew. Do you have any idea what that bastard said to me? Haidu's voice was ice. Manager. The man answered with a simple, yes. Her eyes were daggers. Why is Dojun still alive? Manager Lee hesitated. According to the report, Kang Cheon-woo said he left Dojun at the gate. She suddenly snarled. Then why? Why is the bastard who should be dead still breathing? Manager Lee trembled as he spoke. I'm so sorry. I will investigate it immediately. The girl sitting next to her broke out in a cold sweat. He should be dead. Mother, what do you mean by that? A dangerous aura radiated from Haidu's entire being. But the girl wouldn't stop. Mother, what are you talking about? What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get rid of Dojun? Unexpectedly, Haidu cut in. Do you still like Dojun? The girl's face turned crimson, completely at a loss for words. A moment later, she stammered a denial. That's not it. If grandfather or dad finds out about this. Haidu clamped a hand firmly over her daughter's mouth. She warned her fiercely. This is something for us to handle ourselves. Mind your own business. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Her inner thoughts were venomous. How dare you speak to me that way, you filthy piece of trash. As Haidu thought of Dojun with pure hatred, a vision of a wet, crimson wall flashed in her mind. I will erase you from this world, no matter the cost. 10 years after the first crack tore through the sky, the world was plunged into a living nightmare. Creatures poured out from the void. They were bloodthirsty monsters with grotesque bodies and razor-sharp claws, trampling human civilization into dust. The world descended into utter chaos. Cities crumbled, flames devoured the horizon, and the screams of humanity were swallowed by pandemonium and despair. But then, the chaos was pushed back by the arrival of heroes with powers beyond mortal comprehension. They were living miracles in the middle of hell, driving back the darkness and igniting a flame of hope for mankind. Alongside them came mana stones, extracted from monsters, containing an extraordinary source of energy. The scene changes. A yellow car now speeds down the road. Dojun sat inside, his face like stone, his eyes fixed on the distance. He thought to himself that with mana stones replacing traditional energy sources, the nations of the world had poured all their resources into blocking the cracks with gates. And now, the entire industrial complex revolves around those gates and the heroes. The speeding car suddenly stopped. Dojun stepped out, his heart filled with resolve. If I want to make money now, I have to become a hero. Dojun stared the old apartment building before him, his conviction solidifying. This is it. HCS capital Dongdongbo. The place that will help me become a hero. Dojun walked forward, step by step, without a single ounce of hesitation. The stained walls baked under the scorching summer sun. A dilapidated sign still bore the faded letters. HCS capital Dongdongbo. A man in sunglasses, trying shop, sat casually, smoking a cigarette. Even with his sunglasses on, His face was a mask of scrutiny, sizing up the young man before him. He asked Dojun in a contemptuous tone, "Who the hell are you, bastard?" Behind him, a brunette and a blonde watched Dojun with wary, anxious eyes. Trang Shop crushed the cigarette in his hand and said, "You beat up my men, and you still have the nerve to show your face here?" Dojun's expression didn't change, his gaze unwavering. "No matter how you look at it, I'm the one at a disadvantage here." Trang Shop shot back, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "A disadvantage? What do you mean you're at a disadvantage?" Dojun spoke clearly. "I believe I am owed compensation for the mental, physical, and financial damages I've suffered because of you all this time." The thug listened, completely stunned by this sudden change in Dojun. A look of realization dawned in Trang Shop's eyes as he thought to himself, "His meek personality is gone, and considering he crushed my guys." Trang Shop couldn't believe this was the same person, and he speculated that Dojun must have experienced an awakening at the gate. Dojun's eyes were like ice, his body radiating an explosive energy that sent chills down the spine. Shocked, Trang Shop moved closer, as if to issue a warning. Trang Shop said, well, it looks like you found something to make you feel confident. Let me tell you what happens to arrogant punks who get a little power after awakening." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed around them, growing in number. In moments, Dojun was surrounded by a crowd of large, menacing thugs. Trang Shop casually grabbed his jacket from a chair, his voice mocking, "These bastards who get so proud of their awakening end up being nothing more than D-rank trash." He slipped on the jacket, his face a mask of pure arrogance. He said that luckily for him, he had plenty of men who could make a tiny D-rank like Dojun disappear without a sound. Dojun's lips tightened into a thin, silent line. He stood up, about to say something to the man. Trang Shop glared at him and barked a single command. "Sit down." Dojun's face was a mask of ice, his glare locked onto Trang Shop. In a low, chilling tone, he said, "I'm not finished speaking." One of Trang Shop's thugs, a man in glasses, heard this and immediately snapped. "What did you say? How dare a punk like Dojun speak to him that way?" But Dojun, showing no fear, simply reached out and pulled the man's glasses down. The goon stared back, utterly confused by the gesture. Before he could react, Dojun's fist slammed straight into his face. The sheer force of the blow sent the man's glasses flying across the room. The other thugs could only watch in stunned disbelief. Dojun's punch sent the goon flying backward, where he crashed hard onto the floor. Without missing a beat, Dojun turned and buried his fist into a bald thug's face. As the man crumpled, he asked, "Trang Shop isn't just a loan shark business, is it?" He punctuated the question by decking another one of Trang Shop's men. "I also know," he continued, "that you forge identification cards." One by one, Dojun began to dismantle the entire crew. He finally stated his purpose. "All I need is a hero card to make some money." The last goon standing threw a punch at Dojun, but he dodged the attack with impossible speed. Dojun effortlessly slammed him to the ground. Just like all the others, this final thug was taken down in a single blow. The crew of muscle-bound thugs that looked so intimidating moments ago now littered the floor, unable to move a muscle. That's right, Dojun had defeated them all with absolute ease. He turned his gaze back to Trang Shop, his face cold and radiating pure killing intent. "I want you to make me a perfect ID card. No complications." Trang Shop was frozen, his eyes wide with utter terror, unable to process what he had just witnessed. Dojun issued his command. "I want that ID by tomorrow." The two thugs, still standing behind their boss, were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale. Trang Shop's mind raced with speculation. What kind of power was this? He couldn't be a D rank. Was he C rank? No, he might even be B rank. Dojun's sharp voice cut through his thoughts. "Are you going to answer me?" Trang Shop snapped to attention and nodded furiously, agreeing to have it done by the next morning. Dojun then placed a hand on his shoulder. "There's one more thing." His eyes were like daggers boring into the man's soul. Dojun leaned in close and whispered, "Did Haiju order you to kill me?" Trang Shop didn't answer, but the image of the person who gave the order flashed through his mind. Dojun's fingers dug into the man's collarbone with crushing force, making him scream in agony. "Answer me," he roared. A shriek of pain echoed through the old apartment as one of the henchmen rushed toward his boss. Trang Shop quickly confessed, "Hiju, it was that woman." Dojun applied even more pressure, forcing Trang Shop to spill the rest of the truth. "That woman said it would be great if we could bury you in so much debt that you'd take your own life." Trang Shop blurted out everything Haiju had told him. He begged Dojun to let go, to please release him. The pain was unbearable as he pleaded over and over, "Please, just let me go." Dojun shoved him hard to the floor. "Suicide? So that's why she trapped me inside that gate?" Trembling with fear, Trang Shop swore he knew nothing about Haiju trapping him in a gate. He continued to swear, clasping his hands together, begging Dojun to believe him. "I wouldn't get paid if you died in there. I would never send you into a gate. Hearing this, Dojun rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. After a moment, a single name left his lips. Cheo. Dojun was certain of it. He's the one who led me into that gate. Bring me all the information you have on him by tomorrow. The man trembled in fear but nodded his head repeatedly, agreeing to follow Dojun's orders. Dojun opened the door and walked out of Trang Shop's office. The boss and his remaining thug immediately bowed low with deep respect. In stark contrast to his attitude when he arrived, Dojun walked out with his lips pressed into a thin line, his mind racing. He was determined to get his grandmother and Undong a home safer than any other place in the world, but his thoughts kept returning to that bastard, Cho, and what he did to him. A fire ignited in Dojun's eyes. It was time to start setting things right. Dojun held the golden card, studying it closely before swiping it through a machine. A system voice rang out. Your hero registration card has been confirmed. As the doors opened, the system continued. Your rank is below the recommended level. The system added, danger level high. Please proceed with caution. Dojun glared at the card, annoyed. That useless director. He should have at least raised his rank. He slowly stepped into the dungeon as the system repeated its warning. Your rank is below the recommended level. Your rank is below the recommended level. The dungeon's information finally appeared. B rank gate, Night Island, scale, D class. Terrain, tunnel, recommended, rank, A class. Entry limited to 2 people. As he walked, he considered the situation. Even though it was a B rank gate, its D class scale made a solo run extremely difficult. Furthermore, the tunnel-like terrain forces solo clear, making it a gate that was nearly impossible to beat unless you were an A ranker. Dojun thought to himself that luck wasn't on his side. Then, a cold smile spread across his face. He would have to face hundreds of monsters all on his own. Trapped in a dark, suffocating tunnel, a black venom serpent materialized before Dojun. Without flinching, he dropped into a battle-ready stance. Bring it on. A piercing hiss ripped through the air. Its fanged maw opened wide, a blood-red tongue flicking out, promising to shred any creature that stood before it. He had no time to react. The creature's colossal tongue struck like a whip, launching a black spike at blinding speed. Dojun charged in. A spray of blood erupted. The black venom serpent's crimson scales were ripped to shreds, its body drenched. The beast roared in agony. He coldly analyzed the situation. The black venom serpent, its venom paralyzes with a single touch. Moving like a blur, he pressed his attack. Stomping his feet, he sent a swirling vortex of purple energy blasting from the ground. He twisted through the air, his eyes sharp and full of lethal intent. With a tightened fist, he unleashed the finishing blow. Under the relentless assault, the serpent's body was riddled with wounds, until it was torn clean in two. Dojun's silhouette blurred past the corpse. He noticed a green fluid coating his gauntlets. It was the serpent's blood. He examined the gauntlets with mild surprise. For 300,001, Dojun muttered, these aren't too shabby. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed with caution. From the other side of the tunnel, a whole swarm of them appeared. Dojun launched himself into the fray. He took them down, one after another. Their writhing shadows on the wall looked utterly pathetic. Rivers of green blood gushed from the slaughtered serpents. A light from above illuminated the scene. Dojun, standing defiantly amidst a mountain of their corpses, he began searching the serpent's corpse. Not a single magic stone. Dojun moved from one body to the next, searching each one. Nothing. He thought to himself, if this world is anything like the last one, the drop rate for a magic stone from a black venom serpent should be around 3%. Having cleared out the swarm, Dojun ventured deeper into the dungeon. He entered a desolate chamber, littered with the skeletal remains of fallen heroes. From a brittle skull, an eerie black smoke began to seep out. Dojun looked up. You must be the boss. In response, a colossal black venom serpent slithered from the shadows. It was 3 times the size of the others. He dropped his pack. Well, I was lost anyway, Dojun mused. This might actually be for the best. Without a second thought, he charged. I'll end this quick and head back. But to his shock, he was sent flying backward. He saw nothing but a faint handprint on its hide. A horrifying thought struck Dojun. My attacks. They did nothing. He unleashed another relentless barrage of strikes. But in the end, he was slammed hard against the wall. The giant serpent loomed over him, baring its massive fangs. He narrowly dodged the creature's snapping jaw, planting his feet firmly to gather his strength. Dojun shot upwards, landing a powerful blow on the serpent's body. His expression was complicated, a storm of unreadable emotions. He stared at its massive purple body, its brilliant green eyes glowing with power. Just as he'd suspected, this thing was on a completely different level. Its hide is too tough. My fists can't even scratch it. A hint of desperation crept in. What am I supposed to do now? If only I had my original power, this thing would be dust. But then something caught Dojun's eye. A sword, belonging to one of the fallen heroes, was embedded in the ground right beside him. He opened his eyes, glanced at it, then closed them as his hand wrapped around the hilt. "It's old and rusted," he said aloud, "but I suppose I have no other choice. Its true strength depends on the one who wields it." Grasping the blade, Dojun began to walk slowly. Above him, the serpent's jaws gaped wide, ready to devour him. A cloud of dust exploded. Dojun vanished from sight. Only his voice echoed in the cavern. "Let me borrow you for a moment." He leaped onto the creature's massive body. Dojun's voice was a low growl. "Consider it an honor to be slain by my own hand." The blade plunged straight through its head. The black venom serpent let out a deafening, final shriek. He lifted the blade high. Steel screeched as it tore through the serpent's flesh. It let out one final, agonizing roar. Dojun paused for a moment, then exhaled, looking at the now damaged sword. "If I hadn't been able to defeat that thing, it would have been a catastrophe." Dojun turned back to the corpse as green blood pooled on the floor. "It's a little short for a great sword, but with a bit of sharpening, it could prove useful." In his hand, he held an item he'd retrieved from the serpent's corpse. With that, Dojun grabbed his pack and left. "In any case, I'm glad this worked out better than Namsan." Night had fallen. A full moon illuminated the desolate landscape from a cloudless sky. He walked out of the dungeon, lost in thought. To think a mere B-rank gate took this much time. Dojun clenched his fists, his resolve hardening. "Restoring my power is the #1 priority." He gazed up at the sky, an image of his former self flashing in his mind. A bitter thought crossed his mind. He was glad his old comrades couldn't see him like this now. At the Magic Stone Exchange, the merchant carefully counted out the stones, placing them on the counter. "Looks like you've gathered some high-quality magic stones," the man said. "As always, our commission is 40%. Dojun's brow furrowed at the commission rate. "Isn't that a bit steep? I'm a regular here. Can't you cut me a deal?" The merchant explained as he continued to count the cash. "Come on, now. You know our commission is the lowest you'll find anywhere, don't you? The portal center alone charges a flat 5% fee, and we don't even keep transaction records. That means you don't have to pay any taxes." He wrapped the counted cash and placed it on the table. "If you think about it, this is a completely clean deal. No trouble. And at a fantastic price." The seller took the money, muttering as he counted. He grunted, then asked, "Eli, what happened to your face?" From his face to his neck, Eli was covered in bandages. His hair was a mess, and his right eye was bruised purple. He shook his head in disgust. "Don't even ask. Some psycho appeared out of nowhere, took down our guards, and left me like this." The seller shrugged, his tone preachy. "Eli, you got too cocky just because you had C-rank guards. I've told you before, rank doesn't mean much. What matters is practical skill. Ranks are just for the convenience of the bureaucrats. True power is a different story. If you think people in the same rank have the same skills, you're completely mistaken." He continued to ramble. "There's a huge difference between a newly licensed guard watching a store and a hero who risks their life hunting monsters." Eli grimaced, thinking to himself, "Good grief. If you're done, just leave. Stop lecturing me." The seller picked up his bag and winked at him. "We've known each other for a while, so if you ever need help, just give me a call." The moment he walked out, another pair of feet stepped in. It was Dojun. His face radiated pure killing intent, and Eli froze as recognition hit him. He pointed a trembling finger at him and shouted, "It's him. That's the bastard who did this to me." The seller turned back to look and said, "Oh, this guy? He's tall and looks pretty clean-cut. He caused trouble here?" He cracked his left knuckles with his right hand, settling into a fighting stance. He spoke with a smirk. "Hey, are you the one who's been causing a ruckus? Calling yourself a hero while beating up civilians? Don't you know heroes aren't allowed to lay a hand on regular people?" Eli sneered. "That guy is a hero with 7 years of experience. He's got tons of connections, so if you mess with him..." Dojun glanced over at the seller. His voice was ice. "Get lost." Those words made the seller's blood boil. Eli watched with glee, enjoying the show. Dojun lifted his head, speaking with absolute confidence. "You looking for revenge or something?" The seller clenched his fists, muttering, "You little punk." His 7 years of hero's intuition suddenly kicked in. A chilling realization struck him. Damn it, the #1 cause of death for heroes isn't monsters. It's accidental fights with colleagues. He scratched his head and turned away. "We'll meet again." He had to run. Eli stood there, completely dumbfounded. Dojun's gaze shifted toward him, his expression darkening. He asked slowly, "It seems you have a problem with me." Eli immediately bowed his head, panicking. Suddenly, a bag full of magic stones was tossed to him. Dojun got straight to the point. "Calculate it." The bag glowed with a brilliant light that dazzled Eli. He thought to himself, "Wait a minute. High-grade magic stones? Just who is this guy?" Eli carefully calculated on his machine. He neatly arranged the stones on the table and said, The total comes to 150 million. Dojun thought to himself, only 150 million for a day's hunt. He held out his hand. Give me the 150 million. Li timidly replied, wait, we still need to deduct the commission. The moment he finished speaking, Dojun's gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto him as if he were prey. Li flinched. Did I say something wrong? Dojun sighed. Right. The commission is 1%, so that's 148.5 million. Hand it over. In his head, Li wanted to punch him and scream. You bastard, I said the commission was 40%. Are you deaf or something? But in reality, he stammered. About that. For transactions over 100 million won, we need approval from management. Dojun's command was ice cold. Then go get it, now. Once the call connected, Li whispered into the phone. Yes, boss, here's the situation. As he explained, Dojun snatched the phone away. He put it on speaker and said, you heard him. Tell them to pay up. The boss on the other end hesitated. All right, I understand. But please, give the phone back to my employee. Dojun flicked his wrist. The phone shot through the air, embedding itself in the wall behind Eli and cracking the concrete. Terrified, Li clutched his chest. He stared, trembling, at the shattered phone. Dojun's voice was flat. Your so-called management just gave his approval. Now, hand over the money. Li obediently took out the cash, so much that it had to be packed into several large bags. Dojun cheerfully carried them all to the door. Before leaving, he said, try to have a friendlier attitude next time. Eli could only cower in the corner, fuming. Friendly? After you strong-armed me? 10 minutes later, someone else entered the shop. It was the shop owner. He rushed in, demanding, hey, why didn't you pick up? What was that call about? Looking like he'd seen a ghost, Li told him, boss, I quit. He continued, his voice hollow, I can't take this anymore. The owner's eyes fell upon the phone stuck in the wall. Understanding seemed to dawn on his face. He heard a phone ring, and Li instinctively turned his head. The owner was on his phone. Hey, John, it's your uncle. His voice was urgent. I need you to get over here. On the other end of the line was a woman with long, purple hair flowing down her back. Everyone around her stared in awe with every step she took. She moved with an almost supernatural elegance. Murmurs spread through the onlookers. Was that really John? It was, without a doubt, Hun John. She came to a halt. As John stood before the shop, a bell chimed, signaling welcome. The man gasped, covering his mouth before letting out a shout. Hun John. She confidently pushed up her glasses and replied, yes, that's right. I am Hun John. The man thought to himself, Hun John, the fourth S-rank hero in all of Korea. I'd heard rumors she was the boss's niece, but what on earth is she doing here? She slipped off her overcoat and walked toward a chair. My uncle mentioned he's been getting a headache from some hero forcing everyone to buy magic stones. Hun John sat down gracefully, resting her chin on her hand, a hint of killing intent in her voice. Could you explain the situation in detail? In the middle of a peaceful courtyard, Undong sat playing on a wooden platform, tightly hugging a stuffed rabbit and a teddy bear. Every now and then, a giggle escaped as she played. Below, Dojun sat cross-legged, his eyes closed. His entire being was lost in a state of deep, focused meditation. Sunlight streamed into the yard, but his concentration remained unbroken. Dojun mused that even after hunting all day, he'd only managed to earn a mere 100 million. At this rate, he would never make it in time. Dojun was still lost in his own thoughts. He needed the power to clear S-rank gates by himself, and as soon as possible. That meant the most critical task right now was restoring his former strength. But unlike the world of his past, the energy in the air here was incredibly thin. Even if he kept gathering mana like this every day, it would take 3 years. No, it might even take longer. His thoughts turned to a suit of glossy, black metal armor. Getting some decent gear would be nice, but even cast-off items here cost hundreds of millions. Suddenly, Dojun's expression froze. The world seemed to tilt. The child stopped playing, looking around in a daze. A sudden wave of danger crashed over him. With no time to think, he instantly lunged forward, sweeping Undong into his arms and bolting away. Undong, we have to get inside. Once in the house, Dojun set the child down and slammed the door shut. From inside, his grandmother slowly emerged. What is it, Dojun? A powerful tremor struck, shaking the entire house. His grandmother cried out, oh no. She asked in confusion, an earthquake. Is that what this is? Undong screamed in terror. His eyes sharpened. No, this isn't an earthquake. This is. In the dark sky, jagged red cracks began to spread like veins. The fracture grew, stretching across the very fabric of the air. Dojun knew exactly what it was. A rift. He handed the child to his grandmother. As he ran outside, she called out worriedly, Dojun, what's happening? Dojun shouted back a warning. It's dangerous, don't leave the room. Then, he charged straight into the rift. He left behind the desperate calls of his grandmother and Undong, brother. At a massive skyscraper, the headquarters of the Seun Hero Association. In the observation room, an agent reported, Captain, a new rift has been detected in Mappo. The captain rubbed his head. A new rift after 63 days, he said, before barking out an order. Now, the White Lion Guild is closest. Contact them immediately. Send any hero in the vicinity, right now. The captain stared intently at the monitoring screen. Where exactly was the rift detected? The orange-haired agent replied, in the yard of a private residence. He ran a hand through his hair. A private residence? What a headache. If a civilian, a non-hero, enters a new rift, no one else can go in until they come out. A cold sweat trickled down the captain's back as he thought, and if they die inside, a monster wave will erupt from that rift for 10 days straight. Monstrous beasts with the heads of bulls and horses leaped from the rift, relentlessly attacking civilians. The city fell into ruin, choked by dust. He continued his grim train of thought. If that happens, the entire Seun district will be annihilated. The captain demanded, have we identified who went inside? A blonde agent quickly reported, his name is Dojun. He lives at the house where the rift appeared. His grandmother said he entered the rift trying to save his younger sister. The captain pressed, so he's not a hero? When a civilian enters a new rift, what are the odds of a monster wave occurring? The blonde agent remained silent. The system panel displayed the data, 99.9%. The entire office fell into a dead silence, every single person sinking into despair. Elsewhere, a document was slammed onto a desk. Haidu crossed her arms and asked, an awakening. Are you telling me that Dojun has awakened? Manager Lee answered, sweating. He hasn't registered with the Hero Association yet, but it was confirmed that he awakened during the last gate incident. He closed his eyes and muttered, what in the world was Kang Cheol-woo doing? She slammed her fists on the desk in fury. You should have dealt with that brat yourself. Why did you let things get so complicated? And you even took money for it. Du ordered with rage in her voice. Manager Lee, make this crystal clear to that Kang Chel punk. If he doesn't eliminate that Dojun kid, he'll owe me 10 times the amount he was paid. The manager replied meekly, it might not be necessary to contact Kang Cheol-woo anymore. She demanded, what do you mean? Manager Lee informed her. A new rift just appeared in Mappo. The man continued his report. We've confirmed his entry into the fissure. The media will receive the news shortly. Du scoffed coldly. Then I suppose we'll never have to see that pathetic wretch again. Manager Lee replied, yes, that's right. A sinister glint appeared in her eyes. Du commanded, keep an eye on it until we are absolutely certain. The man nodded. Understood. In a vast forest, Dojun's bare feet touched the earth beneath a clear blue sky. Wisps of white clouds drifted lazily above. He strode confidently into the strange woods, as if returning to a place he once knew. A place from long ago. A soft wind rustled the canopy, sending leaves dancing through the air. It's hard to believe, Dojun thought. He remembered this place Patasua Forest, somewhere he often visited as a child. Standing amidst the lush greenery, Dojun continued his thoughts. This forest, from the trees and grass to the very wind itself, even the immense energy in the air, even the shape of the clouds in the sky, it was all exactly the same. Spotting a familiar path, Dojun guessed if he went this way. A triumphant smile spread across Dojun's face. I knew it. Before him stood a massive, ancient tree. At its center was a giant, glowing blue hollow. It was the World Tree. A torrent of memories flooded Dojun's mind. An ancient spirit tree, a conduit for the purest flow of mana. Beside the World Tree, translucent motes of light floated gently. Amidst the verdant forest, a soft light enveloped every leaf, creating a moment of profound, dreamlike peace. Within this breathtaking scene, he stepped forward. His hand rested gently on the ancient bark as his gaze drifted into the distance. The collapse of the previous world, he mused. It all began when this tree was burned to ashes, disrupting the flow of all energy. Dojun sat down slowly, touching the tree's roots. But the World Tree is still standing tall now, he observed, unsure how it was possible. He could feel an immense energy overflowing, as if he was receiving the very power of time itself. Bathed in shimmering light, Dojun ventured deep into the azure cave, where light filtered through ancient moss. The energy wrapped around his body. His determined eyes slowly opened, as if awakening something from the deepest parts of his memory. Dojun sat within the World Tree, eyes closed, focused on his breathing exercises. He earnestly practiced, sensing the world around him. In this mystical space stood a colossal tree reaching for the heavens, the World Tree itself. Its gnarled, sturdy trunk seemed carved by 1,000 years of history. In the very center, a hollow was carved out in the shape of a teardrop. Dojun sat there in silent meditation. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. I even forgot to eat or drink, he realized. He had remained completely focused on his breathing for 10 straight days. Under the night sky, the moon shone with a spectacular brilliance. Suddenly, a terrifying sound shattered the peace. The noise put Dojun on high alert. His eyes snapped open, his gaze now as sharp as ice. He spoke their name, Bunk and Kenna. Hordes of horrifying monsters, glowing with a purple light, were hiding behind the nearby trees. From his perch, Dojun looked down and thought, these are the ones who burned the world tree in the past. The creatures began their assault, charging toward him and the world tree. Dojun glanced at his hands and thought, if only I had my water element sword. The monsters rushed toward him, letting out a cacophony of ear-splitting screeches. A blue aura exploded around Dojun's body. It doesn't matter, he thought. I'll just crush them all. He raised his hand. From Dojun's palm, a massive torrent of beautiful, blue-tinted wind shot forward. The blast pierced straight through one of the monsters. It shrieked, clutching its head in agony. His eyes glowed white, his face an emotionless mask as he stared them down. The other creatures roared with fury. They prepared to launch another attack on Dojun. He would use the same technique. He stood his ground, hand outstretched toward the horde. Dojun's technique was energy release. He unleashed the mana he had gathered in a gaseous state and then detonated it. He let out a soft breath, beads of sweat on his skin. Dojun thought, it's been a while since I've used this much power. Below, two of the monsters were gathering energy in their mouths, preparing an attack. They unleashed their power in the form of mana-infused arrows that shot toward him. Dojun's expression never changed as he casually blocked them with one hand. The arrows instantly vanished. They left behind only a wisp of white smoke after the impact. He leaped down to the forest floor and declared, I've confirmed the world tree's safety. A look of excitement crossed Dojun's face. Now, it's time to test my own power with my own two eyes. He walked forward slowly. He stretched his neck, cracking his joints. A monster let out a deafening roar. Dojun lunged forward, clamping his hands over the mouths of two creatures. He pushed with all his might. Dojun then channeled energy directly into them, sending them flying backward. The two monsters burst into flames. They turned to ash and were carried away by the wind. Upon their death, they dropped glowing red mana stones. He walked past them without a second glance. Done, he said. A smile crept onto Dojun's face. If I take care of all of you. His expression was filled with manic excitement. He continued, then I can also obtain the eternal body, right? With that thought, he descended into a frenzy, unleashing his power to annihilate the monsters. Dojun thought, a faint memory returning to him, with a fairly high probability. I wonder how many of you will actually drop one. He unleashed a storm of attacks on the monsters swarming around him. One by one, Dojun obliterated them, turning each into nothing but dust. With the battle over, he stood atop the world tree, a slight smile on his face. Below, the ground was littered with red gems, mixed with smaller, brilliantly glowing yellow stones. Dojun picked up one of the gleaming yellow stones, observing it closely in his palm. He mused to himself, an eternal ember, huh? A smirk crossed Dojun's face as he thought, I can't believe I got my hands on one of these again. He clenched his fist, crushing the ember and releasing its golden energy. As he opened his hand, the energy danced on his palm like a tiny flame. He watched it with a grin, reaching out to touch the vibrant power. Dojun considered his options. Getting more energy from the world tree would be ideal, but his body had reached its limit. He couldn't absorb another drop. The only path forward was to absorb the power of this ember. Golden energy instantly enveloped both of his hands. Dojun grasped the swirling power, focusing on absorbing it completely. He willed his own aura to transform, taking on the properties of fire. Moments later, the golden energy shrouded his entire body. It was so potent, he even exhaled wisps of the brilliant power. He thought to himself, in my past life, I wouldn't have given this a second glance, but now, it takes me 10 minutes just to absorb one. Dojun swung his arm through the air, feeling the surge of newfound strength, and at his feet, countless more eternal embers lay waiting. Standing at the base of the world tree, surrounded by a sea of red gems and eternal embers, Dojun decided to absorb as many as he possibly could. Against the bleak, gray sky, a vortex of dark purple energy materialized in midair. The crowd below stared upward, their faces a mix of shock and disbelief. Anxious murmurs rippled through the onlookers. Reporters scrambled to capture the bizarre sight, their cameras held high. The continuous flash of camera strobes lit up the scene. Nearby, police officers maintained the perimeter, their eyes cautiously fixed on the pulsating energy anomaly in the sky. A man gritted his teeth, his face contorted with pure rage. He spat out a single curse. Damn it. He seemed to be fighting to contain his fury, but failed. What the hell is going on? He roared, his voice thick with outrage, all because of one lunatic. The enraged man's name was Seonggu. Beside him, Hyungu remained perfectly calm, seemingly unfazed. He spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. He was trying to save his little sister. Hyungu's words were immediately met with a furious backlash. That's just his side of the story. Seonggu shot back, his voice dripping with anger. He heard some rumor that awakening inside a rift is easy, so without a single thought for anyone else, he just charged right in. Above them, the twisting vortex of dark energy expanded, flooding the entire area with its bizarre power. Seonggu practically screamed. If he was going to die, he should have done it alone. What the hell is all this? Rage, fear, and confusion tangled in his words. Hyungu glanced at Seonggu, his expression still neutral, but a hint of doubt crept into his eyes. He then asked, "What did Yahi say?" Seonggu's reply was immediate and firm. The official guide said to wait for the wave. But why? Seonggu pressed. Hyungu shot him a look before answering slowly, his voice growing heavier. It seems the rifts that opened simultaneously in America, China, the UK, Turkey, and Switzerland weren't a coincidence. He continued, Juma Hyung is probably busy dealing with it too. This is the first time anything like this has ever happened, but they managed to get the situation under control quickly. Meanwhile, the dark purple energy continued to shriek and writhe, sowing chaos. Seonggu's expression soured, his eyes flashing with anger and impatience. But we're the ones who are screwed here. He spat out each word, his voice laced with venom. And it's all because of that useless bastard. Seonggu roared in fury, clenching his fists so tight his knuckles turned white. He pointed a trembling finger at the sky, his voice raw with rage. "You bastard who went in first, get out here. I'll beat you to a goddamn pulp." His anger had completely boiled over, but only a dreadful silence answered from the rift. The dark purple energy continued to churn violently, seeming to devour all sound. A system notification appeared. 28 days have passed since the new rift's appearance. The anomalous energy shows no signs of dissipating. Waves of twisted, dark energy pulsed outwards, blanketing the area in an aura of pure dread. The next alert rang out. The Hero Association has declared a Level 1 monster wave. In the case of Civilian S, who entered the rift and has not returned for 2 days. The alert was accompanied by a grainy photo of an individual, their face and details intentionally obscured. The large monitor flickered as a remote was clicked. Jang Sop, sitting at his desk, slowly lowered the device. He exhaled a plume of smoke, letting out a soft, "Oh." His deep voice was laced with a mix of curiosity and calculation. "That Civilian S is Dojun, isn't he?" Yonggu bowed his head slightly, his tone decisive. "Yes, sir. My subordinates have confirmed it is him." Jang Seop tapped a light rhythm on his desk, his voice soft, yet hiding a sharp edge of contempt. "And what are the odds that bastard makes it back alive?" Yonggu's answer was immediate. "If he's just a civilian, 0. Let's talk about that 1% chance." He paused, then his conclusion was cold as ice. "No, it's not even 0.1%. A grin spread across Scarface's lips, a mix of contempt and amusement. "A civilian," he repeated, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. His eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, glinted with disdain. "Ridiculous." Scarface's voice began to sharpen. "Those damn fools from the Hero Association have no idea what they're talking about." The 3 men standing behind him, all bearing wounds, remained silent, awaiting his command. Scarface tilted his head, resting his chin on his hand, his voice low and laced with doubt. "But what if he's an awakened being?" Yonggu countered, his expression calm. "If that's true, then we need to know his hero rank." He paused for a moment before adding, "Honestly, it's hard to make a clear judgment." Scarface smirked, his tone casual. "Well, being good at fighting and surviving inside a rift are 2 completely different things." He then leaned forward, asking, "Dojun still has 2 relatives, doesn't he?" Yonggu flinched, thinking of Dojun's grandmother and sister. "What are you planning to do with them?" he asked. Scarface's lips curled into a sinister smile. "For now, keep them safe. If he dies, we'll discuss the funeral arrangements with his family, and if he returns, we can say we took care of them. He'll owe us a debt." The scene shifts to a strange world, dominated by a colossal tree with shimmering light energy flowing around its trunk. Dojun awoke, his body surrounded by a blazing aura of energy. He stared at his fiery hands, wondering, "How long has it been? I've absorbed hundreds of eternal embers." Now, he could wield fire mana at will. His resistance to flames had increased dramatically. He thought to himself, "In terms of fire affinity alone, this state is far superior to when I was called the Sword God." Dojun stood silently before the strange tree, his hand raised in hesitation. He placed his hand on the trunk, feeling a familiar surge of energy. He thought back, to the past and to now. A quiet moment suspended his thoughts, as if every experience was rushing back at once. Dojun whispered to the ancient tree, which glowed with a soft, blue light. "Thank you, world tree." He gently gathered the radiant red stones into a mesh bag, his hands moving without hesitation. Dojun paused, his voice somber. "I may never see you again." He looked up at the great tree one last time, his gaze etching the familiar sight into his memory. "But if we do meet again, and you're in danger." Dojun stood before the world tree, his eyes filled with grim resolve. "I will protect you at any cost," he vowed silently. The scene changes to a quiet, moonlit night. Suddenly, space itself rips open, and a figure emerges from a swirling vortex of dark purple energy. A single bare foot touched the ground. Dojun had returned to the real world. Under the bright moon, Dojun scanned his surroundings, his mind analyzing everything. Nothing within a 1-kilometer radius. Did everyone evacuate to prepare for the next wave? Sensing an unusual energy source, he immediately changed direction. There's a slightly stronger presence in this direction. Wasting no time, Dojun tightened the bag of magic stones on his back. He then shot through the night, his gaze sharp and filled with purpose. The sound of urgent footsteps echoed in the silent darkness. Seon-gu and Hyun-gu approached, their expressions confident, as if they already had everything under control. Dojun hid behind a wall, his sharp eyes assessing the situation. Judging by their clothes, they're from the same group as the guys from the gate earlier. Getting caught would be a huge problem. Without a moment's delay, Dojun summoned his fire energy. A brilliant golden flame ignited in his palm, and he launched it into the air. The blazing golden fire tore through the sky, hurtling toward the police building at incredible speed. A massive explosion erupted, its blinding light igniting the entire horizon. The two men whipped their heads around in shock. "What was that?" Hyun-gu demanded. "What was that noise?" Seon-gu answered simply. "Fire." Hyun-gu vaulted across the rooftops, racing towards the blaze. Against the dark night, a massive fire raged furiously. "What the hell?" Seon-gu said in disbelief. "What's going on? Why is there a fire here?" A crowd of people screamed and shoved. In the shadows, Dojun stood motionless, the bag of glowing red gems on his back, watching the towering flames. He thought to himself, the fire's properties and targeting accuracy are both excellent. "Kurak, isn't this flame impressive even to you? You must be very pleased. After all, you were the strongest fire mage on the continent." Dojun gripped his sword, his eyes cold and hard. Just then, Hyun-gu let out a soft sigh. He turned back, his voice low. "Wait a second." Seon-gu stood beside him, watching with a suspicious gaze. Hyun-gu stared at the strange, twisting black and purple tear in the sky. "The rift. It's strange." The moment he finished speaking, his partner suddenly shouted, "What?" The air began to vibrate, and fragments of energy fell like sparkling dust around the expanding rift. From the distance, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder. Seon-gu charged forward, his eyes locked on the sky ahead. "Look at the sky." "What's happening?" "The rift." He froze, his eyes wide with a terrifying realization. "The rift!" Hyun-gu screamed in shock. "The rift is disappearing." The dark purple tear in the sky slowly began to fade away. The energy twisted, then vanished as if it never existed. Beneath the bright moon, Dojun calmly ascended the steps. He paused, tilting his head to stare silently where the rift had just closed. Breaking news. The new rift that appeared in Mappo vanished early this morning. Exactly 29 days after he walked into the breach. The Hero Association, who had predicted a massive monster wave, was stunned by its sudden disappearance and is now launching a full investigation. At the same time, a mysterious fire erupted near the rift's location, engulfing a local scrapyard in flames. Civilians gathered below, their eyes glued to the giant screens on the skyscrapers. A buzz of conversation filled the air. "That guy, that hunter named Seo, he must have died after going into that rift, right? Serves him right. Common sense says you stay away when a gate opens." But another person interjected, "Still, someone lost their life. Do you have to be so cruel?" The first man scoffed, "Don't be naive. If that gate hadn't closed, Seoul would be a war zone right now." He pulled his hood over his head, moving silently through the crowd. Listening to their chatter, he thought, if it's truly gone, does this mean I'll never see the world tree again? A shame. But maybe it's for the best. Dojun glanced at the sky, pulling the brim of his hood down to shield his eyes. He muttered, "Right. I still have things I need to protect." His steps came to a halt before a corporate building. In a corner of the stairwell, two goons were chatting. The taller one took a drag from his cigarette. "That bastard finally kicked the bucket. Guess the old woman and her kid are finished." His partner agreed. "Of course. The boss isn't a normal guy. He'll squeeze at least 10 times their worth out of them." The smoker let out a vile laugh. "I don't care about the old hag, but the little girl. She could grow up to be a real looker." I'm sure the boss already has his own plans for her. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey." The two thugs whipped their heads around. Dojun emerged from the shadows, bathed in the faint glow of an exit sign. "Where is your boss?" he asked. Outside the building, a luxury sedan pulled up. A polished dress shoe hit the pavement, followed by Jang Seo, who stepped out humming a tune and smoothing his hair. A wide grin spread across his face. That pest is finally gone. I can finally get a good night's sleep. Kim, what's on the schedule for today? Yonggu flipped open his planner. Lunch with CEO B, sir. The evening is currently free. Jang Seop shot him a sly look. Is that right? Then contact Madam Kang. Tell her I'll be stopping by tonight. And to get the new girls all dolled up. Yonggu bowed his head. Yes, sir. The two of them started up the stairs towards the office. Suddenly, a figure flew past, startling Jang Seop. Right before his eyes, one of his own men slammed into the wall, crying out in pain. Jang Seop froze in terror. Before he could even process what was happening, another kick sent him sprawling to the floor. Dojun stared down coldly as Jang Seop coughed in agony. He commanded, "Crawl here," like a dog. The man couldn't stop shaking. Sweat poured down his face like rain. Dojun casually sat in the director's chair, slamming his feet onto the desk. His patience was wearing thin. He addressed the kneeling Jang Seop. "Did you not hear what I said?" The man obediently began to crawl towards the desk. Then came Dojun's deep, chilling voice. "Bark. A piece of trash like you doesn't even deserve to be treated like a human. Bark like a dog." Jang Seop kept his head down, hesitating. But when the wheels of the director's chair scraped closer, he let out a terrified woof, woof, woof. Tears and slobber flew from his face as he continued his pathetic barking. The other two goons knelt with their faces pressed against the wall. Hearing their boss's barks, they were too terrified to even twitch. Dojun rolled his chair right up to Jang Seop's face and gave another order, louder. He acts so submissive now, but he's the type to stab you in the back the second he gets a chance. Huang Jang Seop. "Do you really think this is my first time dealing with a rat like you?" Jang Seop slammed his forehead to the ground, begging for his life. "Please, spare my life. I'll be as loyal as a dog." "Silence," Dojun roared, kicking him squarely in the face. Blood exploded from the man's nose. Dojun then called out, "You, the one with the glasses." The subordinate flinched. He declared to Yonggu, "From this moment on, you're the boss. Stop working like a dog under a piece of garbage like him. Getting rid of your own boss isn't a big deal for you people, is it? You have my permission. Do it." Yonggu bowed deeply. He stammered, But sir, our boss has powerful connections. If I suddenly take over, people will know something's wrong. Instead, please spare him. Just this one time." Even as he spoke the words, Yonggu was drenched in a cold sweat. Dojun scoffed. "Why are you hesitating? Just stuff him in a drum and dump him in the ocean. Or crush him at the scrapyard. Isn't that your specialty? If you really don't want to do it, I can always just toss all of you into a gate as monster feed." At those words, the entire group recoiled in terror. Jang Seop reacted first, slamming his head on the floor over and over. "Please, just let me live. I'll work like a dog for the rest of my life. I swear it. I'm begging you." Dojun glanced down at the pathetic man, thinking, eliminating Huang Jang Seo right here would certainly clean things up nicely. Dojun let out a short breath, muttering, "Have I gone soft?" He extended a hand. "Fine." A wave of pure joy washed over Jang Seop's face. A glimmer of hope ignited in Chang Sop's eyes. With a trembling hand, he reached for the man before him. "I have been a fool. From this day forward, I will serve you." But as he spoke, his eyes widened in sheer terror. Flames suddenly erupted from his hand. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Dojun stared him down, his voice ice-cold. "This is your final chance." He pulled back, and the fire vanished, leaving behind a charred, severed hand that dropped to the floor. Dojun turned his back, leaving Chang Sop writhing in agony, his arm now a smoldering stump. But he left him with one final warning. "If even a single scratch appears on anyone I care for, all of you will meet your maker. You will guard them 24/7 for the rest of your miserable lives." And with that, Dojun was officially an entity who had vanished, gone with the rift itself. Meanwhile, at a fast food joint in the city, Dojun sat with Undong, clad in a dark gray hoodie. The hood was pulled low over his head, his gaze locked onto the phone in his hand. On the screen was an article confirming that the government, the Hero Association, and the media had all declared him dead. He scrolled through the news about his own demise. Finished, he simply shut off the phone. The dark screen reflected his completely blank expression. "Telling them I'm alive," he thought, "would only bring disaster upon myself." He rested his chin on his hand, a small smile forming as he watched Undong's cheeks puff out with every bite of her hamburger. Chang Sop will find us a new home soon enough. We can take our time moving. Undong, still happily munching away, suddenly looked up at Dojun. With crumbs still on the corner of her mouth, she beamed at him. That's awesome. We're finally moving, he spoke softly. You can go to kindergarten like the other kids and start school next year. But at those words, Undong's bright expression faded. She looked down, the light in her eyes dimming. Dojun was taken aback. What's wrong? You don't want to go? In a tiny voice, she replied, the other kids. They make fun of me because I don't have parents. Her words hit him like a physical blow. Dojun's face instantly hardened. He looked at the sweet girl before him, his voice firm. It's all right. You don't have to go. You don't need to deal with those little monsters. We'll wait until next year for school. Joy instantly flooded her small face. Really? She asked, her voice full of hope. I don't have to go to kindergarten. Dojun nodded. Nope, you don't. Instantly relieved, she went right back to her meal. His gaze drifted outside, a flash of anger in his eyes. Maybe I should just send her to a top-tier private academy, that no one would dare look down on her. The scene shifts to the previous night. Inside the King Hotel, Dojun confronted Yang Gu, his voice laced with disbelief. You put an old woman and a child in a motel? He stood facing him in the hallway, radiating cold fury. His words were sharp as glass. Are you an idiot? Sweat poured down Yang Gu's face as he bowed deeply, explaining with a tremor in his voice. This motel is managed by our company. Sir, it's completely safe. Dojun cut him off. Just forget it. Inside the room, his grandmother sat with Undong on the bed. The moment she saw Dojun, her face lit up. You're here. Undong leaped from the bed and threw herself into his arms. Brother, she cried out. His grandmother took his hand, her voice thick with emotion. Dojun, you really made it back safely. Dojun. Undong couldn't stop the tears, her sobs shaking her small frame. Brother, brother. His grandmother just kept stroking his hand, reassuring herself he was real. He froze for a beat, overwhelmed. Then, a faint smile touched his lips. Yes, Grandma. I'm home. Brother. Undong's voice snapped Dojun back to the present. He looked over to see her, tilting her head curiously. Are you a hero, too? Dojun leaned in with a small smile. Why do you want me to be a hero? Taking a huge bite of her burger, Undong answered decisively. No, I hope you're not a hero. He blinked, surprised. Why not? Because heroes fight scary monsters, she said simply. And sometimes, they die. Undong's head drooped, her voice barely a whisper. I just want you to stay with me and Grandma. For a long, long time. Dojun opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. He could only lower his head in silence. Brother, Undong called softly, but her previous words echoed endlessly in his mind. I want you to stay with us for a long, long time. His mind drifted to distant, painful memories. From the brutal world he'd left behind, a world where Dojun had been the sole survivor. He had spent an eternity fighting monsters, losing everything. By the time I realized something precious had finally appeared in my life, it was a feeling I had long forgotten. His mind flashed back to the reunion with his grandmother and Undong. He thought to himself, here, in this place, I think I can finally live a quiet, happy life. And I will protect this happiness no matter what. The next day, patrol helicopters soared high above the city. At the headquarters of the Korean Hero Association, a powerfully built man stood by the window. He spoke without turning to the secretary, bowing respectfully behind him. You've really found nothing. This was Tae Hwang, founder of the Korean Hero Association and director of the World Hero Federation. His secretary's voice was quiet. No, sir, we haven't found a single trace. There's no information regarding the current status of the rift. I apologize. Tae Hwang's voice was grave. How utterly disappointing. That means the rift that vanished on its own could reappear without warning at any moment. Hearing this, the secretary's face grew grim. She frowned slightly. That's right. An unexpected variable could be disastrous, like a sudden monster wave. Before his secretary could finish, he cut her off with an icy tone. Watch your words. Tae Hwang turned, his eyes glaring at her. His voice was laced with anger. Considering the public's safety, this was a fortunate outcome. The secretary immediately bowed her head. My apologies, sir. I misspoke. Tae Hwang was one of the world's 100 most revered heroes. They say he could win the presidency with the highest vote count in history if he ever decided to run, and Tae Hwang could easily topple the nation's largest corporations if he so desired, but his interests were not in politics or business. His purpose was the safety of the people and preparing for the cracks. With his hands clasped behind him, Tae Hwang strode towards his desk. He glanced at his secretary, ordering her, even if it takes time, investigate everything thoroughly again. She bowed her head in response. Understood. After a brief pause, she continued her report. and the residents in the crack zone have agreed to sell their homes. Tai Huang gave a slight nod. I see. Good. He gave a quiet order. Pay them more than the market price so they don't feel cheated. It might offer some small comfort to those who have lost their families. With that, Tai Huang turned to his computer. He leaned toward the screen, letting out a soft grunt. A world map was displayed, marked with several red circular icons. Observing the glowing points, Tai Huang muttered, "They're saying these cracks are appearing simultaneously in other countries too. Something isn't right." His secretary asked, confused, "But aren't the U.S. and China already in the containment phase?" He replied, "The problem is England." Tai Huang's eyes remained glued to the monitor as he spoke. Reliable heroes have already been dispatched to the other cracks. Suddenly, a notification icon flashed on the screen. A new alert. He clicked it open, and his eyes shot wide as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Tai Huang gasped. "Impossible." His secretary rushed to ask, "Sir, what's wrong?" An urgent notice was now blaring on the screen. An emergency bulletin from the World Hero Federation. A monster wave has erupted at the crack in England. Tai Huang cried out in shock. The crack in England. His gaze was locked on the glaring red text, "Monster wave at the England crack." Meanwhile, Dojun, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, navigated the crowded streets and stepped into a shop. Io thought he was just another customer, so he offered a simple, polite hello. But the moment he truly saw Dojun, he screamed as if he'd just seen a ghost. Io stammered in a panic, calling out to his manager who was reading a newspaper. Manager, it's him. That bastard is here." "This is the guy," the manager replied. He rose to his feet, newspaper still in hand, looking like he was ready to pounce, and beat Dojun to a pulp. He sneered, "So you're the one? You forced a sale of magic stones while I was away?" Dojun calmly replied, "Perfect. I have a lot of magic stones to sell today, so I was hoping someone with authority would be here to handle it right away." With that, he slid the backpack from his shoulder and dropped it heavily to the floor. The manager scoffed internally. He's probably brought another pile of unprocessed, low-grade stones like last time. He flatly refused. "We don't do business with you. Please leave." Dojun simply asked, "You won't do business?" The manager turned his back, annoyed. "You don't seem to get it, but a 1% commission is a huge loss for us. We're not dealing with you anymore. So take your junk and get out." Seeing the manager's refusal, Dojun just smirked, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "You're going to regret this." The manager waved him off again. "You just don't listen to reason, do you? There's a reason even the gate center takes a 5% commission. The distribution structure." "No, I don't need an explanation." The manager dropped all pretense of politeness. His voice dripped with irritation. "Grab your bag and get out. And don't ever come back." As he spoke, he kicked the bag, and the stones inside tumbled out. Io and the manager froze, their jaws dropping to the floor. "No way. Are those hero-grade magic stones? Why are hero-grade stones here? They're worth more than anything in this store." The manager and Io could only stare in utter disbelief. Dojun said smugly, "If you don't want them, then forget it." He then explained the stone's power. A notorious drug lord in Mexico once tried to refine a magic stone to produce a new drug, but its power exploded and he awakened as a hero. After that, magic stones became famous as an essential item for awakening heroes or enhancing one's magical power. These are called hero-grade magic stones, a rare source of energy and an absurdly expensive commodity. Hearing this, the manager and Io were speechless, their eyes glued to the pile. Dojun played his final card. "Well, pack them up. I'm leaving." The manager's attitude flipped in an instant. His voice turned sickeningly sweet as he begged, "My dearest customer, please, won't you have a seat?" He and Io scrambled to appease him, hastily welcoming him and polishing the stones until they shone. Dojun sipped his water, listening as the manager tried to negotiate. "Sir, don't you think a 0.5% commission fee is a bit harsh?" Dojun replied coolly. "If you don't like it, forget it." The manager tried to lower his voice. "It's not that I have a problem with it. I'm just curious. Why change it to 0.5%? Because you're too loud." Dojun's cold answer left the manager speechless. He scrambled to his knees, bowing his head. "I truly am sorry. I was out of line." Dojun stood up, his patience wearing thin. "I'm tired of apologies," he said flatly. "Just tell me if you accept the commission fee or not." Watching this unfold, Io cursed under his breath. "Damn, what an insufferable bastard. He has absolutely no manners." The manager tried to reason with him. "Magic stones are so valuable that some companies might buy them without commission. But you won't always have hero-grade magic stones, right? Once these are gone, future deals will be at the standard 10%. It was a thinly veiled warning. Dojun's only reply? Too long. Fed up with the haggling, he turned his back. If you don't like it, then forget it. He was ready to walk. The manager rushed to stop him. 9%, he pleaded. We're already taking a loss. Dojun shot back without even looking. Then don't take a loss. The manager shouted again, 8%. If the boss finds out, he'll kill me. Dojun's response was chillingly simple. Then don't do things that get you beaten. The man was at his breaking point. 7%. I can't go any lower. This verbal battle was a relentless assault. No one asked you to, Dojun stated calmly. Seeing he wouldn't budge, the manager conceded again. 6%. There's literally no profit left. But Dojun just fired back. How can a merchant survive without making a profit? Even EO looked on with helpless pity for the manager. Utterly defeated by Dojun's logic, the man collapsed to his knees. Considering our past relationship, Dojun said, I'll accept 1%. Hearing this, the manager screamed internally. This is highway robbery. He felt his entire world crumbling before Dojun's merciless words. Then, Dojun delivered the final blow. I should mention, I had about 7 more bags like this. Upon hearing that, the manager's eyes went wide. EO's jaw dropped in disbelief. The sheer quantity of hero-grade magic stones left them both completely stunned. Dojun had to call out to him. What are you standing around for? Bring the contract. They both snapped to attention. Yes, right away. Soon, the transaction was complete. Dojun thought to himself, at this rate, that 110 billion won house isn't just a dream anymore. He mused, the problem is, gates aren't enough for high-level magic stones. If only I could move freely through the rift zones. Suddenly, something made the manager jump. Dojun was reading something on his phone. What's this? A monster. Wave. The manager overheard the notification from Dojun's phone. Oh, it's over there. I was thinking. On the screen, Dojun received an official administrative alert. He read the message, his expression turning grave. His eyes sharpened, staring into the distance. A system window materialized before him. Administrative warning, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. A monster wave has occurred in southern England. Business travelers and tourists should immediately adjust their schedules. The embassy is confirming the safety of overseas residents. Dojun's gaze grew heavy, and a strange coldness emanated from him. He shoved his hands in his pockets and turned away abruptly. He walked off, melting back into the bustling crowd. In the past, he thought, I would have gone to seal that rift, no matter which nation or association was involved. He paused. But not anymore. The scene shifts to a barbecue restaurant. Delicious cuts of meat sizzle on the grill. His grandmother stared at the expensive meat, stone-faced, while Undong was practically drooling. He let out a little ooh. The family of 3 made for a peaceful picture, but his grandmother was anxiously studying the menu. 250,000 for 100 grams. Isn't that a bit much? Dojun calmly leaned back, taking a sip of water. I made a lot of money this time. Don't worry about it, Grandma. Please, eat as much as you like. Undong picked up a steaming piece of meat, ready to dig in. He popped it into his mouth, and as the flavor exploded on his tongue, his eyes sparkled. Undong couldn't help but let out a cry of delight. His grandmother, however, still hesitated, staring intently at the grill. Dojun remained silent for a moment. Then he called out to the waitress. We'll have 4 servings of everything each. Fresh ribs, premium sirloin, oxtail, all of it. His grandmother couldn't help but ask, Isn't that too much, dear? How can we possibly eat all that? A bright smile spread across Dojun's face. Let's just eat our fill tonight. You too, Grandma. She let out a long sigh. Oh, my. Undong speared a piece of meat and held it out to his grandmother. Grandma, this is amazing. You have to try some. Hearing that, she finally relented. She took the bite, relaxing into the meal. Our Undong is such a good kid, she thought. As the flavor filled her mouth, her eyes widened in surprise. The 3 of them enjoyed their meal together. That's when Duan approached their table, her steps full of pride. With every move she made, all eyes in the restaurant turned to her. Mr. CO Dojun, she called out, making him turn. Duan looked down at him with an air of superiority. Can we talk for a moment? She asked. Without waiting for a reply, she continued. So, you're the hero. Before Dojun could even process it, before the manager could even finish, Dojun cut him off sharply. Can't you see I'm having a meal with my family? His gaze was icy. If you have something to say, come back after I'm finished. Hun Juwon was left utterly speechless. She grit her teeth in frustration. I'm Hun Juwon. Don't you know who I am? But Dojun simply turned his back and continued eating. She had no choice but to agree, thinking to herself, who is this guy that he dares to ignore me like this? The scene shifts to the waiting area, where Hun Juwon sits patiently. Without a word, she drew the gazes of all the men around, who secretly glanced her way, their faces blushing. Even the women couldn't help but turn their heads. Whispers filled the air. Is that really Han Juan, the S-rank hero and global superstar? Han Juan? You're right. She definitely belongs on the list of the world's top 10 most beautiful heroes. The murmurs soon turned to questions. But who is she waiting for? Someone who can make Han Juan wait? Who could be that important? They had no idea she was lost in dark thoughts. Seo Dojun. 2 months ago, he entered a gate for the first time, and he came out alive. People suspected he had awakened then, but he was presumed dead in the recent Demon God Rift incident. But he's alive, and eating right in there. Han Juan recalled his severe gaze. Just one look, one word from him made me tense up. She couldn't help but tremble at the thought. But a newly awakened person reaching S rank in less than 2 months? Even the oil tycoon CM, who bought magic stones by the truckload, took 5 years to reach S rank after awakening. She swallowed hard. There's no way that guy is in S rank. He must have some kind of special ability. The sound of a table scraping the floor broke the silence. Dojun and his family of 3 emerged, looking satisfied after their meal. Undon exclaimed happily, "I'm so full." Just then, Han Juan stepped in front of them. But suddenly, another figure blocked their path. A flicker of caution appeared in Dojun's eyes. Kang Chiul sneered, "Well, what do we have here?" Seo Dojun. "So I wasn't imagining things. How the hell did you crawl out of that gate?" He roared. "I knew you were a cockroach." His fists clenched with raw power. "But I never thought you were an actual immortal bug." Han Juan watched, completely shocked. Kang Chiul is doing this in front of everyone? His entire body tensed, radiating a terrifying aura. The grandmother hugged Undong, trembling behind them. Dojun paid him no mind, turning away. He looked at Han Juan. "You said you needed to see me, right?" She was taken aback by his calmness. Kang Chiul glared at her. "Huh? Han Juan?" "What?" Dojun spoke with a steady voice. "I'll hear you out, just take care of my family for a moment." She asked, "What exactly do you need?" Dojun glanced behind him. "Just call a taxi and get them home safely." A look of panic flashed in Han Juan's eyes, as if she'd just witnessed the unbelievable. His face darkened, his eyes brimming with killing intent. "I have some debts to collect." Across from him, Kang Chiul let out a horrifying, amused laugh. At a different restaurant, Han Juan helped the family into a cab. She said gently, "Don't worry, please get in." Before the car left, she waved. "Goodbye to you too, little one." Han Juan smiled and said her farewells. As the car drove away, the scene returned to the restaurant. A full-blown brawl had broken out. Dojun stood fearlessly in the middle of it all. A thug he just struck was sent flying. The man screamed, "You son of a bitch." A waitress, seeing the tension, tried to intervene. "Hey customers, if you do this in here." She trailed off, frozen by the thug's knife-like glare. He snapped, slapping the waitress across the face. In that instant, Dojun stepped in to protect her, his voice a low warning. "Get out." The thug went ballistic, screaming, "You want to die? You really want to die, you bastard." Suddenly, Dojun moved. It was so fast the thug had no time to defend himself. A single punch from Dojun was enough to shut him up for good. However, this only made the man lose all control. He glared daggers at Dojun, who growled. Kang Chiul, his voice dropped. "You led me to that gate. You locked me in there to die, didn't you? We have a lot to talk about." Not only was Kang Chiul oblivious to his own weakness, he deliberately provoked him. "What is there to talk about with a bastard abandoned by his own father? Your stepmother told me to make sure you died in there." With lightning speed, Dojun pulled out his phone and hit record. He looked at Kang Chiul with pure contempt. "Say that again." Kang Chiul spat out a curse. He clenched his fists in fury, his voice a vicious snarl. "Say what?" "That your stepmother told me to let you die here, Seo Dojun." As he spoke, he lunged toward Dojun. A cold glint flashed in Dojun's eyes. He raised one hand and blocked the attack with unbelievable ease. The simple move was enough to send Kang Chiul stumbling backward. The man stared in disbelief. My punch was deflected. Dojun, however, had no intention of showing mercy. With a single push, he sent Kang Chiul flying across the room. Dojun seized the opening and charged forward, his sharp eyes locked on his target. The two turned the restaurant into a war zone. The waitress was pale with fear, unable to speak. "The police number." "What's the number for the police again?" As she fumbled with her phone, it was suddenly snatched from her hand. Han Juan smiled calmly. "Please, don't worry. I will handle this." The waitress, still shaking, could only reply, "Yes, thank you." John watched from the sidelines, her mind racing. Kang-gu was a B-rank hero, yet he was being completely dominated. She instinctively took a step forward. B rank wasn't enough to explain this. No, he had to be A rank, or even higher. But for an A rank to have such overwhelming power, was that even possible? As Dojun moved in for the final blow, John's voice cut through the air. and he froze mid-motion. She warned him that if he went any further, his life would be over. Dojun's eyes narrowed in deep thought. Finally, he released his grip on Kang Chu. John could only let out a sigh of exasperation. "Just how much do you even know about Kang Chu?" she demanded. Dojun simply tilted his head. "I think I know everything that matters." "And why is that so important?" John let out a heavy sigh. "It's beyond important. Because his cousin is the S-rank hero, Kang Yeon-pyo." Dojun's response was chillingly calm. "I know. So what?" The reply completely floored John. She silently reevaluated the man before her. He already knew. And yet he still had that completely unbothered attitude. This man was dangerously reckless. John tried to patiently explain. "The only reason that scum Kang Chil-yu gets away with everything is because Kang Yeon-pyo has his back. That's why what you just did was so unbelievably dangerous. I'm aware of the bad blood between you two, but thinking Kang Yeon-pyo will just let this slide is a fatal mistake." Seeing Dojun's indifferent expression, John faltered. "Kang Yeon-pyo, aren't you afraid of him?" "Ah, speaking of that," Dojun cut her off. "The fact that you know so much about me is starting to get on my nerves." His gaze turned cold and lifeless. An unnerving silence fell between them, making John feel a genuine chill of fear. Nearby, the waitress looked like she wanted the ground to swallow her whole. "You said you'd take care of this for me," she whimpered. The air was thick with tension. In that moment, Dojun had become truly terrifying. He stared at her with pure malice. But John refused to back down from his oppressive aura. She met his gaze head-on, her mind racing. John finally broke the silence. "My apologies for the sudden visit. My uncle asked me to handle something." She quickly changed the subject. "You came to Gangstone to sell magic stones, didn't you?" "Sell them to me." Dojun raised an eyebrow. "How many?" John's answer was firm. "All of them. Everything you have, I'll buy it." A flicker of surprise crossed his face. "That's a pretty large haul," she answered with a confident smirk. "An S-rank hero's fortune is far greater than you can imagine." Dojun considered her offer for a moment. "Everything has a price," he said, "but I have one condition." John hesitated. "A condition?" A sly grin spread across his face. "Oh, it's nothing difficult. In fact, it's something you can handle quite easily." Elsewhere, the sound of shattering glass echoed through a lavish room. "I was told he was gone for good." Heju seethed with frustration. That he entered a new fissure and wouldn't survive. Manager Lai stood nearby, bowing his head in submission. Manager Lai stammered, "My apologies." Even the Hero Association believed he was killed in action. Her voice dripped with fury. "Enough with the excuses. What are you going to do about it?" He quickly shifted gears. "Ah, well. There is another matter to report. Dojun has taken his revenge on Kang Chu-yu." Heju's eyes narrowed. "Kang Chu? What happened to that worthless trash?" Manager Lai continued his report. "Could it be that Dojun knows something?" A flicker of fear crossed her face. If her husband or father-in-law heard about this, it would become a massive problem. She could probably manage to smooth things over. But if this leaked to the press, the corporation's stock price would absolutely plummet. This must be stopped, whatever it takes. She issued a swift command. "Block all media coverage, gag the press." And that includes the Tay Group. W Group will pull their ads and cut all ties, and tell the police to keep their mouths shut. "Do it immediately." He moved quickly, returning moments later. "The police and the media have been silenced, ma'am." Heju let out a sigh of relief. "Woo, excellent work, Manager Lai." He leaned in and whispered, "But you know this isn't a permanent solution, don't you?" "Which brings me to my point. Kang Chu's cousin is Kang Yeon-pyo." She scoffed. "The Kang Yeon-pyo I know? Kang-gu has a reputation for being absolute garbage, even among other heroes. Everyone thinks Kang Yeon-pyo cherishes his cousin, but in reality, Kang Chul-yu is just the dog who does all his dirty work." Manager Lai explained, "If the police and the media get their hands on Kang Chu, it's not going to look good for Yeon-pyo either. So it seems they've already made their move." Heju made a decision. "First, we need to meet him face to face. Arrange it as soon as possible." "Yes, I understand," he replied. She then asked, "And Director Huang Chang-sik of HCS Capital, has he betrayed us?" Manager Lai confirmed, "Yes, the word is he's looking after Dojun's family." Heju's expression turned thunderous. "Get Prosecutor Park on the line. Now. He dared to abandon me for the other side. He will pay dearly for that betrayal." A total of 37 rift zones exist in South Korea. Of those, 5 have now stabilized into permanent gates. The remaining zones can only be entered by heroes officially scheduled through the Hero Association. The guard handed back her ID card. Identity confirmed. "Hero John. We wish you a safe expedition." With that, John's party moved swiftly inside. Dojun noted the single entrance. Even for a hero as famous as John, security was tight and her identity was checked thoroughly. Inju spoke with amusement. Well, John, for you to be the one suggesting a rift hunt, now that's a rare sight indeed. Jong In-ju was an A-rank hero from the Korean Hero Association and the master of the Flowered Brocade Guild. John answered evasively, I just had some free time. With nothing left to say, she turned her gaze to Dojun, who stood silently at the back of the group. She recalled his one condition, let him into the rift zone, and he'd sell her every magic stone he had at market price. His reason? Hunting in the rift simply pays more. Dooan thought to herself, risking his life in a place this dangerous just for money, this guy was far from ordinary. Still, Uncle's request aside, I need those hero-grade magic stones myself. Whatever, I'm fine with it. The group quietly pushed forward. Jinju pressed on. Seriously, who is that guy? Dooan replied, just an acquaintance. Jinju scoffed, an acquaintance? You really expect me to buy that? Is he a potential boyfriend? Dooan explained, it's not like that. I just owe him a small favor, and this is how I'm repaying him. Jinju was stunned. A favor? An S-rank hunter like you owes someone a favor? John hesitated. Well, it's a long story. Suddenly, something felt terribly wrong. Dojun's eyes darted around seriously as the group looked up in horror. A monster was diving straight for them from out of nowhere. It's a cockachus. Jinju yelled, quickly barking orders. Jinju and Dooan, defensive formation. Seo Yunho, aim for its legs. But in an instant, Dojun leaped into the air, flying directly at the beast. She screamed in shock as everyone watched, completely stunned. They couldn't possibly predict what he was doing. Dojun calmly focused his power. First one down, he said. The appearance of a cockachus right at the gate had caught them all by surprise. Jinju cried out, the first monster appears right as we enter the gate. As it began its attack run, he casually dropped his bag to the ground. Dooan turned and yelled the order again. Jinju and Dooan, hold the line. Target its legs. But Dojun shot forward in a blur, moving so fast that a whirlwind of air erupted behind him, kicking up a vortex of dust from the ground. He launched himself high into the sky, the force of his jump shattering the earth beneath him, sending rock and debris flying like a shockwave. His entire body shot upward, leaving a swirling crater behind. Dojun appeared directly in the cockachus's path. His eyes blazed with a fiery light as he channeled immense power into a single punch. Fiery energy completely engulfed Dojun's fist. He swung his arm toward the cockachus. Dojun's punch connected squarely with its face, sending the massive beast plummeting from the sky. It crashed to the earth with enough force to shatter the ground. He landed lightly, while Dooan stood behind him, utterly speechless. He knelt beside the cockachus to observe it, its face completely caved in from his blow. The monster lay motionless, its eyes white, clearly unconscious. She and her partner stood frozen, staring with absolute astonishment. He stammered from behind her. What was that? He took it out in a single hit. Dojun replied calmly, not yet. He raised his foot, gathering his strength. This, Dojun said, stomping down hard on the cockachus's head, is how you make sure it's dead for good. The brutal act left everyone with a look of shock and caution. Jinju turned to John. What is he? Dooan replied, he's just a very strong person. She grabbed Dooan, shaking her. Are you serious? He defeated a cockachus in a single blow. How many hunters can actually do that? Dooan adjusted the glasses on her head and answered, if it's just taking one down, I could do it, too. Why would you even say that? Jinju threw a mock punch at him to illustrate the scene. You saw it with your own eyes, don't try to downplay it. He was hit head-on in mid-air without even trying to dodge and went down in one strike, she continued. That bird is no ordinary monster. Dooan glanced to the side, her eyes filled with caution. She looked at him and thought, who is this man, really? Just then, Dojun was pulling a knife from his bag. Dooan announced, Chi, we're changing the plan. She unhooked her glasses and hung them on her collar, turning away. I'm going to the central zone for a bit. Her statement startled both of them. Dooan approached Dojun and said, hey. He was currently carving up the cockachus's corpse. He pulled a red gem from its body and replied, I have no intention of sharing with those who didn't contribute. His words left her speechless. Dooan snapped back in anger. I wasn't planning on asking for a share. Dojun stored the gem in his pack. She added, a man of your skill seems out of place here. Care to go deeper? He heard her and let out a small laugh, looking at Dooan with a face full of interest. Sounds like fun. He gripped his knife tightly, his eyes eager for another challenge. Hearing that, she turned to leave. I know this terrain well, so I'll lead. Keep up if you don't want to get lost. Dojun watched from below. As he stood and slung his pack over his shoulder, Dooan suddenly accelerated, unleashing a gust of wind that slammed into him. A storm of wind, dust, and leaves swirled toward him. Dojun watched her silently. He dropped into a crouch, one knee bent, a hand on the ground, a perfect runner's stance. In the next instant, Dojun also shot forward in a flash. The force of his takeoff was so powerful it tore the ground apart. Wind, earth, and debris blasted the party members behind them, forcing them to shield their faces. Jinju watched Dojun's fading silhouette and said, "If Duan is a bullet, then that man is light. Pure light." The man behind her whispered, "The guild." "Leader, aren't we going?" she asked. He replied, "You think you can keep up?" "Of course not," she admitted. Easier said than done. Indu sighed and said, "It's fine. We're just the background crew today. Let's just hunt around here like usual." The rest of the team agreed in unison. "Yes, sir." The group spread out, watching all directions. Left, right, and rear were covered. But she stood before the Kosa's corpse. Indu stared at it, a thought crossing his mind. An A-rank hero is already revered by all, but her face was He realized that in front of an S-rank, even an A-rank is utterly insignificant, and Duan was the same. Indu couldn't hide his apprehension when he thought about that man. Meanwhile, Duan was tearing forward at incredible speed. She glanced back while running, but saw no one behind her. Should I slow down a bit? She wondered. Suddenly, Dojun appeared right behind her. "Can't you go any faster?" he asked. The sudden voice made her jump out of her skin. With a startled yelp, Duan lost her footing and tumbled forward. He zipped past, giving her a puzzled look. She was in shock, her mind racing. "What? He caught up to me? But my speed is ranked second in all of Korea." Duan stood there, completely dumbfounded. As Dojun also stopped, he turned back and said, "You're slower than I expected. You run like you're daring anyone to catch you." Hearing that, her embarrassment instantly turned to rage. She stammered, shouting, "Who said anything about daring someone to catch me?" Duan bent over, hands on her knees and face flushed red. She glared at Dojun. "When have I ever acted like that?" He just stood there, one hand in his pocket, the other shielding his eyes as he casually scanned the surroundings. In the distance, a colossal mountain pierced the sky. Its peak was lost in a thin veil of clouds, its slopes rugged and its cliffs sheer. A dense forest, so thick that light could barely penetrate its canopy, surrounded the mountain's base. "Hey," Dojun said. She looked at him quizzically. "What's over there?" Duan followed his gaze to the mountain. "That place," she began to explain. "That is the lair of this fisher's most powerful monster." Dojun's interest was piqued. "The most powerful?" "Yes," Duan replied. "You've heard of the Caesarian, haven't you? It's a giant, 20-meter-long beast that looks like a flying lizard. Don't even think about fighting it. You need at least 3 S-rank heroes just to take one down." He heard her warning but kept his eyes on the mountain. "Is that the creature with the high-grade magic stone?" "That's the one," she confirmed. "It drops a high-grade mana crystal. Just 1 tier below the highest. But are you even listening to me?" Dojun started moving toward the mountain. Seeing this, Duan panicked. "You're not actually thinking of fighting it, are you? I didn't bring you here to do something so reckless." But before she could finish, he shot forward like a bullet. Duan could only stare, her jaw hanging open. "Holy crap, what does he think he's doing?" She frantically gave chase, screaming, "Stop right there." They moved at blinding speed, leaving a massive cloud of dust and leaves in their wake. Night began to fall, casting the mountain in an ominous, terrifying light. Duan's eyes widened in horror, as if she was witnessing something utterly unbelievable. She froze in her tracks, thinking, what on earth? A colossal dragon, slain and lifeless, lay right in front of her. Sword in hand, Duan stood paralyzed. What is happening right now? Behind her, Dojun was calmly pulling a knife from his inventory. She looked at him with astonished eyes. The Caesarian is incredibly strong. She remembered the legend of Park Hagen, an S-rank hero famous for hunting Caesarians. Even he, on his very first hunt, went with 30 A-rank heroes, and every single one of them died. Only Park Hagen himself barely managed to survive. After that defeat, Park Hagen gathered another S-rank hero and 200 A-rank heroes to launch a massive war of revenge. Everyone attacked with all their might, launching magical restraints at the Caesarian. The chains bound its legs and horns, enraging the beast. Once it was restrained, Hagen and his comrades charged in for the kill. The Caesarian thrashed wildly, roaring as it tried to break free. It struggled desperately, trying to slaughter the heroes swarming it, but the sheer number of hunters was too overwhelming. The Caesarian was finally subdued. In the end, Hagen succeeded in his hunt. Everyone cheered and celebrated their victory, but the cost was devastating. Most of the heroes who participated had perished. In fact, the aftermath was so catastrophic that Park Hagen's super guild, Sweet Life, took a full 3 years to recover its strength. While Duan was lost in these shocking memories, Dojun was already carving up the Caesarian's corpse. He glanced over at her with an icy expression. "You realize you contributed nothing, right?" Dojun stated coldly. His words snapped her out of it, sparking her anger. Yet she remained rooted to the spot, a single thought echoing in her mind. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that this man. Duan vividly recalled the moment Dojun fought the Cassarian. When she witnessed it, she was too stunned to even speak. He took down the infamous Cassarian with a single blow. Dojun held the monster's massive heart in his hand, observing it in absolute silence. He stored it in his inventory and turned to her. I don't need a guide anymore. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, he turned to leave. From now on, I'll act on my own. Wait, she called out. Aren't you going to take the Cassarian's byproducts? Besides magic stones, there are fangs, claws, and other materials valuable for research. Hearing this, Dojun's footsteps halted. He turned back with a slight smirk. Those don't make money. Hyun was left speechless by his blunt reply. Turning to leave again, Dojun gave a casual wave and said, It's more efficient to just hunt other monsters for their magic stones. Just take the byproducts. Consider it your guide fee. She watched him silently for a moment. Hyun replied, I don't need it. As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow, a group of figures stood deep in the forest, gathered around several large bags. The sacks of loot were piled together. Aina and two others stared in stunned silence, their faces etched with pure astonishment. One of them turned to Aina and said, That man. He borrowed 3 of our largest backpacks and came back with them overflowing with magic stones. Are you kidding me? He continued, This is the amount our entire guild would need at least 20 hours to hunt for, right? Looking at this haul, it's more like 3 whole days of nonstop hunting. He sighed deeply. Just who in the world is that guy? Nearby, Dojun leaned against a large boulder, watching them in silence. Aina thought to herself, his speed and the sheer volume of his haul, they're on another level. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she thought, but if what Hyun said is true, he took down the Cassarian all by himself, without any special equipment at all. That fact alone would make him the strongest hero in Korea. No, maybe even the strongest in the entire world. A sound made her turn. Dojun was approaching, another massive sack slung over his shoulder. He casually dropped it to the ground with a heavy thud. As Dojun calmly opened the new bag, she and the other hunter whispered, Whoa, he brought back another full load. Even if we told anyone about today, they wouldn't believe us, would they? They'd just call us crazy. From a distance, Hyam called out, Let me be clear. Don't say a word about this to anyone. Not that they believe you anyway. They just looked at each other and forced a smile. Yeah, you're probably right. Hyun walked over to Dojun. What are they talking about? Ina and the others were too far away to hear anything. Her teammate asked, They're totally getting to know each other, right? Like, dating? Another replied, Looks that way. We should have known when Hyun brought a strange man along. It takes a man of his caliber to not be overshadowed by her. Huh. Someone else chimed in, and they look good together. 2. A real power couple, right at a glance. But then, a thought struck Ina. Wait a second. Calling it dating feels a little strange. She watched them, thinking, That man treats Hyun so casually. I can't believe anyone would act that way around her. Just then, Dojun tossed a bag right into Hyun's hands, leaving Ina completely stunned. After handing over the bag, he simply turned and walked away, leaving everyone staring after him in confusion. One of the hunters shouted, What the heck? He's just leaving? Without even a goodbye. Hyun didn't know how to respond and just mumbled, yeah. Ina approached Hyun. What about all these backpacks? Did he just leave them? Hyun explained, I told him that if word got out about him defeating the Cassarian, he'd become famous instantly. He said fame is a hassle, and told me to take care of all this. Hearing that, Ina's face twisted in confusion. What a weirdo. Hyun remained silent, but a faint blush colored her cheeks as she thought, he really is a strange man. The scene shifts. An aerial view reveals orderly rows of apartment buildings. Sunlight streams into the BH training center. Inside, the thunderous sound of powerful, continuous strikes echoes as someone pummels a heavy bag. He throws one vicious punch after another, his face a mask of pure killing intent. The whites of his eyes are visible, and veins bulge on his cheeks. The relentless assault finally tears the heavy bag open, the sound ripping through the empty room. His eyes burn with an uncontrollable rage. This wasn't mere annoyance. It was a volcano of hatred about to erupt. After destroying the bag, his expression grows even more monstrous, veins popping across his face as he snarls. Damn it, Parian looked pathetic. This man is Hajin, an S-rank hero from the Korean Hero Association and the Guild Master of Sweet Life. Behind Hajin stands a man in a crisp suit, his right hand behind his back, a white towel draped over his left arm. Seeing his master's state, he gives a slight bow, a pleasant smile on his face. Please, calm yourself, sir. Master. As the old proverb says, the longer a frog crouches, the farther it leaps. He holds out the towel to Hajin. The more you endure hardships like these, the higher your reputation will soar. Hajin grabs the towel to wipe his face, not even looking at him. Is that so? That's the only way to teach those who look down on me a proper lesson. The man clasps his hands behind his back and bows again. Indeed, sir. By accumulating power bit by bit, you will build a solid foundation for an explosive debut, he adds. And when that day comes, everyone will kneel before you. Master. Hearing this, Hajin's expression softens slightly, though sweat still drips from his face after the intense workout. The assistant watches Hajin, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Besides, when it comes to strategies for dealing with the Cassarian, who else knows as much as you do? The guild master, is it? He chuckled, handing him a water bottle. Soon, you'll go down in history as the hero who took down Cassarian with the smallest team on record. The Hero Association might even grant you exclusive rights to hunt Cassarian from now on. Heian took the bottle and smirked. That's right, he let out a laugh. Because no one knows that beast better than I do. His subordinate stood beside him, holding a towel at the ready. On a shelf sat a chrysanthemum and a photo of the guild in its glory days, filled with members. Heian sighed. But compared to 3 years ago, our ranks have thinned out so much. He grinned. Still, at the end of the day, I'm the only one who can reliably kill that winged monster, aren't I? His subordinate's face lit up with excitement. Of course, sir. Who else but the guild master could possibly accomplish such a feat? Their booming laughter echoed far outside the training room, as a detailed report about a man named Dojun landed on another desk. Yang Pio picked up the file, his eyes scanning the page. So this is the one they call Dojun? He's an S-rank hero affiliated with the Korean Hero Association and the cousin of Kang Cheon-woo, his subordinate reported. Yes, a few months ago, hero Kang Cheon-woo tried to eliminate him by trapping him inside a gate. Yang Pio raised an eyebrow. He didn't die, he awakened in there instead. The man hesitated for a second. Yes, that is correct. A cold glare from Yang Pio told him to continue. The client is Hong Hee-ju, the executive director of T Group. She is also the second daughter of the W Group conglomerate. Yang Pio scoffed, a true silver spoon princess. Why would she get involved with trash like this? Yang Pio added, I heard Sejun is the chairman's illegitimate son, taken in at age 7. But Hong Hee-ju gave birth to her own son 5 years ago, so he was kicked out. He let out a cruel laugh. Doesn't matter if they share the same blood, these Chibo families are all rotten to the core. Yang Pio stood up. So, how much did Cheon-woo get paid? His subordinate replied, 3 billion won. Yang Pio sneered, is that all? He picked up a golf club. I also heard that Cheon-woo is a complete wreck now. Is that true? Yes, sir. He was apparently beaten, but he also suffered severe burns all over his body. He's blind, and is barely clinging to life. Yang Pio lined up his shot, a smirk on his face. What a vicious bastard. He continued his game. The ball rolled slowly across the pristine green grass, before dropping perfectly into the cup. A sinister grin spread across his face as he licked his lips, thinking, if it were me, I would have chopped him into pieces and crushed his skull to dust. Just as Yang Pio was about to take another swing, his subordinate spoke up. Sir, at the scene. The ball was already rolling as he swung. The man continued his report. There's a rumor that Hun Ju-jeon helped Seo-jun. The ball slowed to a stop, just shy of the hole. This time, the ball missed. Pure rage flashed across Yang Pio's face as he stormed over. Why would Hun Ju-jeon do that? Why in the hell would she help a nobody like him? What is their relationship? The subordinate flinched, startled by Yang Pio's sudden, aggressive barrage of questions. He stammered in fear. That is. Thanks to Han Ju-jeon's testimony to the police, the incident was quietly closed. Yang Pio grabbed the man by his collar, yanking him forward and roaring. Investigate their relationship. Find out what it is, now. If there's no personal connection, then there must have been a deal. Find out what it was. Yang Pio's face was a mask of fury, causing his subordinate to break out in a cold sweat. The man scrambled away hastily, shouting, Yes, sir. I'll find out right away. Yang Pio stood in silence, his eyes burning with an explosive anger. He slowly bent the steel golf club in his hands until it warped. Chech. He threw the ruined club to the ground, he thought. Sooner or later, Han Hee-ju will come crawling to me to finish the job that useless Cheon-woo failed to do. A shadow crossed Yang Pio's face as he contemplated something truly terrifying. Well, he said, that's just fine. That sinister grin returned once more. As a Chibol's wife, I'm sure she has more than enough money to spare. Night had fallen completely. The white streetlights cast long streaks of light through the deep shadows. The small residential area was submerged in silence. In the glow of a streetlight, Dojun walked with his hands in his pockets, deep in thought. He thought to himself, just as I expected. Hunting in the rifts is far more effective than clearing gates. Dojun continued to ponder as he walked. Does this mean I'll have to rely on Hunju Joan's help from now on? He recalled their conversation. If you sell those Cassarian magic stones, she'd said, who do you think will get the credit? Will they even acknowledge your power? The press will hound you day and night, so for now, it's best to just keep them. She closed her eyes. Of course, if your goal is fame, I won't stop you. So what will you do? After hearing her out, Dojun had simply handed Hunju Jun the entire bag. Snapping out of his memory, he smiled faintly. I'll have to find another way to access the rift zone. Dojun headed for the safe house. First, I'll get some rest at the new place Huang Changxia prepared for me. He opened the door, but his face immediately darkened. Whose shoes are these? He thought. The entryway was filled with unfamiliar men's shoes. Dojun stepped inside, and as he opened the living room door, he heard a voice call out, brother. He saw his grandmother and younger sister sitting on the sofa. Across from them sat a strange, young man with blonde hair. Standing behind him were several other men in stern, black suits. The blonde-haired man simply stared at him in silence. Dojun said nothing, his face a complete blank. Seeing him, she ran over, throwing her arms around him and calling out, brother? Brother. Dojun's gaze shifted to the men as he demanded, who are you? The man in the lead replied, Mr. Dojun, I am Prosecutor Park Xianyang from the Sun District Prosecutor's Office. You know Huang Jiangseo, don't you? His expression was cold and terrifying. Dojun immediately stepped in front of the girl, letting her hide behind him, clutching his arm. He remained silent, observing them with sharp vigilance. Xianyang continued, we are placing you under emergency arrest for your participation in the illegal loan sharking operations of HCS Capital's director, Huang Jiang. The scene shifts to the police headquarters where Dojun was taken. Inside a room, he was handcuffed to a chair, waiting for interrogation. At that moment, Dojun sensed something was off. Down the hall, a man was talking on the phone. Yes. Director Lee, don't worry. Both Huang Jiangseo and Seojun are being very cooperative. Qianyang strode into the room with a confident smirk. Thank you for your concern regarding my daughter's study abroad program. Please send my sincerest regards to Director Hong. The reason I became a prosecutor was to wipe trash like you from society. He slammed a stack of documents onto the table. His voice was a low growl. So what the hell have you been doing all this time? Just the charges in here alone are enough to let you rot in a prison cell for 10 years. Qianyang shoved a document in Dojun's face, sneering, we already have all the evidence of your crimes, thanks to Huang Jiangseo. Hearing this, Dojun's eyes turned sharp as daggers. Enraged, Qianyang screamed, look at this bastard. Do you think I'm just making this up? Dojun suddenly spoke, his voice calm, Hong Huiju. That's the old hag's name, isn't it? The prosecutor flinched, feigning ignorance. Who? Hong Huiju. I have no idea who that is. Dojun thought to himself. It seems Huang Jiangseo's side has been completely crushed. I came along quietly because I didn't want to make a scene, but if this is how things are going to be. Enraged, Qianyang lunged toward Dojun. I don't know where you heard that name, you little punk, but do you really think a prosecutor of the Republic of Korea is some kind of pushover? Your life is over, you fool. Dojun met his gaze, his eyes overflowing with killing intent. The prosecutor felt it instantly, breaking out in a cold sweat. Qianyang stumbled backward, stammering in fear. You. He gritted his teeth in fury. This guy. Qianyang raised his hand to strike Dojun. You son of a bitch. Suddenly, he froze, sensing someone approaching. A man appeared with investigation results. Prosecutor Park, could you please step outside for a moment? Out in the hallway, Qianyang exclaimed in disbelief. What? It's broken? His subordinate replied, No, sir. I double-checked to be sure, but there's nothing wrong with the machine. The prosecutor was filled with doubt. The awakened detector claimed he was a civilian. Does that even make sense? That guy is Seojun. The assistant shook his head. I don't know either, sir. Perhaps the information about his awakening was wrong. Qianyang fell into deep thought. But this intel came from T Group. There's no way it's a mistake. He even knows Hong Huiju's name. Who in the world is he? Back inside the room, Dojun let out a soft sigh. Now I understand why they call Korean prosecutors the hunting dogs of the establishment. Maybe I should just destroy everything. I could just take Grandma and Uni somewhere far away. Suddenly, the door opened. Juwon walked in, surprised. What are you doing here? Dojun sighed warily. Honestly, I don't even know what I'm doing here myself. She spoke quickly. Please, don't do anything reckless. I know you're confused right now, but if you use your power, the consequences could be catastrophic. He asked quietly, Are you going to help me? Ju-on crossed her arms, looking away. It's not exactly about helping. I just happen to know you've done nothing wrong. If I didn't know, it would be a different story. But once you know an innocent person is being framed, you have a duty to correct that mistake. Dojun offered a faint smile. I see. She continued, the Awaken Association is launching an investigation. They're tracking irregular Awaken licenses and the new Fisher in the UK. He cut her off, stopping her in her tracks. What about my family? She replied, flustered. What do you think I am, your personal secretary? Why would I have to worry about your family? Dojun just stared at her with an unwavering gaze. Seeing his eyes, she gave in. They're safe, so don't worry. With that, she turned to leave. He smiled slightly. Thank you. I'll repay this debt. Ju-on glanced back, a hint of a blush on her cheeks. Anyway, just try to endure it a little longer. I'll resolve this as quickly as I can. The method Ju-on chose wasn't to directly prove Dojun's innocence. Instead, she exposed the bribery and illegal demands of prosecutor Park Cheon-yum. This led to his immediate dismissal, and a fair investigation confirmed that Dojun had no connection to the case whatsoever. Although, he couldn't completely avoid punishment for possessing an illegal Awakened license. Thanks to Ju-on's passionate defense, even that issue ended with a suspended sentence. A news report came on the car radio. Currently in the United Kingdom, a never-before-seen type of monster has appeared and is attacking civilians. This mantis-shaped monster stands 1.5 meters tall, has 4 eyes, and possesses an incredibly high jumping ability. It's a Makazian, Dojun stated simply. Ju-on's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How do you know that? This was a new monster species. That name should only be known by the association. A monster's name isn't just chosen at random. Magic stones contain condensed energy along with unique information. By analyzing them, you can learn a monster's name and all its data. In this world, that process is handled by the power of science. But in the world that was destroyed, it was done with the power of magic. In other words, as long as the same types of monsters continued to appear in both worlds, Dojun already knew most of their names. He answered her plainly. A Makazian can be easily destroyed with red flower ant extract. Ju-on was shocked. Red flower ants? Dojun explained, it's harmless to humans, but it's an incredibly potent paralytic toxin. If we spray it, the creature will be completely immobilized, just like that one. She chewed her lip, lost in thought. Ju-on's voice grew tense. Dojun, who in the world are you? He remained perfectly calm, offering no reply. The car continued to speed down the highway. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she asked again, are you even listening to me? Dojun's voice suddenly turned ice cold. What if I decided to kill you right now? At that same moment, Hee-ju was seething with rage. She gnashed her teeth, biting down on her fingertip in fury. Manager Lee stood beside her, drenched in a cold sweat. That is the current situation, he reported. Hee-ju muttered relentlessly, Heo Ju-on. Why does it have to be Heo Ju-on? Manager Lee replied nervously, we aren't quite sure. What kind of relationship does she have with Dojun, and how could they possibly know that name? The woman was spiraling into utter confusion. That Heo Ju-on woman? What in the hell is going on? Hee-ju shot up from her chair, screaming, and what was that you said about Dojun not being a hero? You told me he already awakened. Her balding manager scratched his head and answered, the fact that they know about this. It seems he truly has awakened. Perhaps he has some kind of ability that can fool the hero detector, but that is only speculation. Hearing this, her eyes blazed with even greater fury. Hee-ju pointed a finger and shouted, contact Kang Young-pyo. 20 billion. No, I'll pay 30 billion. Tell him to get to work right now. Young-pyo just gave a cold smirk. I won't lift a finger for a measly 30 billion. Double it. His assistant standing next to him asked, isn't doubling it a bit much? The man held up a single finger. You don't understand. From Hong Hee-ju's perspective, I am her only option. Besides, once the job is done, 60 billion will be pocket change to her. And now Heo Ju-on is involved. If we have to face an S rank, I deserve at least that much. His assistant replied anxiously, Heo Ju-on. She is certainly a dangerous opponent. Suddenly, Yang-pyo slammed his foot onto the table. The explosive sound terrified the assistant into silence. Yang-pyo leaned in, his voice dripping with menace. This fool doesn't get it at all. You think all S ranks are the same? I could crush someone like Heo Ju-on in 20 minutes. The assistant's face turned pale. Yes, sir. The man let out a sinister laugh and asked, has the association responded yet? His assistant hesitated. They said they cannot increase the pay. Due to the local conditions in England, the association has publicly stated they are carefully selecting which heroes to dispatch. Yang-pyo turned away and cursed. Damn it. They're just putting on a show so no one complains that the pay is too low. Those bastards at the association are the real gangsters. When do we leave? His assistant quickly answered, the flight is in 3 days, sir. They've scheduled a joint transfer with the Japanese heroes. Yang Pyo looked intrigued. Oh, Japan, is it? I was planning on meeting Taki anyway. Yang Pyo stood before the large window, deep in thought. Makazian. A new monster with no known weakness. So if I'm the one to find its weak point, my value will skyrocket. The scene shifts to the city of Cambridge, in the United Kingdom. Monsters rampage everywhere, hunting down citizens through the streets. With attacks coming from all sides, people fought back with everything they had. England's team of heroes stepped onto the battlefield. A Makazian opened its terrifying maw and raised its claws. It dove toward the ground with incredible speed. The three heroes below scattered instantly, dodging the assault. The team immediately launched their counterattack. They surrounded the Makazian, striking it from every angle. Powerful explosions rocked its body, followed by a clean slash across its neck. The Makazian instantly disintegrated into a pile of ash. Its massive body collapsed to the ground. The three heroes approached to inspect the remains. They were completely exhausted from the fight when suddenly, one of them sensed a new presence. Another Makazian had appeared. Its claws slashed down, and the hero cried out in terror. Where the man once stood, only a splatter of England's heroes were giving their all to stop the monster's southward advance. But without any intel on their enemy, they were utterly powerless. And as the Cambridge defense line finally crumbled, the capital, London, was now less than 60 kilometers away, and swarming with giant Makazians. Suddenly, they caught a strange scent in the air. Their bodies trembled, their eyes slammed shut, and they collapsed to the ground, paralyzed. One after another, the surrounding monsters all fell. High above, a helicopter flew into view. On board, everyone was in absolute shock. Oh my god, it's really true. Miss Yeo Juwon was right, the red flower ant extract actually works. That Makazian didn't even stand a chance. She's incredible. Yang Pyo glanced over, thinking to himself, there's no way a woman like her possesses that kind of knowledge. What's all this commotion? A grin spread across John's face. All right, time to finish them off. Following her lead, they dove into the chaos, a whirlwind of blades. The next morning, their flight landed at Hansale International, greeted by a massive swarm of reporters. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Whoa, look at all these reporters." Just what you'd expect for Hun-Jan, right? She was definitely the MVP of the England mission. A nearby official agreed. She found the Makazian's weakness and became a true hero. She saved Great Britain from the brink of despair. Of course, she's a hero. There are even reports the British royal family will grant Hun-Jan a knighthood. A reporter's eyes lit up. There she is. The doors slid open, revealing John's long, slender legs. She walked out, pulling her luggage, with Kang Yan Pyo right beside her. The moment they saw John, the reporters swarmed her with questions. Miss Hun-Jan, please look this way. How did you discover the Makazian's weakness? Mr. Kang Yan Pyo, a word please. We heard you took down the most Mayons on this expedition. A journalist reported live from the scene. The 200-member delegate, including the hero Hun-Jan, has returned home today. As everyone knows, the heroic efforts of our Korean heroes saved the United Kingdom. The key to hunting the Makazian was spraying red fire ant extract into the air. Amidst the bustling city below, Dojun froze, his eyes locked on the news broadcast. A deep hood concealed his face, hiding him in plain sight. On screen, Kang Yan Pyo was in the middle of an interview. Dojun's gaze turned to ice. Kang Yan Pyo. Inside a busy cafe, with people constantly moving in and out, John placed 3 bags on the table. This is for you. Dojun looked a little surprised. Presents, she explained. This one is for Undong and your grandmother. And this one's for you, Dojun. As he began to open it, John frowned. Wait until you get home. You don't have to open it here. Peeking inside at a very formal-looking shirt, Dojun asked, "This looks expensive, doesn't it?" She replied calmly, "Think of it as a thank you for your help. Because of you, I was able to become a hero. Compared to the help I received, this is just a small gift. If you need one, I can even buy you a car." He wrapped it back up and said, "I'll let you know when I need one. Besides, I got some help out of it, too." John's expression suddenly turned serious. "You won't answer if I ask how you knew the Makazian's weakness, will you?" Dojun replied coldly. "Is there any reason I have to?" Hearing his response, she sighed in disappointment. Dojun then asked her, "So what's your next move?" She thought to herself, "I didn't expect an answer like for world peace from this man anyway. But if he's planning to target Hong Hyu or Kang Yan Pyo, I have to stop him." Dojun spoke quietly. "First, I need to buy a house." John's mouth fell open in shock. "You mean you've been renting this whole time?" The scene changes to a lavish outdoor party. Beautiful women are enjoying themselves at a poolside. In a corner, Kang Yan Pyo has a girl on each arm, but his expression is dark with thought. Something's different about Hun-Jan now. To suddenly know the Makazian's weakness, and the way she kept it a secret. It's just too strange. He recalled their conversation, his suspicion growing. Forget the Mayons for a second. What's the deal with Sojun? John had calmly asked back. What do you mean? The man's tone was accusing. I heard you took care of a prosecutor to save him. You were also with him when he turned Cheon-gu into a madman. She removed the towel from her eyes, her voice turning cold. Cheon-gu was the one who started it. Plotting a contract killing inside a gate is attempted murder, plain and simple. That day, Cheon-gu provoked the fight first. Kang Yeon-pyo let out a cold laugh. That idiot Cheon-gu dying over a few bucks is his own damn fault. But he was still my cousin, which means I have every reason to get my revenge on Seo-jun. John's eyes became incredibly cold, but he met her gaze with his own icy stare. Then, John suddenly sounded weary. Do whatever you want. I'm not going to get involved. Kang Yeon-pyo was taken aback. Oh? So your relationship wasn't anything special after all? She continued. In any case, there's no need for me to interfere. He was a bit confused by her words. No need to interfere. For her to say that herself. That Seo-jun kid must be hiding something. The scene shifts to England. Long Sutton. The Strawberry, an area recently devastated by a monster wave. The British Hero Association is sending teams into the gate to collect as many magic stones as possible. Before the second wave hits, several hero teams have already been dispatched. A guard spoke up. Such a shame. If we just had some of that red fire ant liquid, even D-rank hunters like us could take down a Macation. The man next to him replied, You're right. If we could have stopped the last wave, this place would have become a gold mine for magic stones. Once a monster wave occurs, the gate can no longer be closed. I heard it won't be Macations next time, but a different kind of monster. The fact that we don't know what's coming out makes it even scarier. I heard an entire country was wiped out because of something like this. His partner suddenly tensed up, noticing something. What is it? You see something? The first soldier said. No, it just feels like someone is walking out. His partner was skeptical. Didn't the attack squad just go in? It's only been 5 hours. Come on, stay sharp. We have to guard this place carefully. Civilians will definitely try to sneak in for the magic stones. Suddenly, the gate began to tremble violently. The two men stared in absolute horror. From the gate's shimmering depths, a terrifying figure emerged. His eyes blazed with light, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust. The two guards panicked instantly. That's no hero. Not with that outfit, those scars. Quick, report to HQ now. The mysterious man raised his hands, creating a blinding ring of light. Instantly, the two guards were yanked into the air. He strode past them without a second glance. What the hell is this? One of the guards drew 3 knives. You bastard. He hurled them with all his might, but they were effortlessly deflected by the glowing rings surrounding the intruder. A disappointed sigh escaped the man's lips. Pathetic. He simply clenched his fist, and the two guards were crushed in midair. The intruder raised a hand swirling with sinister energy. His nail grazed the air itself, causing space to fracture before him. A digital display materialized, showing a mere 19.26%. A look of pure disappointment crossed his face. 10 years have passed in this world, and I haven't even reached 20%. Is this a failure? To fully open the spatial rift, I'll need to raise the mana concentration first. The dying guard choked out a final question. Who are you? The man only offered a chilling smile, and the guard's body disintegrated into nothing. First, I must exterminate these weak insects. Meanwhile, nestled in a vast forest, lies a modern complex in Paju, South Korea. A young man approached with a casual stride. His name is Dojun, and he walks with his eyes closed, sensing everything around him. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He glanced to the side, surprised, as a strange gust of wind swept past him. In an instant, a grotesque monster materialized, radiating danger. It was followed by countless more, which began to swarm and circle him, but Dojun remained completely unfazed. He reached out a hand, sensing their presence. 26 of them, within a 100-meter radius. Dojun's eyes held a defiant glint. Let's see how many of you can survive this. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from his palm. He slammed it directly into the pit below. For a moment, there was only silence, but it was the deafening calm before a raging storm. Then, a chain reaction of explosions ignited from within. A split second later, the ground itself erupted in a devastating blast. Even Dojun looked a bit surprised, watching silently as monster parts rained from the sky. Then, a satisfied smirk spread across his face. The scene shifts to a towering skyscraper. Inside a lavish office, an old man calmly asks, All right, tell me about him. The man beside him chose his words carefully. He is an extremely difficult young man to handle. He then continued his report. We have confirmed directly from him that he considers himself a hero. The man in the glasses is Min Hong Dai, vice director of the Korean Hero Association. The chairman, Tae Hoang, questioned him. But didn't you say he was unmeasurable by our equipment? Hong Di quickly explained. We received no explanation for that phenomenon. The chairman simply listened, murmuring a quiet, I see. Suddenly, another old man slammed his fist down. What an arrogant little punk. When questioned by the Hero Association, he should answer properly. This hot-headed man is Sung Chun, the vice president of the association. Chairman Tae Hoang cut him off. Is there anything else? Did you learn anything more? The man hesitated for a moment. It's not much, but it began with his malicious plan. The hero, Choi Dojun, awakened after a near-death experience inside a gate. He took revenge on the Jew Guild and even single-handedly cleared the new rift in Mappo. His methods may be extreme, but his actions confirm one undeniable fact. His power is absolutely overwhelming. Tae Hoang understood immediately. So, he's a wild stallion, difficult to tame, but a true champion nonetheless. Is that it? Hong Dai continued, and he requested an official hero certification, saying he has a sponsor and wishes to bypass the usual procedures. The chairman was surprised. A sponsor from the association? Hong Di revealed a shocking truth, an S-rank hero. He mentioned the name John. The blunt statement made both old men's eyes widen in shock. Dojun's imposing figure flashed through their minds. Elsewhere, Dojun stared at the new ID card in his hand, a surprised thought crossing his mind. South Korea's 8th S-rank hero. Huh? With this, I can hunt in the rift zones as much as I want. Not bad at all. Back at the association, Chairman Tae Hong let out a hearty laugh. After a moment, he spoke with admiration. He went straight to the Paju rift the moment he was certified. Yes, he's truly an extraordinary kid. Hongdi agreed. Indeed. His initiative is on another level. But Sung Chun just exploded in anger. What kind of lunatic goes into a Tier 2 rift alone? With no guild backing, no partners, is he insane? The other two men just stared at him in silence. Realizing he crossed a line, he softened his tone, but quickly pressed his point. Chairman, if this Dojun makes it back alive, we should announce it to the world. Promote him as South Korea's 8th S-rank hero. Hong Dai cut in. Vice President, what if he doesn't want that? We should ask him first. So, in these uncertain times, the news of another S-rank hero emerging would give the public immense peace of mind. Isn't that right, Chairman? Chairman Tae Hoang finally spoke, his voice calm. I understand both of your positions, the man declared with absolute certainty. I will meet him myself. Meanwhile, Dojun was still locked in a fierce battle against a horde of monsters. The creatures pursued him relentlessly. With a wary gaze, Dojun thrust out a hand, which was immediately engulfed in blazing power. A searing arc of flame coursed through each monster's body. His technique complete, he landed coolly on the ground. The heavy thud of falling beasts echoed behind Dojun. He strode proudly over their corpses, admiring his handiwork. Dojun slowly retracted his power, letting out a sharp breath. He glanced up, calculating the cost. A significant drain on his mana. I need to get some new weapons. At the Gan Hero Complex, inside a standalone workshop, a young man with his hair tied back was scrolling on his phone. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed, and a voice called from inside. Please state the name on the reservation. The young man dropped a bag on the counter, stating, I want a weapon made from this. Minho casually dismissed him. Reservations only. Find another shop. Annoyed, Dojun shot back. I heard every place is booked solid. Are you the one who's been answering the phone? The guy looked up, mumbling under his breath. Damn it. I already told you. We're full. We don't have time for this, so go somewhere else. Any of the blacksmiths in this area are skilled. The moment he finished speaking, Dojun grabbed him, causing Minho to cry out in panic. He struggled, snapping irritably. Are you insane? What the hell are you doing? Dojun asked coldly. Are you the owner here? The man stammered in fear. I'm the owner's son. Dojun's gaze was menacing. Get your father out here, now. I came all this way because I heard this place was the best. Minho stomped back inside resentfully and shouted, Dad, some guy is here to see you. The sound of steady footsteps approached. An old man appeared, asking curiously, And who recommended you to my shop? This was Cheon Wan, a master weaponsmith for heroes. Dojun replied flatly, Dojun. Cheon Wan and his son stared, their eyes wide with shock. The old man confirmed slowly, Did you say? Dojun sent you? Without answering, he simply presented a strangely shaped object. Seeing the item, Cheon Wan was even more astonished. He picked it up, examining it with care. His son leaned in, asking, Dad, what is that? Cheon Wan explained calmly, the fang of a giant black one. It's been a long time since I've laid eyes on one of these. Dojun stated his request, Forge me a sword from it. Something serviceable. Make it as long as possible. The smith repeated, surprised, long. Cheon Wan advised gently, You don't understand. With non-metallic materials like this, stretching it will only compromise its durability. I will craft 2 medium-sized blades instead. Dojun mocked him directly. Are you saying you don't have the skill for it? Forge it into a single blade. I need the length. Also, maximize its mana absorption to the highest possible level. Minho exploded with anger. How dare you imply my father can't do it? Do you know who he is? Even his standard weapons always come out with a mana absorption rate of level 3 or higher. Hearing this, Dojun's expression darkened. He swiftly grabbed a nearby sword, inspecting it with a critical eye. This looks more like a level 5, at best. As he spoke, he gripped the sword tightly, and a brilliant light flared from the blade. In the next instant, a sight left the father and son utterly speechless. The sword in Dojun's hand began to fracture. Almost immediately, it shattered into countless pieces that rained to the floor. The two men stood frozen in disbelief. Dojun continued to taunt them. If you're just going to make garbage like this, you might as well retire. The words struck a nerve, and Qian-Wan's face went dark. He didn't answer, seething with silent fury. Meanwhile, at a quiet pond, a monster suddenly emerged from the murky depths. Its jaws were lined with dangerously sharp teeth. The creature's massive eyes slowly blinked open, a spark of fire glowing within its gaze. It leaped to its feet, carefully surveying its surroundings. The beast let out a ferocious roar that shook the entire region. Dojun appeared nearby, grumbling, still so noisy. With an annoyed flick of his wrist, he launched a bolt of fire. Instantly, a massive foot slammed down right next to him. The monster glared down in fury, but before it could act, Dojun was already airborne. He unleashed his power, sending a torrent of flames down upon the beast. The monster shrieked in absolute agony. A moment later, its rage intensified as it tore a tree from the ground. The beast hurled the makeshift weapon straight at Dojun. Luckily, he dodged it and surged forward. The monster froze, stunned by this unfavorable turn of events. Finally, Dojun unleashed a massive blast of power that incinerated the area. But shockingly, something stirred within the smoldering remains. A one-eyed monster was still standing, staring intently ahead. Unfazed, Dojun pressed his assault. Once more, he summoned fiery energy into his palm and blasted it forward toward the creature. The one-eyed monster let out a final, agonizing cry. He followed up with a furious series of strikes, successfully severing its head. The monster's head. Its massive body collapsed, crashing to the ground. Dojun sighed, exhausted. Woo! Maintaining a mana sword for that long really takes it out of you. He quickly set his backpack down, pulling out a small flask. Dojun couldn't help but marvel at its contents. Well, it was worth it to hunt down that Cyclops. Night had already fallen by the time he returned to the father-son workshop. Dojun placed a vial filled with a crimson liquid on the table. Minho stammered, his eyes wide. What is this? Dojun explained nonchalantly. Give this to your father. It will easily fuse the black wolf's fangs back together. The boy looked at him, confused, and cried out, but what even is this stuff? When Dojun didn't answer, he raised his voice. Hey, you can't just leave without explaining anything. Dojun remained silent, thinking to himself. He had gathered the basic materials, but to truly maximize mana absorption, he still needed that. And on Earth, there was only one place to find it. The scene shifts to a bustling, modern building. A phone rings, displaying Dojun's name. Joan answers with a questioning, hello? Her eyes suddenly fly open as she confirms. Brazil? The scene changes again, this time to a crowded public swimming pool. Joan and Inju are relaxing on lounge chairs. Joan started the conversation. So the association finally decided to dispatch heroes to Brazil? Her friend replied coolly, yep. It seems the Brazilian government and the association finally gave in. I heard they're planning a large-scale closure of the Fisher Zones. The monsters in Brazil are especially vicious, but they drop high-grade mana stones. Plus, the association's reward is massive. That's why our faction agreed to go. And she continued to chatter on. You mean that 8th S-rank hero everyone's been whispering about lately, right? Joan quickly replied, I wouldn't know. The two continue their discussion. What do you mean, you wouldn't know? There's a rumor going around that you two are secretly involved. Joan blushed furiously. What? What are you talking about? Inju immediately threw her arms around Joan, teasing, oh my god, you're so adorable. I saw you two hunting a kokan all by yourselves. Red-faced, Joan stammered. That was, well. Finally, she gave in with a sigh of defeat. All right, fine. I'll go, okay, I'll go. Her friend cheered enthusiastically. Thank you. Joan hesitated for a moment. But whether or not he's coming, I really don't know. Back at Qian-Wan's shop, the old man gasped in amazement. How in the world did he know about this? He held the two fangs, marveling. How could a non-metal material be fused so perfectly, as if it were melted down and reformed? Who would have thought Cyclops' blood could be used this way? Dojun gave the master craftsman a moment to assess the item. A moment later, Cheon Wan made an offer. I'll start on your order now, and I'll try to make it as long as possible. I can probably get it to 180 centimeters. Dojun specified his request. I need a two-handed greatsword, but craft the hilt so it can be wielded with one hand. A weight of around 5 kilograms would be perfect. The old man looked at him with an uneasy expression. Huh, he's suddenly so polite. I thought he was just some arrogant punk, but it seems he knows basic etiquette, or perhaps it just shows how much he cherishes his weapon. After a moment of thought, he spoke with renewed excitement. 5 kilograms is incredibly heavy to swing with one hand, you know, especially more than once or twice. Dojun brushed off the concern. Just make it happen. It's fine. How long will it take to complete? Cheon Wan replied, at least 1 month. I can get the mana absorption rate up to level 7. Dojun didn't reply immediately, his mind racing. Level 7. At that level, could it withstand his full power? Dojun's eyes narrowed as he muttered, as I thought. I still need that. With that, he gave one final instruction before leaving. For now, just forge the blade's shape. We'll handle the mana absorption process after I bring you the other material. The old man watched him go, a thought crossing his mind. Don't tell me he's actually going to get that material. Dojun's solitary figure then disappeared into the night. A few days later, the camera pans over a modern city. The air is clean, and brilliant light shines on a road sign. A luxury car slowly rolls down the street. Dojun approaches the car and speaks politely to the person inside. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. Joan's soft voice replied, It's nothing. Did you think I was that cheap? You only asked me for something worth 100 million. He smiled, satisfied. This is more than enough. Seeing that rare smile, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. After a moment, Joan finally asked, So what happened with the Hero Association? Dojun answered casually. They said they were going to make my identity public, so I demanded compensation. She asked, confused, compensation? But Chairman Tae Hwang is a man who values honor. He got into the car, explaining slowly. It seems so. The negotiations failed. Joan's voice was filled with concern. Can't you just try to live peacefully for once? You should consider my position as your sponsor. I'd really appreciate it. Dojun didn't rush to answer. He settled into the driver's seat first, and she sat down beside him, clearly annoyed. Dojun's tone became serious. Right now, the association is probably swamped with preparations for the Brazil Fisher dispatch. Talk to the chairman again when things have calmed down. Dojun repeated in surprise, Brazil? She calmly confirmed, yes, Brazil. I heard they're going to completely seal off a portion of the Fisher zone. He leaned in, his voice low. Are you going too? As he leaned closer, she shyly pulled back, avoiding his gaze. Where are you going? She asked hesitantly. He immediately answered, I'll go with you. She froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as a deep blush colored her face. At that exact moment, in a completely different place, someone was paralyzed by absolute terror. An accusatory shout echoed through the room. What? More money. Jeon Pyo narrowed his eyes, issuing a warning. This is no time to be pinching pennies. Director Hong? The yelling continued, unabated. You've already taken 30 billion, and now you're demanding more? Heju asked, her voice dripping with frustration. When exactly do you plan on doing your job? Trusting an outsider was a huge mistake. Tisk, the man across from her replied with chilling indifference. Humph, who in their right mind would take that job? His words only fueled her rage, making her scream louder. This city is crawling with scumbags who kill for cash. Jeon Pyo's mocking tone was relentless. It seems your information gathering skills are seriously lacking. Here, let me give you some intel for free. He smirked, delivering the blow. That guy, Dojun, he's an S-class. An S-class. The 8th S-class hero in all of Korea. Heju's voice cracked with disbelief, cutting him off. That useless piece of trash is an S-class? What kind of lies are you spewing now? John Pyo feigned surprise. Huh? You don't believe me? I paid good money for this information. My God, if you don't believe it, just wait until he's dead. As he turned to leave, her voice, now soft and trembling, called out. Wait, please wait. Shaking, Heju forced herself to confirm the truth. Dojun is really an S-class. If he's an S-class, then I can't possibly handle him myself. I'll pay you more. Just make sure you take care of it for me. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Not just money. It would be even better if you became a long-term business partner. She agreed without a moment's hesitation. Whatever it takes, you must kill Dojun. With that, John Pyo raised his phone. Heju's anxious eyes were glued to his every move, but John Pyo just calmly scrolled through his screen. He slowly announced, It seems the heavens are smiling on you, Director Hom. Her eyes widened in worry. What do you mean by that? Junpyo declared with absolute arrogance. It looks like the perfect opportunity to kill Dojun is about to present itself. The scene then shifted to a plane soaring through the sky. News outlets exploded with headlines about the Brazil expedition, the largest ever deployment of S-class heroes overseas in history. Junpyo and Yoon are participating, too. 5 S-class heroes in the Brazil expedition. Inside the plane, Yoon sat with a grim, silent expression. People devoured the news, their comments flooding the internet. The Brazil expedition is amazing. With 5 S-class heroes, this will be over in a flash, so patriotic. Suho is on this mission, too. The praise for the heroes was endless. Sunwoo. I heard Sunwoo is also going to Brazil. That's the guy who single-handedly carried P Group to the top of the financial world. He can smell money like a demon. Is Brazil paying that well? Nearby, Hain trained in silence, his powerful aura radiating like a god's. The image immediately captivated viewers. Hain is definitely just in it for the money. His group, Real F.L.O.P., must be totally broke. The viewer turned to a pensive Yoon as comments continued to pour in. Yoon is going too. He's become a true national hero. He should be resting. You idiot. You have to ride the wave when it's high. Doyoon is so sexy. Junpyo appeared on screen, a thoughtful look on his face. The comment section buzzed with new energy. If even Junpyo is going, then Brazil must be paying an insane amount of money. I heard a rumor that any mana stones recovered during this mission will be given directly to the heroes, completely tax-free. Is that rumor true? Finding just one mid-grade mana stone would be life-changing. The man scanned the cabin, his gaze finally locking onto a young man eating noodles. Beside him, Dojun was calmly slurping down instant ramen. The online chatter immediately shifted with curiosity. Who's this Dojun guy? He's a rookie. This Brazil mission must be his debut. He looks so young. They probably sent him along to get some experience. I'm curious about his real strength, but if he's an S-class, he must be able to pull his own weight. As the plane entered Brazilian airspace, the mood turned deadly serious. Every hero stared intently out the windows. Yoon waited in silence. Junpyo did the same. Even Dojun had stopped eating, because the plane was about to land in Brazil. In a bustling operations room at the Hunter Association in the modern city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, an officer delivered a report. The Korean Expeditionary Force has just arrived at the airport. A man seated in the center of the room cheered. Oh, that's excellent news. Of all the countries we requested aid from, they arrived the fastest. Another member noted. Some of their heroes didn't even go to their lodgings, heading straight into action.
That's the land of P-Pali for you. But I'm worried the Korean heroes might discover that thing.
The other man pondered for a moment before deciding, there are no secrets that last forever. Regardless, we must maintain tight control until this expedition is over. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Afterwards, the leader let out a heavy sigh, his mind lost in worried thoughts. Brazil's national treasure, the hero Morris, has already fallen. He was killed by an unidentified creature. It wasn't a monster. The being that emerged from the black box was clearly human in shape. What in the world is happening near the Santorum Rift? Elsewhere, the official briefing was still underway. But Yoon was distracted, typing a message. Where are you? The meeting has already started. Dojun replied instantly. On a plane. She looked up, surprised. A plane? But we just landed together. He messaged back. Had to transfer. My destination is far. Doyoon was confused. What destination? The final message appeared on her screen. Santorum. She wondered to herself. Santorum, you're going to the most dangerous rift zone, all by yourself. On stage, the speaker continued his announcement. After a 2-day acclimation period on site, all personnel will be deployed sequentially into the rift area. Checking out. At the luxurious Bomb Hotel, Diane was getting into a taxi. Just as she was about to leave, a hand shot out, stopping her cold. It was Junpyo. Where do you think you're going? The official schedule hasn't even started. Diane's face was like ice. I have somewhere I need to be. He pressed her. And where is that? Losing her patience, Diane snapped back. Santorum. A second later, she slammed the door shut and the taxi sped off. Junpyo stood frozen, his mind racing. Santorum. The very place the Brazilian Association warned everyone to stay away from. At that moment, near the Santorum fissure, Dojun was already leading the group forward. Diane couldn't hold back any longer. We've come this far, so tell me why we're in such a rush. He answered nonchalantly. I already waited for you. I'm not the one who was late. She shot back, exasperated. No, but if you had given me some warning, you wouldn't have had to wait. Seeing Dojun let out a sigh, Diane relented. Fine, whatever. Just tell me, what is your objective here? Dojun's expression turned serious. Blue Croco. She looked confused. That's it? Just for that? He shot back, "Do I need another reason?" Diane bristled with anger. "Dojun, are you aware that I am 3 years older than you?" But his reply was cold. "So what?" She raised her voice, trying to lecture him. "It's not a so what issue. You should be respectful to your elders. But I've been speaking to you formally this whole time," Dojun replied calmly. "Just speak comfortably. If you want to make me uncomfortable, then keep using formal language." His words left her speechless. "No, that's not." The team members behind them thought nervously. "Oh man, he's totally running circles around Diane." After walking a bit further, a young hunter spoke up. "Is it really okay to just charge straight into a fissure like this?" His teammate shrugged. "We've got the hero DN with us. What's there to worry about?" The first hunter lowered his voice, still anxious. "I know how strong she is, but the one leading us is a rookie." Hearing that, Nam Chun burst out laughing. "A rookie? Sure, but there are levels to being a rookie. And when it comes to Dojun, he's probably the greatest rookie of all time." The other two asked doubtfully, "Is he really all that?" Up ahead, Diane was still interrogating Dojun. "Seriously, what do you plan to do here?" Dojun's answer was vague. "What needs to be done?" A worried thought crossed her mind. "Don't tell me you plan on destroying this entire fissure." Dojun stopped and clarified. "I came all this way for an ingredient. Why would I destroy the area? I plan to harvest as much as I can first." Diane wondered to herself. An ingredient? Suddenly, a set of razor-sharp claws shot out from the shadows ahead. A team member instantly activated a defensive shield, blocking the monster's path. Nam Chun roared, "Snap out of it." Defensive formation. Now, he stared in horror at the creature. It was even more terrifying than in the photos. Its body radiated an aura of pure, deadly intent. The hunters stammered in panic. "Wait, isn't this a bit too dangerous?" From behind them, a voice shouted out, "Get out of the way." A blade sang as it left its sheath. Dojun moved decisively to the front of the group, remembering Cheon-won's words. "If you want to get a blue Croco's heart, you can't do it with your bare hands. I'll lend you my prized sword. Use this to get your ingredient." Dojun lowered his stance, and in the next instant, he shot forward like an arrow. He unleashed a decisive slash at the monster, sending blood flying. One moment, the beast was whole. The next, a deep gash ran across its body. The creature was helpless against Dojun's relentless assault. Nam Chun was ecstatic. "I knew it. This is the real deal." Meanwhile, the others were completely stunned. What in the world? They watched in awe as the monster fell. "He's ridiculously strong." The team pushed on until nightfall, forced to make camp in the forest. A few of the hunters started talking. "Did you see that earlier? Dojun took down a blue croco in a single blow. I lost count of how many he's killed by himself since then. He's an absolute monster." Nam Chun whispered, "Keep this under wraps, okay? But that's just how he operates." A teammate gasped in shock. "He even took down that avian beast. He's definitely not your average hero." Over a crackling campfire, several chunks of meat were roasting. Diane walked over and asked, "Are all the blue croco hearts processed?" Dojun calmly pointed behind him. "See for yourself," Diane wondered. "What on earth does he need all those hearts for?" A moment later, a new curiosity struck her. "Hey, what kind of meat is that on the grill?" "It doesn't look like beef," he replied casually. "Blue croco meat. It's actually pretty good. Want some?" Diane covered her mouth in disgust. "We packed plenty of rations. Why would we eat that?" Dojun just picked up a piece and took a bite. "If you don't want any, don't have any." He chewed with obvious enjoyment. Inju watched, her face pale, and stammered, Is that really edible? We have so much other food, so why?" To her surprise, Diane also reached for a piece, prompting Inju to stop her. "Diane, you're not actually going to eat that, are you?" She hesitated, then replied. "Well," he said it was edible. And with that, she brought the meat to her lips. Diane took a bite without further delay. She covered her mouth, shocked. "This is actually delicious." "Of course it is." Everyone around them started to take notice. Inju leaned in close to Dojun's ear and whispered, "What's your secret? Your secret for making Diane fall for you?" "She's never dated, but she's not the type to fall for a guy so easily. Come on. What dating trick did you use to make her eat monster meat?" Dojun paused, thinking back. "Dating? Huh? Was it back during my time at the Imperial Academy? I wasn't even 20 years old then." He was lost in memories of Lady Macgrin from the Gren County. Then, in his mid-20s, there was Lady Wenda of the Leslie family and the Hidden Sanctuary, her last moments in this dying world. But that thought was shattered by Inju's sudden scream. "Are you even listening to me? What's your secret?" Dojun finally turned to look at her. He declared with total confidence, "Honey doesn't seek out the bee." Hearing his answer, Inju froze on the spot. A moment later, she was screaming internally. My God, that is the cheesiest line I have ever heard in my life. Beside them, Joan suddenly broke into a coughing fit. Meanwhile, in the bustling city of Sao Paulo, a subordinate delivered his report. That's everything, sir. John Pill muttered under his breath. I just don't get it. The campaign hasn't even officially started, so why are they moving so hastily? Is there something to gain out there? And to top it off, Dojun, Inju, and even Ryuhua Guillaume are all with him. He turned back to his assistant. Are there any money-making monsters on that mountain? Not that I'm aware of. The man quickly replied, honestly, even asking our contacts in Brazil yields nothing more than that place is extremely dangerous. Hearing this, the man grumbled. Everything related to that Dojun kid is completely unpredictable. Seriously. Suddenly, his phone began to ring. Joan Pill answered the call. Ah, Director Hong, what can I do for you? The voice on the other end demanded. Is that Dojun brat still alive? When are you going to get the job done? He immediately tried to calm her down. Why are you in such a rush? Did something happen? Heju hastily explained. The chairman must have seen the news about Dojun being in S rank. He's ordering us to bring him back home. John Pill kept his mocking tone. So the chairman of T Group finally made his move. Is that why you're so anxious? The director on the other end roared in frustration. This is no time for jokes. What are you going to do? Facing the map, he began to calculate seriously. I've finally found a worthy partner. How can I make sure she's not disappointed? Dojun is never coming back from Brazil. The voice on the other end praised him with satisfaction. Now that's an answer I like. He quickly cut her off. If you get it, then hang up. Director Heju. Jean Pill turned his head and gave an order to contact the Takashi group. The man responded with a loud, clear, yes, sir. He then circled Santarum in red. Dojun walked right into a secluded area all by himself. This just made my job a whole lot easier. Elsewhere, Dojun's team was still on the move. Joan, ever curious, asked again, are you really heading toward the jungle? I heard there's a dangerous monster there. Dojun's interest was piqued. What kind of monster? She replied with a serious tone. A lynx. But contrary to her expectations, he didn't seem surprised at all. So that thing is here too? Joan was stunned. You know about the lynx? Dojun nodded. Of course, I do. Without another word, he continued walking. Trailing behind him, she sighed in resignation. I knew this would happen. Joan shouted after him. I'm not going to stop you, but at least wear this. He looked at the object, confused. What is it? Joan patiently explained. They're earplugs. If you get charmed by the lynx's roar, your mind will be paralyzed. You said you knew about it, right? But Dojun flatly refused. I don't need them. She warned him anxiously. You can't underestimate the lynx. The Brazil Hero Association gave a special warning about being careful around it. Yet, Dojun didn't even bother to look back. In the end, the team walked until night fell. Along the way, Joan kept nagging him to be careful. High above, a beast was hiding in the shadows. Its glowing red eyes stared down, radiating pure danger. The entire team froze in terror, paralyzed with fear and caution. Inju yelled out frantically, It's the lynx. Everyone, cover your ears. Only Dojun remained calm, making no move as he silently observed the beast before him. From its perch, the lynx began emitting a series of disturbing sounds. The rest of the team panicked, covering their ears and trying to keep their composure. Joan looked up in astonishment. Why? Why aren't you covering your ears? Dojun simply bent down and picked up a rock. He focused his energy into the stone, and in the next instant, hurled it forward. The stone flew with incredible force toward the beast above. Joan and Inju could only watch, their eyes wide with disbelief. Struck by the stone, the enraged lynx turned and fled. Dojun immediately drew his sword and gave chase. Inju exclaimed in shock. What did he just do? The lynx's scream. It stopped. The two women quickly caught up to Dojun. Before them stood an entire pack of the beasts. They glared at the humans with predatory eyes. Their gazes glowed with a furious light. Both women instantly went on guard. But Joan suddenly noticed something was wrong. A piercing pain rang through her mind, but a hand swiftly moved to cover her eyes. Dojun explained calmly. It's not the scream. The lynx's eyes are what paralyze your mind. He tightened his grip on his sword. Keep them closed for a moment. With those words, Dojun stepped forward. He could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Is this its limit? Dojun swung his sword in a perfect arc. Vandal sword style, first form, Milagros charge. A miracle born from a single point. He unleashed his power with immense force, creating a blazing red orb of fire. The beasts watched uneasily as the fireball gathered energy, growing larger by the second. A team member cried out in awe, what in the world is that technique? It looks incredibly dangerous. Murderous intent flared in Dojun's eyes as his sword unleashed a raging river of flames, forming a brilliant sphere of energy that lit up the dark night. The unsuspecting links that touched it were instantly seared by the terrifying heat. It incinerated all of them, leaving no chance for escape. The light from the flames was so intense, the two women behind him had to retreat. When it seemed like it was all over, Joan stared with wide, astonished eyes. Where the beasts had been, nothing but ash remained. Only a wasteland of scorched earth remained. The Lins were burned to a crisp, the foul stench of their charred bodies filling the air. Everyone was shocked into silence. Ron muttered in disbelief, "No way." Amidst the ashes, a single, weakened monster struggled to its feet. Dojun walked towards it calmly, closing the distance. Its eyes flared with defiance for a moment, but in the next instant, he cut it down with one clean strike. The Lins's head flew through the air. Dojun stared it down with a mocking gaze. What a worthless creature. "I'll be taking these eyes. They might come in handy." With Dojun in the lead, his team now ventured into a massive forest. The others followed him with absolute trust. It was clear this man was not only incredibly strong, but also a responsible leader. And as they walked, the people in the back couldn't help but whisper in awe. That was insane. Is he even human? I can't believe it. That was terrifying. That's a level of power no human should possess. He might even be stronger than Sabrian Alphonse C. I'd say he's on par with Ken Lear. Ken Lear, the world's strongest hero? That's impossible. Their conversation died down as they stepped deeper into the perilous woods. Creatures called Andits emerged from the swamp below, sensing their approach. The team scoffed. Looks like these things can't read the room. Well, it's not like Andits have brains. Just then, the monsters charged forward, their massive jaws gaping wide for the kill. Dojun instantly met them head-on, delivering a bone-shattering blow that warped its face. The punch was so powerful it sent the Andet's head flying clean off its shoulders. But Dojun remained completely unfazed, his eyes as cold as ice. In the next moment, his entire figure blurred. Moving like the Flash, Dojun unleashed a flurry of attacks on the remaining creatures. One by one, they met the same gruesome fate as the first. Without a hint of mercy, he even stomped on their twitching bodies. His team watched, completely stunned, as the howls of other monsters echoed through the forest, reacting to Dojun's overwhelming power. Dojun was basically carrying the entire team. He was like a human reaping machine, leaving only destruction in his wake. After a while, John's curiosity got the better of her, and she approached him to ask about his swordsmanship. She wondered, "Where did you learn to fight like that?" Dojun replied, "The red dot that makes a clicking sound." He looked at her, sensing her curiosity. After a moment of thought, Dojun offered, "Why? You want to learn?" Her eyes instantly lit up as she asked, "Can I really learn it?" Dojun thought to himself, in a peaceful world like this, what use would she have for it? He then said aloud, "Even if you learned it, when would you ever use it?" Hearing this, John completely misunderstood his intentions and fumed silently. "How condescending can you be? I'm an S-rank hero, too." She retorted, "I could at least use it once before I die. Or are you just making excuses because you don't want to teach me?" Dojun shot her a dead serious glare, but John was still fuming, staring back at him defiantly. Seeing his cold, emotionless expression, she crossed her arms and turned away. "Fine. I see how little I mean to you." Watching from behind, Inju could only sigh at the bickering lovebirds. She finally stepped in, cutting through the romantic tension. "All right, everyone, let's head through the rift." The team responded in unison, "Yes." With that, they approached the rift to travel to the next area. Inju turned her head, taking one last look at their surroundings. "Thanks to Dojun, we had 0 casualties. The next time we come here, we can clear this area even faster." With that thought, Inju turned and stepped into the rift. Just as she passed through, a loud voice boomed out, "I'm going to kill you." Inju immediately recognized the language as Japanese. The voice sounded absolutely furious. "You dare get in our way?" It sounded familiar, so Inju rushed forward to see what was happening. Her two teammates were standing face to face with Ryoma Takashi, the S-rank hero from the Yakuza and the Guild Master of Empire. He threatened them, "I finally get a chance to have some fun with the Boxing King, and you dare to interfere? Get lost before I smash your face in." But Dojun didn't show a single hint of fear. What an annoying group. Hearing him reply, John asked in surprise, "You can speak Japanese?" Dojun replied, "A little." The truth was, Dojun was actually Japanese. Ryoma's killing intent flared. "What are you muttering about? You damn dogs." Seeing him about to explode, Dojun's teammates quickly stepped in before things could go too far. "How dare you disrespect our guild master? Get on your knees and apologize. Do you even know who this is?" This is before he could finish. Dojun cut him off. "I don't need to know. Get lost." Ryoma seemed unfazed. The two men stood off against each other, a suffocating killing intent radiating from them both. Inju watched quietly from the back. Empire was the 5th-ranked guild in Japan. They were infamous for being an unruly mob of thugs with Yakuza origins. No matter how strong Dojun was, This was a fight best avoided. Thinking fast, she stepped forward to mediate. Everyone, let's just calm down. But Ryoma shot back. This is no place for a woman to interfere. That single comment struck a nerve with Inju. A woman? As the situation worsened, others started shouting, "What are you monkeys babbling about? You dare insult our guild master, you brain-dead idiots." Inju turned back and commanded, "Everyone, silence." She managed to rein in her anger. Calmly, she introduced herself. "I am Inju, from the Carnation Guild. It would be better for everyone if we can settle this peacefully here." Ryoma couldn't care less. "Never heard of your guild." He continued with a demeaning sneer. "What? You meet a man? Don't even. Don't worry, you're next." Ryoma sneered, yanking Junyon toward him. But Dojun stepped in, pulling her away from his grasp. Ryoma met him with a sharp slap to the face. "Get lost," he spat. The thug arrogantly declared, "I've got something special for all of you. I'm gonna kill you anyway, so just behave for a little bit." But Dojun had reached his limit. After tolerating this trash for so long, he wasn't backing down another inch. "Fine by me," Dojun thought. A single, powerful blow sent Ryoma flying backward. The Yakuza thugs were stunned, watching their leader get knocked to the ground. Dojun's voice cut through the silence. "All of you, stay back." He struck first, so this is just self-defense. "This is a one-on-one duel. I don't need any of you minions getting in the way." Ryoma, scrambling to his feet, roared, "Everyone, stand down." He tore off his jacket, revealing a physique coiled with muscle and an overwhelming killing aura. June prayed silently, but not for Dojun. She prayed for Ryoma. "Please, just leave half of them alive." RJ, Daigo, and Sigurd could only watch, frozen in shock. Nearby, John and Inju watched in stunned silence. They saw Dojun move like a blur, charging straight for Takashi. The man was already on the ground, but Dojun brought his foot down, stomping on his head without a shred of mercy. The pain was so intense, Takashi couldn't even scream. Dojun followed up with a vicious kick to the gut, launching the man backward with terrifying force. Stunned, Takashi shielded his face, his mind reeling. He couldn't believe it. Was this guy really that powerful? Who was this monster? This was nothing like the intel he'd been given. He looked up and met Dojun's gaze, a pair of eyes devoid of all warmth. There was only an icy void staring back at him. As Takashi looked into those eyes, his own pupils dilated with pure terror. The thug cursed under his breath. Damn it. He couldn't stay here a second longer. Takashi turned and ran for his life. But in a flash, Dojun appeared right in front of him, blocking any chance of escape. He stared the man down and growled, "Who sent you to start trouble with me?" Takashi could only stammer, unable to form a single word. Dojun continued, "I already have a pretty good idea who it was." Then, he slowly raised a hand toward Takashi's head. The man panicked, pleading, "Please, spare me. Forgive me." Dojun didn't even blink, cutting him off. "You want my forgiveness? Never." With one hand, he delivered a crushing blow to the man's temple. Dojun showed no mercy, finishing him right then and there. Overwhelmed by pain, Takashi could do nothing but take the punishment. Everyone watching was frozen, a mixture of shock and fear on their faces. When the brutal assault was over, Dojun simply tossed Takashi to the ground. He glanced down at the broken man while casually rolling his shoulder. A stunned Inju whispered to John, "I knew something like this was going to happen, but I never thought he'd be taken out in a single blow." Just then, Dojun stepped forward again, stomping on Takashi's head over and over. Inju grabbed John's hand, her voice filled with panic. "He's going to kill him. You have to stop him." Hearing her plea, John rushed forward, shouting, "Dojun, that's enough. Stop. You're going to kill him." It was like Dojun had lost all reason. "I am taking responsibility for my actions," he said coldly. Without another word, John ran and grabbed Dojun's arm, pulling him away. As she did, she scolded him. "What kind of responsibility is this? If you want to be responsible, you don't cause problems like this." "I've met scum like this 1,000 times, Dojun growled. "It's better to just get rid of them." Inju rushed over, grabbing his other arm. She leaned in close and whispered, "Dojun, you don't need to let trash like this get to you. Please, stop." John added, "Look at them. They're already terrified." She then turned to Takashi's crew and yelled a warning. "If you don't want to end up like him, you'll answer straight, and you'll never mess with us again." Renji, Daigo, and Sigurd immediately dropped to their knees, begging, "Yes, sir." Dojun looked down on them, a cold smirk on his face. "Is kneeling all you can do? Now, start slamming your heads on the ground." Not daring to disobey, Renji, Daigo, and Sigurd began smashing their foreheads into the pavement. "Yes, sir," they cried in unison. Then, as if remembering something, he added, "When Yakuza mess up, they cut off a finger, don't they?" A new wave of terror washed over the thugs. They slammed their heads even harder against the ground. "Please, spare us." Dojun continued, say it. I'm sorry for being a worthless piece of trash. And then, I'll let this go. All the arrogance from before had vanished. Saiger's voice trembled as he forced out the words, I'm sorry for being a worthless piece of trash. Inju and the others could barely stifle their laughter. Meanwhile, Takashi lay on the ground, his life fading away with every shallow breath. With his last bit of strength, Takashi managed to utter a single word, trash. Hearing the sound, Dojun, Inju, and John all turned back to look. Dojun just glanced at him and sighed. Brazil. Sao Paulo? The scene shifts to an office where a man named Enoch holds a thick file. He was studying its contents intently. Standing before his desk were John and Inju. Enoch looked them over before sinking deep into thought.
So, they expect us to believe this story? S-rank hero, Takashi. Beaten so badly, he's beyond recovery.
And his opponent was a single person. If only Takashi had been injured, it might be believable. But to inflict this level of damage, that's not simple at all. I was still holding out hope that Korea and Japan would cooperate to handle that rift in the mountains. But now, all of that is up in smoke. Enoch paused for a moment before continuing. According to the official report, the Brazil Association had no involvement in this incident. This matter will be handled by the Korean and Japanese Hero Associations. You two will receive their final decision directly. Inju's reply was quiet. Yes, sir. He pressed on. So, have you reached the fissure near the mountain? Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Yoon paused, thinking it over. Out of the ordinary? But Inju quickly interjected. No, nothing strange at all. Understood. Inju glanced back at the documents. Oh, that's right. Dojun's name appears most frequently in this report. So why isn't he here? Inju hesitated, unsure how to begin. About that. Yoon spoke up first. He mentioned he had to take care of a few things and left. The man raised an eyebrow. A few things? The scene shifts to a hospital. Terrified screams echoed through the sterile halls. They belonged to a man named Takashi. His entire body, including his face, was a mummy of bandages. He could only let out muffled groans. Standing beside his bed was Dojun. In his hand was a bouquet of flowers, a gesture for a sick patient. But Dojun's face was a mask of pure killing intent. He glared down at Takashi, his voice a low growl. Stay still. I came all this way just to see you. He then revealed a small, golden orb, with a single, crimson eye. Dojun held it close to Takashi's visible eye. Now, tell me everything you know about this. The orb seemed to be some kind of hypnosis tool. From his hospital bed, Takashi began to speak. Because of this, a lowly person like myself has troubled the members of the Korean Guild. Hearing this, Dojun's expression remained unchanged. He simply turned and walked out of the room. Behind him, Takashi was still deep in a trance. He began to mutter, Die, Yakuza. Die, Yakuza. Just die already. News of the clash between the Korean and Japanese heroes was spreading like wildfire. Takashi had been utterly defeated by Dojun. The incident had been officially confirmed. The public was fiercely debating whether to support Dojun, arguing that violence only breeds more violence and hatred. An exclusive headline read, Will the mysterious hero Dojun break his silence? Meanwhile, in his office, Junkie was sipping a cup of tea. He spoke to Hong Ki. Domestically, information about Dojun is popping up everywhere. Hong Ki looked back at him and replied, It's truly a remarkable phenomenon. I see his name on the news every single day. But is it true that the Japanese Hero Association has halted its investigation? Junkie glanced at his tablet. Takashi's side has officially admitted to it. Hong Ki couldn't wrap his head around it. That's hard to believe. He's always been the type to stir up trouble at every opportunity. Junkie looked up from the screen. Are you suggesting the Japanese have something they can't make public? What could it possibly be? Hong Ki wondered. Junkie took a sip of tea, answering slowly. I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that from now on, Dojun will be a key player who will shake the entire global hero stage. The scene changes to the luxurious D1 hotel. There was just one day left until the fissure sealing operation in Brazil was set to begin. Heroes from every nation had arrived early to acclimate themselves. They were meeting and strategizing with heroes from other countries. They discussed joint combat plans and specific strategies. The night before the battle, a morale-boosting banquet was held, and the center of attention was, without a doubt, Dojun. In one corner of the party, Dojun was laughing and chatting animatedly with a group of people. Nearby, Inju covered her mouth and whispered, I heard the rumor that Dojun defeated Takashi has already gone global. Everyone who approaches me only wants to talk about that. And yet, he doesn't show a hint of arrogance. He's on a completely different level. Compared to someone like him, you and I are just ordinary people, aren't we? After rambling on, she turned to Gina, only to see her completely unresponsive. Inju thought to herself, She isn't listening to a word I'm saying. What are you staring at with that dazed look on your face? Inju followed Gina's gaze. It was fixed on Dojun. He was standing there, politely entertaining guests. Beside him, a stunning woman had struck up a very close conversation. Gloria Tyler, America's S-rank hero. And #1 in the world, hero beauty poll. Annoyed, Inju turned back and lightly smacked Gina's arm. She stood up and exclaimed, "This is so frustrating. What are we still sitting here for? Get up." Yoon was taken aback by her sudden outburst. Huh? I didn't even do anything. Just then, something caught Dojun's attention. Gina was shyly making her way towards him. Her cheeks were flushed red with embarrassment. She couldn't even bring herself to look him in the eye. Seeing her like this, a smile unconsciously spread across his face. When Gloria Tyler noticed Gina's arrival, her expression shifted as if she'd realized something. She turned to leave, not forgetting to say her goodbyes. "It was a pleasure meeting you. Farewell, Castle." After Gloria left, Gina asked Dojun, "Who's Castle?" He calmly took a sip of his wine. "That would be me." She tilted her head. "You have an English name, too." Dojun explained softly. "It's a name I used even before I was called Dojun." Hearing this, Yoon's mind began to race. Could he have lived abroad before? My previous background check didn't show anything like that. Why didn't he tell me about that name? From the shadows, a figure was watching Gina and Dojun's conversation. Yippio's face was grim. That bastard Takashi. Couldn't even handle a piece of trash like him. It looks like I'll have to deal with this myself. Gina's voice then caught Pio's attention. "But you have to be really careful, Dojun." He scanned Gina from head to toe. She was completely focused on warning Dojun. "I know you're strong, but your opponent isn't. He doesn't always play by the rules. Takashi has his own crew. And among them, one name stands out. Is that so? But we should at least know who we're dealing with." Down's flat voice cut through the air. "Probably just another coward with no real power, all for show. Just like Takashi, right? Don't worry. They're not worth our time. Not even a single thought." Yang Pio overheard every word, sending a chill down his spine. Slowly, he glanced over, his eyes burning with a cold, furious rage. Down had gotten what he wanted. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk, the man's fists clenched, veins bulging on his hands. "You bastard. I'll kill you with my own 2 hands." Night had fallen completely. Inu stood, gazing up at something, lost in thought. "I've never seen anything like this before." "The rift area near Santarem," she asked. "Is the entrance to the rift always this dark, this murky?" John took the lead. "What's the problem, sis? We've got 2 S-rank heroes here, don't we? So what's there to worry about? Let's just seal it and get this over with." Indu let out a breath. "Yeah, he's right. Nothing to be concerned about." She turned to face the team and shouted, "Everyone, move in." In unison, they roared back their assent. Under the cover of darkness, they filed one by one into the rift. John glanced at Down, who was standing perfectly still, a troubled look on his face. She broke the silence. "What's wrong?" Down turned to Indu. "Can't you feel it?" She tilted her head in confusion. "Feel what?" She then looked to Inu beside her. "Don't you sense something unusual?" Indu scanned the area, completely baffled. "What are you talking about?" Beads of sweat formed on Down's brow. His sharp, cold gaze fixed ahead as he said, "The mana concentration. It's rising rapidly." Down's team stood guard, observing their surroundings. A light breeze rustled the trees. A phone screen displayed the reading, 23.61%. Someone was watching them from the trees. "It'll reach 30% soon. Those damned, cursed insects. If only they'd all just die from this. It would be perfect." Deeper inside the rift, the team was already feeling the strain. "My body. It's so heavy, so painful. It's suffocating. I can barely breathe." Down's brow furrowed. The mana here was completely abnormal, even denser than in the forest. John watched Down with a worried expression. This is the first time I've ever seen him this serious. Suddenly, something caught both her and Down's attention. Something is here. From the enveloping darkness, a voice rang out, calming the team. "Everyone, stay calm." Indu addressed the group. "This could just be a characteristic of this particular fissure. Our bodies feel heavier than usual, so don't let your guard down for a second. John, you protect the formation. You too, Down." She crossed her arms. "All right," she continued. "We just need to find the reason for this change in mana density." Down spoke up. "Understood." Inu reiterated their priority. "The mission is to close the fissure. Everyone, stay alert and move out." In unison, they replied, "Roger." As they pushed deeper into the Santarem rift, Down's team began to carry out their mission. The northern region of Brazil, the largest city within the fissure zone, was the designated target for the French, Korean, and Brazilian teams. Deep in the jungle, a group of people scrambled in chaos. As blood sprayed everywhere, a pair of wings with dark veins beat furiously through the air. Swarms of them descended on the humans, their eyes glowing crimson. Killer bees, flying-type monsters resembling giant hornets. Haejeon struggled to his feet, writhing in pain. His comrades were being relentlessly torn apart. This is impossible, Haejeon thought. Killer bees are monsters that even C-rank heroes should be able to hunt. One of the hunters leaped high into the air, flailing wildly at the swarm, but he lost his balance and came crashing back down to earth. Haejeon glanced back at the fallen hunter. Even an A-rank hero was defeated in a single blow. The bees hovered menacingly, their crimson eyes showing no fear. Rage surged through Haejeon. He clenched his fist and threw a punch straight at one of the creatures. But not only did his attack miss, he was stung in return. Damn it, my body's too heavy. Normally, that thing would have exploded. All around him, people were running in a panic. Some were swarmed by 2 or 3 bees at once. How many of them would make it out alive? The scene shifts. A massive club slams down right where Inu was standing. Black orcs glared at her, their eyes filled with a ravenous hunger. John barely dodged their attack, gasping for breath. This is strange. Why are these black orcs so powerful? In another corner, 2 heroes teamed up to fight the orcs. One of them launched a direct attack against a monster with his bare hands. Smoke rose from the orc's face where the blow landed. Enraged, it raised its weapon to retaliate. A devastating smash was about to descend. John zipped in, grabbing both heroes and pulling them out of the way just in time. They looked at her with gratitude. Thanks, John warned them. Don't be so reckless with your approach. Then, like a flash of lightning, she shot straight toward the orc. The orc swung its weapon, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a brilliant violet light enveloped both John and the beast. She planted a powerful kick on the back of the orc's neck, staggering it. It whipped its head around, raising a fist to pummel her. But she was faster. Before it could even throw the punch, she launched herself high into the air. John's long, powerful legs came crashing down on the orc's head. As she attacked, another orc charged in from the side. It raised its blade, letting out a ferocious roar. The orc's sword came slicing down, only to realize John had already dodged. The creature it had just sliced into was its own kind. The orc was frozen, a look of horror and rage on its face. While the enraged ORC was distracted by its kin, Ron seized the opening and struck from behind. The kick sent the beast flying, its blade slipping from its grasp. The ORC's back slammed into the ground, forcing a trickle of blood from its lips. Dojun and the others watched, breathless, a single thought running through their minds. How could they forget Ron's monstrous strength? As expected of an S-rank hunter, he's on another level. The ORC let out a furious roar, but a sudden punch to the face silenced it instantly. That fist belonged to Dojun. To face this level of difficulty right at the entrance of the rift, even with both of them here, clearing this place wouldn't be easy. The battered ORC was now just a heap on the ground as Dojun slowly approached. She finally spoke up. What are you staring at? Dojun had been observing it intently. Do you see that? Like a black ripple. Dojun repeated, confused, a ripple. Dojun pointed at the ORC. You have to look closely to see it. Dojun squinted. What in the world is that? A realization struck Dojun like lightning. This is why they've suddenly grown so much stronger. He fell into deep thought. Why is there dark mana here? Hearing this, the others outside the rift froze for a moment. A heavy silence fell over the group. In the dead of night, the wind rustled through the swaying trees. Then, from the earth itself, a creature of sludge began to rise. Host Seong lunged forward, slashing it sideways, sending its viscous fluid splattering everywhere. Black ooze slowly dripped from the wound. The creature furiously pursued Host Seong from behind. Seeing the danger, Dojun immediately rushed in to help. He launched himself high into the air, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. Dojun's power rained down on the monster like a tempest, but after taking the blow, its sludge simply reformed. The creature seemed completely unfazed by the attacks. Seung-ho couldn't believe his eyes. Dojun was equally stunned beside him. There, unimaginably strong, the monster lunged, attacking both Seung-ho and Ron. Seung-ho was thrown back, unable to withstand the blow, while Ron barely managed to hold his ground. Seung-ho's protective armor was now in tatters. He warned Dojun, these attacks can rip right through our combat gear. This is incredibly dangerous. The monsters grew even more frenzied, baring their sharp fangs as sticky slime oozed out. He screamed out, "What the hell is going on?" As Hosung began to tire, the monster saw its chance and lunged. But suddenly, Inu's silhouette flashed by. She slashed at the creature with her dagger. Elsewhere, another monster opened its maw, about to devour Seung-ho whole. Swoosh! A brilliant flash of Inu's blade suddenly cut through the air. After landing, a chilling thought crossed her mind. If these swamp fiends are this monstrous, then the Velkera must be on a whole other level of terrifying. This rift is just too strange. What about Brazil? Could this phenomenon be spreading across the entire world? In a rift near Manaus, a hunter sprinted forward with insane speed. They're all dead. Even Brazil's elite hunter, Arvado, he's gone too. And David from France as well. All because of a few Velkera. Amidst the chaotic battle with the sludge monsters, Duan turned her gaze to Dojun. She asked worriedly, "Dojun." He calmly punched out the monster's teeth with his bare fist, then casually flicked his hand clean. That's right, the Velkera have also been tainted by dark mana. We have to be extremely careful. Duan asked, "Dark mana? You mean that pitch-black aura that surrounded the ORC? Is it the same energy that's covering these swamp fiends now? Does it make them stronger?" Dojun replied softly, "Yes, that's exactly it," all while she continued to battle the creatures. His voice cut through the chaos. Think of it as concentrated mana being injected directly into their bodies. As she fought, Duan asked, "So, mana is like magic in a video game?" The monster collapsed into a pile of sludge. Duan finally had a moment to breathe, her eyes wide. "What are you talking about? Are you saying mana actually exists in our world?" Dojun explained quietly. "The greatest difference between a hunter and an ordinary person is mana." Suddenly, another monster roared, its mouth wide open, but a blast of power shot out of nowhere, crushing it into paste. He clenched his fist, a thought echoing in his mind. A world that doesn't even know the concept of mana. I suppose it was truly peaceful, wasn't it? But that peace isn't going to last much longer. Dojun's gaze shifted to another nearby monster. He raised his fist and brought it down without mercy. Dojun unleashed a relentless barrage of punches. Then, he stomped down hard, crushing it under his foot. The monster shattered, its ooze falling away in layers. Suddenly, it exploded, the sound echoing throughout the forest. After the battle, the exhausted group finally stopped to catch their breath. From behind, Duan approached. "So, that mana stuff, especially dark mana, that's what's making these monsters so powerful, right?" He turned to face her. "Yes, it's like giving an athlete a superpowered steroid." Duan replied quietly, "Ah, I get it, but how do you know all of this, Dojun?" He took a deep breath, sweat rolling down his cheek. "The strange thing is that you don't know." Their perilous path led them through a region teeming with swamp fiends. Following Dojun's guidance, they entered the Velkera's territory, a place of extreme danger. They slowed their pace, everyone hanging on Dojun's every word. Suddenly, Inu raised a hand. "Stop." Just as Dojun had warned, these were Velkera food cocoons. Countless pods appeared out of nowhere, each one encasing a strange creature within. She eyed the cocoons warily. "Be careful," she started. Could Velkera be nearby? But Dojun cut her off, his hand already blazing with raw power. "This is the real danger zone. We're lucky we found it early." Inu's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Are you a mage? Dojun, is this place really that dangerous? These pods?" Without answering, Dojun thrust his hand forward, unleashing his power. In an instant, the cocoons erupted into a fiery explosion. As he watched the flames climb, he explained, "The Velkera have been absorbing dark mana. They won't use these pods as mere puppets. If we don't act now, we'll be surrounded and wiped out in moments. Now, we just need to hunt the main Velkera." Another blast of Dojun's power vaporized the remaining pods, leaving everyone staring at him in awe. No one said a word. Inu just stood there, her mind racing. This was her first time ever facing a situation like this, and yet, he seemed to understand everything perfectly. The more she watched, the more she realized he was something beyond extraordinary. At first, she thought he was just incredibly strong, but this kind of power, wasn't it far beyond the limits of a normal human? Inu finally approached him. She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Be honest with me," she said. "Are you some kind of regressor? Living a second life?" Dojun found her question amusing. A second life? He thought about it. In a way, she wasn't entirely wrong. Dojun turned to face Inu. "How much farther until we reach the rift's entrance?" She replied, "We just have to get through this forest. Then we'll be halfway there." Dojun's expression soured as he let out a cold scoff. "Only halfway?" He then made a declaration that stunned them all. "We are sealing this rift. Today." Inu rolled her eyes. "Maybe you can, Dojun, but the rest of us can't. Most of the guild members are already exhausted. They have been on edge since the swamp, and now they just exchange weary glances." Dojun looked over the three of them and sighed. "Fine, rest here. I'll take care of the Velkera and be right back." Before they could respond, he shot forward like a flash of lightning. His speed was so immense that within seconds, his silhouette had completely vanished from their sight. Seung-ho couldn't believe what he just saw. How can he even move like that? Inu was just as shocked. Does he still have that much energy left? Dojun tore through the wilderness at a terrifying speed. As he ran, his eyes darted left and right, scanning for something specific. At last, Dojun saw what he was looking for, a spider spinning its web. He closed the distance in a heartbeat. Found you. Dojun raised his sword to strike. Sensing the danger, the spider let out a piercing shriek as its body suddenly swelled into a monstrous giant. Thick webs shot out from its abdomen, but Dojun was faster, effortlessly dodging the creature's volley. He landed silently in a corner. With a brilliant flash of light, his blade sang through the air, slicing the giant spider into pieces. Its remains fell limply to the forest floor. After the fight, he finally let out a tired breath. Dojun wondered, maybe I'm absorbing the dark energy through my mana control technique. Is that why I can fight this hard and still not feel tired? A short while later, he returned to their resting spot. John asked Inu in disbelief, did he really take down a Velkara all by himself that quickly? It's hard to believe. She shared his sentiment, I know, and he doesn't even look the slightest bit exhausted. Dojun delivered the news. I don't sense any more monsters in this area. Stop worrying and get some rest. Exhausted, everyone agreed. Right. He sat by the fire as Inu helped bandage Seung-ho's wounds. Everyone settled into their own tasks, finally taking a moment to recover as the meat sizzled over the flames. The fat rendered and dripped, looking absolutely delicious. Dojun watched it intently, not daring to look away for even a second, afraid it might burn. Drew came closer, pointing at the skewer. Can I try some of that meat? Dojun simply handed him one. Awesome. Thanks, Drew said with a grin. From across the camp, Hound looked over. Hey, why did you suddenly decide to eat that? Drew shrugged. Who knows? Maybe this is the secret to his incredible strength. Intrigued, Hound moved in for a closer look. Should I try it? Do you think it actually works? Drew scooted over. Sit down. It can't hurt to try, can it? He took the meat and ate it with gusto. Dojun watched him devour it, a small smile forming on his lips as he thought, that meat. It won't do much more than fill your stomach. But I don't dislike people like you, who hunger to become stronger. Consider it a small gift. Dojun subtly reached out, transferring a sliver of his energy to Haum and John. John turned to Haum, his eyes wide with shock. I ate the meat, and now my body feels like it's overflowing with power. Haum felt the exact same way. I can feel it too. Dojun watched them with a satisfied smile. Nearby, Inu was studying the map. She pointed to a small vortex marked on it. If we continue straight from here, we'll reach the core of the rift. But everyone's at their limit. We should fall back and attack tomorrow. I know Sir Dojun said we have to seal it today, but we still need a proper plan to approach it, don't we? Inu asked John, seeking agreement. So you agree with me, he replied. Inu closed her eyes in resignation. It would be a lie to say that I'm not exhausted, tainted by that sinister, dark energy. He stared down at the map, deep in thought. The original plan was to seal the rift as late as possible, to farm for more materials. Things like the blue crocodile heart and other reagents are exclusive to Brazil. I need to gather as many as I can. This place is a treasure trove of rare ingredients, but the sudden surge of dark energy has thrown everything into chaos. Unexpected variables like this are never a good sign. This dark energy, it sends a chill down my spine. Dojun pulled out a pouch, revealing a cache of crimson stones. He gave his orders, take these back to the hotel first. With the pouch slung over his shoulder, he turned to leave. But then, Dojun looked back with a confident smile. I'll seal this rift and catch up with you all in no time. A grotesque, slimy beast emerged, its gaping maw lined with rows of razor-sharp fangs. It let out a deafening roar. Unfazed, Dojun charged straight towards it. But behind him, the ground swarmed with even more monsters rising from the depths. Their mouths opened wide, ready to devour him whole. Dojun's eyes widened as he launched himself into the air, cutting a devastating arc through the horde. He then plunged his hand deep into the creature's gooey remains. His prize, a brilliant, glowing ruby. Elsewhere, a worried Inju turned to John. Do you think Dojun will be all right? John sighed. The moment he said goodbye, he shot off like a cannonball. Inju gazed in the direction Dojun had vanished. Yeah, I saw that. John added her own thought. He looked like he still had plenty of fight left in him. She linked her arm with John's, tilting her head playfully. Then why the long face? Are you worried about him? John closed her eyes, hiding her expression. Worried, as if. But she frowned, thinking to herself, it's just a little humiliating. We're both S ranks, but the difference in our power is just massive. Is there anyone else in the world at his level? After dealing with the slime monsters, Dojun's next challenge appeared, a horde of black orcs. He launched himself into the air, his sword poised for a deadly strike. The blade came crashing down, splitting an orc's skull wide open. He followed up with a vicious slash across its eyes. Again and again, his blade found its mark on their heads. The enraged black orcs raised their crude weapons, roaring in fury. As their massive blades slammed down, shattering the earth, Dojun simply let out a calm breath. Dojun raised a hand, and a brilliant power ignited around it like a star. That torrent of energy shot forward, straight into the horde. The blast ripped through the black orcs, tearing them apart. One by one, the monsters collapsed to the ground, smoke rising from their charred remains. The night sky was filled with stars, glittering like a celestial river. And on the ground below, Dojun stood, clutching another ruby in his hand. The next morning, the team set out once more. Their packs weighed heavily on their shoulders as they forced their exhausted bodies to keep moving. They trudged onward in a single file line. Suddenly, something lunged from the shadows, but a blade flashed out, intercepting it in midair. Blood sprayed through the air. It was Dojun's sword. He held his stance, completely unfazed. Dojun's icy gaze swept over the area. He reached into the carcass and pulled out his still-beating heart. Then he casually dropped it into a glass preservation jar. He sealed the lid, securing his new trophy. On the ground lay the fresh corpse of the creature he'd just slain. He rummaged through the body and pulled out 2 more rubies. But he wasn't done yet, as his collection of gems grew larger and larger. Before long, he had a small mountain of the precious stones. "These things drop some decent loot," he remarked. "This should be more than enough." Dojun shouldered his pack once more. With one hand on his sword and the other on his strap, he forged ahead, down the narrow trail. Meanwhile, at the Brazilian Hunter Association headquarters, operators in the control room monitored the situation. Suddenly, they noticed something unusual. A red dot blinked to life on their map, emitting a strange signal. It was coming from the Santarem region, but after a moment, the red dot vanished completely, leaving the monitoring team baffled. Still, a wave of relief washed over the room. A cheer went up. "It's gone. The rift has been sealed." "Wait," one of the operators asked, looking at the screen. "Which team was assigned to that gate?" Another replied, thinking, "A team from Korea. Was it the Silk Flower Guild?" Jenny turned to confirm. "Yes, that's them. They contacted us 10 minutes ago, saying they were heading back." Do-hyuk looked at her. 10 minutes ago?" "Yes," Jenny continued. "They reported leaving the rift right at that time." A confused Do-hyuk pressed further. "So what happened?" 10 minutes earlier, a massive 2-headed beast had appeared. Dojun faced it down and drew his blade. A creature that evolved at an incredible rate, thanks to all this dark energy. The 2-headed beast raised a colossal foot and slammed it down with devastating force. The impact sent shockwaves tearing through the ground, and beneath its foot, a small vortex of energy swirled. That must be the core of the gate. Time to end this. Dojun raised his sword, meeting the 2-headed beast head-on. It charged, and he met it with equal force. A fiery aura erupted from Dojun's body. In response, the monster began to spin like a violent tornado. Dojun's eyes widened in anticipation of the clash. Vantic swordsmanship, second form. A torrent of golden-orange energy shot forward like a flame. Dojun himself became a whirlwind of power, surging to meet it. His eyes were cold, devoid of any emotion. Dojun raised his blade, preparing his ultimate attack. Vanhand sword style, second form. Arcane grimoire. Grammy is unleashed. Magic surges along the path of his sword. The twin-headed beast bares its vicious fangs, letting out a ferocious roar. The creature reels from the force of Dojun's attack. Its rage instantly boils over, sending it into a berserk state. Muscles like solid rock bulge beneath its dark hide, ready to explode with power. It lets out a final, agonizing shriek. Dojun, on the other hand, just smirks. "Surprised, are we? This is just the beginning." Dojun raises his blade once more, dashing toward the 2-headed monster. Slash. His sword cuts clean across its body, spraying blood everywhere. Its eyes burn crimson with fury. It swings a massive arm in retaliation, but Dojun deftly leaps high into the air to evade. He looks down at the beast and speaks. "Now, it's my turn." Dojun's sword multiplies into countless copies, each one blazing with overwhelming power. A storm of blades rains down upon the twin-headed monster. The power is so immense that a single stray shot slices a massive, ancient tree in two. A massive explosion rocks the corner of the forest. The monster's eyes turn milky white as it gathers its strength and leaps into the air. Both of its arms are poised to bring down a devastating blow on Dojun. Without a word, he swings his sword, severing one of its legs. The 2-headed monster freezes for a moment in pure agony. Dojun presses his attack. He soars into the air, raising his sword for the finishing blow. Slash. The monster is cleaved in two. Dojun sheathes his sword with a weary sigh, as a swirling vortex of magic appears before him. The vortex seems to grow larger with each passing second. Dojun observes it, thinking to himself, even this close to the core, the dark mana hasn't weakened at all. If the core isn't generating it, could this power be coming from an outside source? That means someone is behind this. To flood an entire rift with this much dark mana, the culprit could only be a demon lord, or perhaps a grand sorcerer from an ancient era.
But if beings like that truly existed here, most of the life on Earth would have already been turned to ash.
I can't draw any clear conclusions yet, but either way, if the source is external, just closing the rift won't solve the root problem. Dojun clenches his fist with resolve. He winds up, then smashes his fist directly into the center of the vortex. A small crack appears in the center of the portal. Slowly, it spiders outwards before the entire thing shatters. Dojun watches it crumble. I need to investigate further. At the Brazil Hero Association headquarters, Ingun sits at his desk reading a report, his hands trembling. Across from him stands Chun Kang, braced for the coming storm of fury. Ingun's face darkens. Regardless of the mana's origin or the investigation, this entire report sounds completely unbelievable. Chun Kang quietly replies, "Ah, yes, sir." Ingun's face is tense. There were rifts that required a three-nation coalition team just to close, and in the end, only one S-rank hero made it out alive. Meanwhile, another team from Korea not only closed their rift, but did so with 0 casualties. Chun Kang reports what he knows. "We are receiving a flood of urgent reports from the other rift zones, sir. The vast majority indicate that the teams have failed and were forced to retreat. I'm compiling all the data and will send a detailed report as soon as possible." Ingun leans on his desk, lost in thought. Even with at least one S-rank hero assigned to each rift, they still failed this catastrophically. So the only successful squad was the Korean team, led by the hero Hunju Jeon. A cold sweat breaks out on Chun Kang's brow. Well, calling it the Korean team isn't entirely accurate. Ingun cuts him off immediately. "What do you mean by that?" He flips through the document again. "Did we miss something? Wasn't the Korean team dispatched to Santarum the one that closed that rift?" Chun Kang's next words make Ingun freeze. The rift was sealed after they had already left the area. He slams the report down on the table, finding it impossible to believe. Then who closed it? And where is hero Hunju Jeon right now? Chun Kang informs him she will be arriving at headquarters shortly to report on the situation. Ingun loses his composure. He shoots up from his chair, slamming his fist on the desk and roaring, "Get her in here. I want to see her immediately." From the time Hunju and Inju Dung's team left the rift, it took them about an hour to reach headquarters. In that time, Dojun had already closed the first rift and was now entering the second. He studies the water's surface. The core of this one is submerged. Dojun adjusts his pack and presses forward. "All right, let's get this done." Back at headquarters, Ingun asks with a grim face, "And you expect me to believe that story?" Hunju Jeon replies confidently, "If it was him, then yes, it's possible." Ingun can't believe his ears. "Are you telling me that one man, say Dojun, sealed the rift all by himself?" Jeon replies, "That is the most likely scenario." Hearing this, Ingun suddenly falls silent, lost in thought. Finally, Ingun makes a decision. "This is top secret. But in the other zones, we've lost numerous S-rank heroes already." Jeon adds, without Dojun there, "I fear I would have met the same fate." Ingun hangs his head and responds, To be honest, it's still hard to believe. These monsters have been powered up by an energy called dark mana, and that power can overwhelm even S-rank heroes. So you're saying Sei Dojun is on a level beyond all of that?" He continues, "However, we've just received a report that several rifts in the southern region have also been sealed." Dojun is skeptical. Perhaps the dark mana hasn't appeared in that region yet?" "Sir, don't let your guard down. The danger level now is on a completely different scale than before, just as I predicted." He glanced at the notification on his phone. "You said the color of the rift gates changed. Is that correct?" Duan replied, "Right now, it's the only lead we have." Without a moment's hesitation, Inan made the call. "I want every gate in Brazilian territory checked immediately. Move it." Her objective complete, she departed in silence. But as she walked, she handled another personal matter. John pulled out his phone and placed a call. Chairman Nawang's voice came through on the other end. "Yes?" John's tone was grave. "It's what they call dark mana. Are there any fluctuations in the Korean sector?" Twang demanded. "So far, all reports are negative. Continue to monitor the situation closely." Hearing this, John thought to himself, even for an S-rank hunter, facing a swarm of monsters empowered by dark mana would be a nightmare. Wang shared the same dreadful thought. If a single boss monster absorbed that power, the consequences would be catastrophic. With hardened resolve in their eyes, they both knew they had to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, Dojun journeyed across streams and rivers, lakes and islands. Rifts of this type almost always have their core hidden deep beneath the water. But since humans can't breathe underwater, the number of hunters who can fight at full capacity in such an environment is dangerously low. Ivan Rupert, New Zealand's national hero, was one such specialist. An S-rank hunter renowned for underwater combat, nations across the globe paid him a fortune to conquer submerged gates that no one else could. It was all thanks to the unique water-breathing ability he awakened as a hunter. A knowing smile crept across Dojun's face. I can feel it, he thought. The dark mana in this water is incredibly dense. Without another thought, he plunged into the depths. Time to get started. Dojun descended deeper and deeper into the murky water. He spotted a dark, swirling vortex below. So dark. It must be the dark mana. As he neared the bottom, he focused his mind. First, I need to control the buoyancy. He enveloped his body in a layer of energy to conserve stamina, then moved to the next step. Next, water resistance. A second aura flared around him, and he landed softly on the seabed. Suddenly, movement in the darkness caught his eye. A massive monster lunged forward, its jaws wide open to devour him whole. Before he could even react, it coiled around his body. Trapped, Dojun observed the beast carefully. An Ericon, he mused. Thanks to the dark mana, it's overflowing with energy. With that thought, Dojun slowly clenched his fist. Humph! A shockwave of pure force erupted from him, blasting the Ericon away. The creature was instantly torn to shreds. Dojun scoffed at the remains. How pathetic. But the scent of the Ericon's demise was a dinner bell, ringing out to every other predator in the depths. In moments, they swarmed the remains, each one tearing off a piece. Dojun calmly watched them gorge themselves on his kill. He thought to himself, if Ivan Rupert saw this, he would be absolutely horrified, completely ignoring buoyancy, moving his body with perfect freedom. His feet were planted as if on solid ground, and his punch was just as fast as it would be on the surface. The scent of blood had now drawn a massive swarm of monsters, all of them converging on his position. He stood perfectly still in the center of the feeding frenzy, surveying the scene. What a pain. Wiping them all out is going to be exhausting. With that, Dojun shot forward once more. He moved at an incredible speed through the water, but then he came to an abrupt halt. A strange light glowed in the darkness ahead. He cautiously approached it. What in the world is that? As he got a better look, realization struck him. An Oozie. I can't believe I found one in a place like this. In his past life, every hunter who became a legend shared one thing in common. Before they made a name for themselves, they had all hunted an Ooze. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I can't let it slip away. The Oozie, sensing his presence, made the first move. A swirling vortex of energy appeared instantly, lashing out left and right with devastating force. Dojun knew. For the Ooze, a natural predator simply doesn't exist. No matter the opponent, it creates a pocket dimension to swallow them whole. The vortex expanded rapidly, pulling everything nearby into its grasp. Dojun was being pushed to his absolute limit, struggling to stay alive. With a defiant roar, he gritted his teeth, and his true power was finally unleashed. His energy erupted, seemingly powerful enough to stop the vortex dead in its tracks. Asa stared in utter disbelief, while Dojun remained focused on releasing his power. He began to envelop the creature with his own energy. Killing it would be easy, but then I wouldn't be able to claim its pocket dimension. I have to overpower it with pure mana. Only then will its dimension truly become mine. A massive wave of power completely overwhelmed the vortex. The lesser monsters caught in the crossfire couldn't withstand the pressure and simply disintegrated. Wiped from existence by Dojun's aura alone, he glared at the Oozie before him. This is going to be tough. A flicker of concern crossed his mind. If this keeps up, I'll lose. He was forced to switch tactics. He thrust both of his arms forward. The more mana I pour out, the more dark mana I'll have to absorb from the abyss. With his hands outstretched, he began to draw the corrupting energy into his body. Suddenly, blood trickled from his nose. He could feel his body reaching its breaking point. Cough. Is this really too much for my current body to handle? The encroaching dark mana threatened to extinguish his own light. But he refused to give up. All right, I'm betting everything on this one move. Back on the surface, the once peaceful stream was suddenly rocked by a violent tremor. Dojun's power surged forth. Crimos thrashed wildly in midair, but Dojun was faster. He ripped the virtual space right from its grasp. A triumphant grin spread across Dojun's face. It worked. The creature that once held the virtual space shot him one last glance, before it plunged into the depths with a massive splash. Waves crashed everywhere, before the stream finally returned to its peaceful state. Silence fell once more, as if the monster had never existed. The scene shifts to a lush green field surrounded by towering mountains. A flock of birds stared down from above at Dojun's motionless, waterlogged body. Suddenly, he let out a loud sneeze. startling the birds into a frenzy. As they scattered into the sky, Dojun groggily opened his eyes. He turned his head, seeing his weapon and bag soaked beside him. Ah, I must have blacked out. He shot up, staring intently at his own hand. Dojun stretched out his palm, sensing his current strength. His mana had grown exponentially, a reward truly worthy of the battle. Then, it hit him. There was something else. He activated the new item he claimed from the virtual space. A smirk of satisfaction played on his lips. He gathered his scattered belongings and, with a simple thought, tossed them all into his new inventory. With a refreshing stretch, he felt completely satisfied. There's nothing left for me in this spatial rift, he mused. Time to seal it and head back to the dorms. The next morning, at the Korean Hero Association headquarters, Hong-ki approached Junki to deliver a grim report. Though no official announcement had been made, the news was confirmed. The deaths of the heroes were real. Hearing this, Junki let out a heavy sigh. We've lost some precious talent, he lamented, but Hong-ki had more to share. It seems this is only happening in a few areas with these unique rifts. At the mention of the rifts, Junki's tone shifted. And Hero Dojun was able to seal places like that? He's even more talented than I imagined. However, Hong-ki didn't share his relief. In fact, he looked more worried than before. The association is already under intense scrutiny because of the Ryoma Takashi incident, he explained. I'm afraid this will create an even bigger storm. Junki, however, saw it as a positive. Hero Dojun gained a lot of attention back in England. Honestly, I'm thrilled that a hero from our country is making headlines for his incredible achievements. He then got to the heart of the matter. So, what's the status of the rifts within our own borders? We haven't detected any abnormalities similar to what happened in Brazil. I'm guessing this was a sudden and isolated incident that can be contained. Junki's expression turned serious, disagreeing with the easy conclusion. We can't afford to jump to conclusions, he ordered. And do not relax our surveillance on those rifts, not even for a single moment. Hong-ki dared not disobey. Yes, sir. After a moment, he spoke up again. I'm a bit worried about Hero Dojun. Junki was confused. What do you mean? Hong-ki shared his candid thoughts. Brazil's president, Daniel Lopez, is infamous for being incredibly cheap. He'll undoubtedly try to exploit Hero Dojun's power to the fullest. For the entire time he's in Brazil, Junki immediately shot that down. Not a chance. He couldn't understand Hong-ki's attitude. Not a chance? What are you saying? Hong-ki explained with a grin. I think it's more likely that President Lopez will have every last one of his resources completely drained by Hero Dojun. That response earned a bewildered huh from Junki. An abrupt silence fell over the two men, neither daring to speak. After a long moment, Junki broke the awkwardness with a loud, forced laugh. You know, that actually sounds about right. Dojun is no ordinary man. The scene shifts to Brazil, where President Lopez was screaming, his face red with fury after hearing the proposal. He glared at Dojun, his voice dripping with indignation. Aren't your demands a bit too excessive? But the hero was unfazed. Excessive, you say? Realizing negotiations were going nowhere, Dojun stood up, ready to leave. In that case, I have nothing more to say. I'll be on my way. Seeing him walk toward the door, President Lopez shouted, Wait, think about the safety of Brazil. Isn't that the responsibility of an S-rank hero? Dojun's reply was sharp and cold. Responsibility? I've already sealed 2 incredibly dangerous rifts all by myself. What more do I owe you? You should be saying that to the Brazilian heroes who haven't fulfilled their duties. His words left the president utterly speechless. Furthermore, Dojun wasn't afraid to challenge President Lopez directly. Don't misunderstand. Brazil's safety has nothing to do with me. Conversely, if the rifts in Korea started mutating like they are here, would you willingly send your heroes to help us? The logic was flawless and left no room for argument. The president stammered, completely cornered. Seeing his boss struggling, Brian quickly interjected. Hero Dojun, the situation is extremely critical. All rift zones within a 500-kilometer radius of Satarem have become completely inaccessible. Lopez immediately jumped on the chance. That's right. The areas where these incidents occurred are already beyond saving. And because of that, as the monsters grew stronger, the situation became more desperate, and Lopez completely lost his composure, screaming in absolute panic. If another crisis of this magnitude occurred, Brazil would face total annihilation. At that moment, Dojun, John, and Inju all wore expressions of grave concern. A few minutes later, she stepped forward, voicing the thoughts of all three. Mr. President, if that's the case, the answer you're looking for is actually quite simple. Hearing this, he looked at John with a puzzled expression. She just smiled and replied, Please, just accept Dojun's request. Compared to the safety of the entire nation of Brazil, his demands are hardly unreasonable. Lopez was torn, finding it difficult to make a final decision. But with no other options left on the table, He had no choice but to concede, hesitantly saying, I agree. From now on, for every rift you successfully close, I will pay you $50 million. Hearing this, Dojun gave a reluctant, chiding smile. See, wouldn't it have been better if you had agreed to this sooner? But even with the president's promise, Dojun wasn't fully convinced, so he made another demand. First, for the 2 rifts that have already been closed, transfer $100 million to my account now. Hearing this, John worried about his reputation, thinking to herself, if this gets out, he'll definitely be branded as a money grubber. But the Brazilian Hunters Association has far too much pride. They would never let that kind of information leak. With that thought, she glanced over at Dojun. By pure chance, he was already looking her way, and their eyes met. Suddenly, another thought crossed John's mind. Besides, he's not the type of person to care about that kind of gossip anyway. This is a win-win situation for him. At the same time, Inju watched Dojun with a confused look, wondering why he was suddenly smiling. Dojun's gaze remained fixed on her. After a few seconds, he closed his eyes and said to himself, Dojun, this money is enough to buy it. The safest house you've always dreamed of. I've kept my promise. Are you satisfied now? Although the Brazilian government was stunned by Dojun's demands, they had no other choice but to finally accept. At the same time, they required Dojun to first sign a non-disclosure agreement. Because of this, Dojun's public image remained untarnished. Scene change. Yipio, crushed by his own failure, was trying to drink his sorrows away. Meanwhile, Hyen was hospitalized, covered in wounds. Scene change. The casualties from the last battle were being loaded onto a plane to be sent home for their final rites. The faces of everyone present were etched with sorrow as they paid their respects. Dojun was also there to send off the heroes who had fought so bravely. He bowed his head, bidding them farewell with all his heart. The scene shifts to a hotel somewhere in Brazil. After hearing Dojun's next plan, Inju spoke with a shocked voice. You're coming with us to the next rift, right? He remained silent in thought, which only confused her more. Huh? You don't look very excited about it. Dojun decided to be honest. I'm just considering which option is more beneficial. Curious, Inju asked, beneficial? Dojun began to lay out his strategy. While I am sealing one rift, your guild should move to the entrance of the next one. Hearing his proposal, she seriously considered it. Inju quickly understood the true meaning behind his words. And then we'll close that rift together. At this, he couldn't help but praise her. You're a sharp one. As the two of them spoke, everyone else turned to watch. Wanting to know the full details, she asked him directly. So while we're clearing out the aftermath of the rift we just closed, Mr. Dojun will go and seal another one by himself. Dojun confirmed her theory. Exactly. By doing this, we can clear up to 3 locations in a single day. I'll even share a portion of my reward from the rift we cooperate on. This revelation shocked Aeon, Minun, and Du-Ho, who all gasped in unison. Dojun then leaned in and whispered to John, before I arrive at that rift, don't push yourself too hard. Just focus on protecting the other guild members. His words left her so stunned she couldn't speak. Seeing her reaction, he said deliberately, you can handle that, right? I mean, you are an S rank. Flustered, she finally managed to reply, why yes. At a nearby table, Ah Young saw their interaction and whispered to Minun, what do you think they were talking about? She offered her own cheerful speculation. They were probably just encouraging each other. Look at how red our hero John's face is. They must be dating for real. A few seconds later, Dojun called out to everyone. Let's move out as soon as we're done eating. Immediately, the whole team responded in unison. Yes, Captain. The scene shifts to a nearby forest. Dojun arrived at the next location, right on schedule. When a terrifying roar echoed through the trees, he quickly turned to face the sound. The next second, he saw a monster several times larger than a normal person. Dojun instantly dropped into a combat stance and said, a Cyclops-type monster. All right, let's see. Suddenly attacked, the beasts seemed both confused and surprised. With unwavering fighting spirit, Dojun declared loudly, time to take this thing down and earn some spending money. A moment ago, the forest was peaceful. The next, that tranquility was utterly shattered, birds scattered in a panic. Right now, Dojun was locked in combat with a Cyclops-class monster. So far, the beast had completely neutralized his attacks. Still, the Cyclops couldn't hide its irritation from the gash on its shoulder. Unable to land a decisive blow, Dojun grunted. This thing's hide is like solid steel. Guess it's time to test out a new skill. Before making his move, he let out a loud laugh, taunting the beast. The taunt worked. The enraged Cyclops charged Dojun, who dodged with lightning speed. Seizing the opening, Dojun landed a powerful kick, sending the monster staggering back, coughing up blood. Wounded, the beast let out a furious roar. Its single eye blazed with pure, murderous intent. Its skin turned crimson, steam pouring from its body in a fit of rage. Seeing this, a flicker of tension crossed Doyun's eyes. Before he became its prey, Doyun decided to unleash his special ability. A spatial vortex began to form, slowly engulfing the Cyclops' arm. Having never faced anything like this, the monster began to panic. While the Cyclops was distracted, Doyun seized the moment, creating another spatial vortex directly above the enemy's head. And from that portal, its own arm suddenly emerged, smashing straight into its own face. Even with the hit, Doyun couldn't relax. Its practical application in a real fight wasn't very efficient. The mana consumption was just astronomical. Meanwhile, in the command center, everyone watched the monitor. The rift in the southern Moru region had finally been cleared. Chairman Lopez was there, overseeing the operation. He mused to himself, clearing a rift in a mere 8 hours. A moment later, Chairman Lopez gave the order. Brian, process their payment immediately. Yes, sir, he replied instantly. Following orders, Brian quickly transferred $50 million to Doyun's account. Worried about their rapidly dwindling budget, he turned to remind the chairman. Sir, at this rate, our expenses will hit the billions mark in just a few days. Hearing this, Lopez stated flatly, there's no way I'm letting him walk away with that much. Brian was stunned. He'd never heard the chairman speak like this before. A beat later, Brian asked, so, are you suggesting we delay his payments? Lopez snapped back. You fool. What happens if we do that and Doyun just quits? Brian pressed on. Then what do you propose, sir? The chairman immediately issued a new directive. Summon every international A and S rank hunter currently at the resort. Form a special task force to compete directly with Doyun. The prize for this team is $10 million. Motivate them with money and whatever else it takes, and force them to close the rift gates before Doyun. Brian quickly moved to carry out the order and replied, as you command. Lopez was completely confident in his plan, thinking to himself, all right, let the race begin. Between Doyun and the International Hunters Alliance, let's see which side can clear more gates. The scene shifts as Lopez quickly sends a message to Yuno. Upon receiving the message, Yuno smirked. So, Chairman Lopez finally decided to go with his plan. Yi Jun, who was standing nearby, looked up from his screen and reported to Yuno. The rumors about the S-rank hunters' deaths are spreading like wildfire online, causing absolute chaos. At the same time, Yuno scoffed at the reward. Split between all of us, $10 million is practically nothing, but the loot we can get from the Rift's byproducts will be far more lucrative, so I guess this is fine. But wait, they're putting us all on one team? Everyone deploys at the same time, that's the directive from the top. I'd lose my mind if I got stuck on a team with that bastard Doyun. He quickly scanned the roster, his eyes widening in surprise. Sun's name isn't on the list anywhere. Yuno couldn't believe it and shouted, What? Give me that, let me see. After seeing it with his own eyes, he finally believed it. It's true. Hanjuan and Inju are missing from the list too. What in the world is going on here? The scene shifts back to Doyun, who has just received the $50 million payment from Chairman Lopez. Just then, Jiyoon walked up to him. Hey, did the association send over your payment yet? He confirmed that he had. She took the opportunity to tease him. Your fee must have been so high that they had to form a special team of foreign hunters just to compete with you. Hearing her words, he just reluctantly replied, Mumhum. But after a moment, it clicked. Doyun suddenly said, the association isn't stupid. Why would they just let me take all the prize money? Jiyoon, realizing he was right, hesitated. Well, Doyun caught her hesitation and immediately understood. What's wrong? He asked. Jiyoon broke into a bright smile. You catch on fast. Doyun, it's obvious the association is trying to pull a fast one on us. Hearing this, a thought struck Doyun. It's because I've already earned the amount we originally agreed upon. At this point, the money is no longer important to me. From here on out, there's something much more urgent I need to do. Just as the Brazil Association had calculated, the race between the two sides was already decided. We cut back to Chairman Lopez's command center. The entire staff was working frantically, reporting on the competition between Doyun and the international team. As the results poured in, Brian gave a continuous report. 1,500 hours. The rift in Sector A035 is officially closed. Another victory for Dojun and his guild. 1710 hours. The rift in Sector C012 has been sealed, handled by the Hero Alliance squad. 1 S rank and 5 A rank sustained minor injuries. But 2 A ranks are critical. Get the medics here now. 2150 hours. Rift A037 is finally sealed. The one responsible? Dojun. He single-handedly cleared the entire thing. The man fights with a will of pure steel. Days bleed into one another. After working non-stop, every single person is marked with dark circles under their eyes. William casually offers Ada a can of coffee. Those dark circles are almost hitting your chin, he says, handing it over. I tried to sneak in a nap, but it didn't help at all. He sighs, taking the can. This is just the reality of our situation now. Though he's out in the field, Dojun knows exactly what's happening back at command. He thinks to himself, the rifts corrupted by dark magic are being dealt with easily enough, but that means the ordinary rifts are being completely ignored. Agents are monitoring those locations 24/7 through a network of machines and sensors, but they never know when disaster might strike, so they must remain ready for battle at a moment's notice. For now, William's coffee gives Ada a jolt of energy to continue her watch. A single rift remains on the main screen, but just a second later, it completely vanishes from the radar. William and Ada stare at the screen in utter disbelief. A moment passes. Before the entire command center erupts in cheers, they have to admit it. Dojun and the other heroes. They actually manage to close every single gate. The command room staff goes wild with celebration. The rift in Sector B41 is completely sealed. It's finally over. Tears of joy stream down their faces. All those sleepless nights of hard work paid off. Immediately, Brian rushes off to report to his superior. He bursts through the door, shouting, "Mr. Chairman, we've dealt with every rift within a 500-kilometer radius of Santorenjin." The chairman lets out a sigh of pure relief. So the immediate crisis has been averted, then. Brian nods in agreement with Chairman Lopez. That's right, sir. Every rift tainted with dark magic has been sealed. A smile breaks out on the chairman's face. I see. You have all worked incredibly hard. As Brian turns to leave, Lopez suddenly stops him, leaving Brian confused. Wait a moment. While a few rifts remain, taking a single day to rest won't hurt anyone. Brian immediately questions him. Sir, what do you mean by that? Lopez states his plan plainly. I'm throwing a banquet to show our gratitude for the hunters and agents' recent efforts. And true to his word, a grand party is held for everyone. Every single member of the staff is in attendance. Lopez even hired a live band to add to the celebration. And of course, Dojun's team was invited. As soon as they arrive, they go to greet the chairman. John is the first to speak. Mr. Chairman, we've come to say our goodbyes. Lopez looks stunned. Goodbyes? Injin speaks up next. Our team is preparing to return to our home country. Return home? The chairman is clearly taken aback by their plan. But why so suddenly? Noticing Dojun's silence, Lopez's gaze locks onto him. Dojun, however, refuses to meet his eyes. Lopez presses them urgently. There are still countless areas with rifts. At the very least, you must see this campaign through to the end before you leave. Dojun finally breaks his silence. Our initial agreement stated that my team was only responsible for the Santorenjin sector. The job is done, so we're leaving. His words are exactly what they agreed to, leaving the chairman utterly speechless. In the end, Lopez is forced to concede to Dojun. Wait, please. Don't be so hasty, he pleads. How about this? Could Hero Dojun at least stay behind? At least. Ina's face falls, realizing how little they mattered to him. It's obvious the old man is only after Dojun. So, she deliberately asks Dojun, what do you think? He remains completely silent. Lopez takes the initiative, slinging an arm over Dojun's shoulder with a laugh. Hey now, this isn't the right place for such a serious discussion. I'd like to have a private word with you. Dojun goes with him. Meanwhile, the girls start speculating. Do you think Dojun will actually stay? He's already made enough money, and he gathered a ton of rare materials, like those elite crocodile hearts. He's probably going to leave, Diane says. Ina reads her friend's mind and starts to tease her. You silly girl. You just can't bear to part with him, can you? Diane immediately fires back. No way. You're just making things up. The two of them find a quiet corner to talk. When she sees Dojun suddenly turn away from the chairman, she offers her own guess. Looks like he's decided to leave after all. Well, isn't that a good thing? Diane just shrugs. I don't know. But then, Ina spots Dojun talking to another woman and gasps. Is that Gloria Taylor? Come on, let's go see what they're talking about. But John disagrees. Why would we do that? She insists, grabbing her friend's arm. We have to see if they're on some kind of secret date. Diane tries to run for it. A secret date? In the middle of a crowded party. But Ina pulls her back. Don't be so naive. With a bombshell like that standing right in front of him, you think he has eyes for anything else? If you don't want her to snatch him away, you better make your move. Just then, she heard the woman's voice drift over. You should consider this very carefully, because this is a fantastic opportunity for you. Dojun lowered his head. A sad silence is only answer. His reaction only sent John's mind racing with wild theories. An opportunity? What did she just say? Could it be some kind of indecent proposal, like asking him to live with her? Seeing Dojun start to leave, Gloria Taylor quickly called out, I'll be waiting for your answer. Feel free to contact me anytime. He reluctantly replied, I'll think about it. Looking between them, John thought to herself, she really is beautiful, but he seems so calm. Could he have some kind of problem? No. What am I even thinking right now? Suddenly, Dojun turned back and said, since we've run into each other, could I ask you for a favor? She happily agreed. Of course, anything. He casually asked, the golden market is coming up, and I'd like to check it out. Can you get me an invitation? Hearing this, John muttered to herself, the golden market? Isn't that the world-famous annual auction held in Las Vegas? Why would Dojun want to go there? Gloria Taylor didn't refuse, replying with a brilliant smile. Naturally. However, I have one condition. 1 week before the market opens, you must come to my house. Her words were so shocking that John wanted to scream. In her mind, she was convinced this woman had wicked intentions for him. She looked at the two of them, whispering, what is he going to do? She saw the smug look on Gloria Taylor's face and Dojun's contemplative expression, and her anxiety grew. A moment later, Gloria's eyes met hers. John tried to appear calm, but her fists were clenched in silent, burning anger. Gloria then spoke deliberately. Take your time with the answer. But since I truly hope you'll come, I'll give you the ticket to the golden market now. Dojun looked at the QR code displayed on the phone screen and responded, this is better than a single-use invitation, isn't it? Thank you. But John's mind was already twisting everything into a misunderstanding. When did she get Dojun's phone number? Her own spiraling thoughts made her feel inadequate as she mumbled to herself. What a spectacular view we have here. After a moment, Yang Ipio strode over, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The two great beauties of Korea and America standing side by side. What a lovely, heartwarming scene. You're doing pretty well for yourself, Dojun. Holding 2 flowers in one hand, you must feel like you have the whole world in your grasp, don't you? Dojun immediately shot him a glare, and Yang Ipio returned it with equal hostility. Seeing him, Gloria Taylor tensed up, thinking, Yang Ipio. It looks like he's about to start something. A second later, the man burst into a loud laugh, drawing everyone's attention. With a look of pure arrogance, Yang Ipio spoke loudly. Honestly, don't be so tense. I don't intend to do anything. I just wanted to introduce you to a friend of mine. Then again, maybe you two are already acquainted. That's when Takashi, one arm in a sling, stepped forward with a grim expression. The moment he saw the man, Dojun's annoyance was clear, and John couldn't hide the tension on her face. The newcomer, meanwhile, spoke with pure arrogance. With Takashi's arrival, the atmosphere became dangerously strained. John stared at him, thinking to herself, Takashi, you're already out of the hospital. Even Lopez felt a surge of anxiety seeing Takashi here. To be honest, I didn't invite Hiro Takashi. This is exactly what I was afraid would happen. Why did they have to run into each other at this exact moment? Dojun had never liked Takashi, and the feeling was mutual. But out of courtesy, Dojun still offered a greeting. It seems your body has fully recovered, hasn't it? Takashi shot back with sarcasm. Thanks to you, I had a truly memorable experience. Dojun didn't hesitate to fire back. As long as you feel it's all settled, then that's fine. To prevent a brutal fight from breaking out, Lopez immediately intervened. Hiro Takashi, you've recovered a great deal. I didn't invite you to this event because I feared you would exhaust yourself, but seeing you like this, my worries are eased. Come, there's a very comfortable sofa over there. Please, make yourself comfortable and rest. Yang Ipio was furious that Lopez was leading the man away, cursing him under his breath. Damn it, that old man can't ruin the opportunity I worked so hard to create. With that thought, he rushed to block their path, feigning concern. Yes, you should rest. The wound that Dojun gave you must still be aching, right? Oh, and I wonder, have you received an apology yet? After all, you were the one who got hit. You deserve an apology. Isn't that right? His words made Takashi's blood boil, his fists clenching tightly at his sides. Hearing this, both Lopez and Gloria couldn't hide the intense strain on their faces. Dojun had never been afraid of a direct confrontation, so he deliberately provoked him. Hey, Takashi, the Yakuza are just a bunch of scum, aren't they? His words were the final straw, pushing the man's simmering rage to its breaking point. Meanwhile, she was in complete shock, wondering to herself, what is happening? After a moment, Takashi hesitated. Can we really discuss that here? Dojun repeated his claim once more. Of course, they are nothing but scum. Takashi's brow furrowed as he angrily snapped back. What did you just say? Dojun then casually continued his rant. They're just useless trash that provide no benefit to society, aren't they? Takashi was quick to agree. Absolutely, they're complete garbage. John, standing in the back, felt a sense of unease. This scene, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Yang Pio, confused by Takashi's behavior, whispered into his ear, Takashi, what in the world are you doing right now? Takashi shot him a death glare that left Yang Pio stunned. Immediately after, he pulled out a recording device and pressed play for everyone to hear. Just like that, the entire crowd focused their attention on the recording. Takashi, about that matter I mentioned before. He needs to handle it quickly. What matter was that? Have you already forgotten? There's a target in Brazil who needs to be eliminated. Oh, right. I've just been so busy lately. What was his name again? Dojun. Just take care of him inside a rift, correct? More talk is just tiring. Is there anything else in Brazil? If there is. Perhaps a date with some of the ladies. I was hoping to try my luck with Roria, or maybe even John. I don't believe she has a boyfriend. Well then, I'll see you in Brazil. Yang Pio knew exactly who was behind this recording and turned to face his opponent. He stared into Dojun's eyes, thinking to himself, I never imagined Lin's eye could be this powerful. He then glared at Yang Pio, making a silent vow. Yang Pio, you picked a fight with the wrong person. From this moment on, I will make you suffer until you beg for death. A few moments later, Yang Pio quickly bowed his head, trying to avoid the piercing stares of the crowd. A few seconds later, sweat beaded on Yang Pio's forehead. He knew there was no way he would escape this safely. With no other options, he decided to go all in, letting out a loud, defiant laugh. Yang Pio looked directly at Takashi and Dojun and cursed. Damn it. That idiotic Yakuza ruined everything. After speaking, he strode forward to confront the man face to face. The crowd immediately erupted into whispers. That's right, he's already caused enough trouble. If he keeps this up, something terrible is bound to happen. As the crowd chattered, he made his move. Yang Pio lunged toward Takashi, aiming a strike at his chest. The blow landed, causing him to cough up blood. Takashi roared in fury, screaming relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Pio made a break for it. Just then, Lopez shouted a command. Now, seize him. His subordinates rushed to follow his order. Yes, sir. A horde of his men began chasing Yang Pio. However, they were no match for him. Seeing this, John urgently turned to Dojun. Dojun, hurry and catch him. A second later, she was stunned into silence when she saw that Dojun hadn't moved an inch. He just stared forward, leaving John utterly bewildered. Isn't he going to go after him? In that moment, Dojun could have easily stopped him. Overcome with curiosity, she approached Dojun to ask why he didn't intervene. But Dojun offered her no explanation. After everything, it was a truly earth-shattering night. News of the incident spread across the globe like wildfire, and the shock that hit both Korea and Japan was beyond imagination. Both governments and their hero associations did everything they could to dodge the public backlash. The media relentlessly exposed the past crimes of both Yang Pio and Takashi. Heiju, watching the news, flew into a rage and started smashing things. She clenched her fists and cursed, "You incompetent morons! You wretched bastards! You're all damned." As the news spread, Heiju lost all composure, continuing to destroy everything around her to vent her rage. She showed no mercy. Director Lai, afraid of being caught in the fallout, didn't dare go inside, but his face turned pale when Heiju screamed, "Director Lai, get in here now." The room was in absolute shambles, with nothing left intact. Heiju collapsed onto the sofa and demanded, "What is Yang Pio's current status?" Director Lai answered nervously, "We've heard the Interpol and the World Hero Alliance are hunting him down, but there's been no word of his capture yet." She cursed him again. "That despicable bastard. I hope he resists and gets himself killed." Hearing this, the director dared not say another word. She continued her questioning. "And the loose ends? Have they been dealt with?" He quickly reported, "Yes, I've already deployed all necessary countermeasures. From our exposed accounts to the compromised communication networks and even the security cameras, everything has been taken care of. Is there something worrying you, madam?" Heiju didn't answer. A few seconds later, she tossed a phone to Director Lai. He caught it with incredibly tense hands. Director Lai stared down at it and stammered, "Wait, is this a phone?" She asked him pointedly, "Can't you recognize it? It's the one I use for personal matters. You know this number is restricted to family only. Now, read the new message you just received." As ordered, Director Lai quickly unlocked the phone and read the message. "Cooperate, partner. If you refuse, I will leak the evidence. I will contact you again later." After reviewing the report, Director Lai offered his assessment. "What is this? You expect us to partner with that piece of trash?" Heiju shot up, screaming in fury. Why does that even matter? Just being associated with him is enough to cause a massive problem. He was completely flustered, unable to find the right words. For this attitude, Director Lai was met with a barrage of thrown objects and curses. "You're all a bunch of useless, incompetent freeloaders. Get out of my sight." The director scrambled out of the room, thinking to himself that if he stayed a second longer, he'd be in serious danger. He had to find a way to save his own skin. But as he opened the door, Director Lai came face to face with an older man. The man's expression soured, clearly annoyed by the director's panicked face. This was Seo Kong-chan, Hong Hee-ju's father-in-law, and the head of the T group. At that moment, all the blood drained from Director Lai's face. He tried to scurry away as fast as possible, muttering, "My apologies, Chairman." Hee-ju froze when she saw Kong-chan. Her entire demeanor shifted as she stammered, Father. I was just trying to say." Before she could finish, the sharp sound of a slap echoed through the room. Clutching her cheek, she began to tremble in fear. Kong-chan's voice boomed as he interrogated her. "Do you see me as some washed-up old man?" She feigned innocence, her voice shaking. "Father, what are you talking about?" The words had barely left her mouth before another slap landed. He roared directly in her face. "Did you really think I wouldn't find out you hired Yang Pio to kill Dojun?" Knowing she was caught, Hee-ju could do nothing but tremble in terror, not daring to utter a single word. Then, right in front of her, Kong-chan made a declaration. "My own flesh and blood is an S-rank hero. I will bring Dojun home, no matter what it takes." His words left Hee-ju utterly speechless. He didn't hesitate to rub the truth in her face. "I've always despised the P group, acting so high and mighty just because they have Jang Sung-ho. It seems the heavens are still smiling down on me, Seo Kong-chan. But first, we need to figure out how to clean up the catastrophic mess you've made." Hearing this, Hee-ju's brow furrowed, her face a mask of desperation. Meanwhile, as chaos erupted around Yang Pio, Dojun's team was already on their way back to Korea. On the plane, he gazed out the window, lost in deep thought. Their expedition to conquer the rift had been incredibly profitable, gathering more than enough materials. Suddenly, someone approached and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Dojun, I have a question I'm dying to ask. Can you clear something up for me?" Dojun replied quietly, "What is it?" She got straight to the point. "About that man. You let him escape on purpose, didn't you?" Dojun didn't answer, but a knowing smile spread across his face. Finally, Dojun confirmed that it was the only way to proceed to the next stage. The scene changes to Seoul, Korea. As soon as he landed, Dojun took Uni out to eat, and she was absolutely overjoyed. He watched her with a warm smile and asked, "Is it good?" Uni replied with pure excitement, "It's the most delicious thing ever." Dojun just watched, content to see her eat so happily. But in that moment, his mind drifted back to the events that had just unfolded. Dojun's mood was heavy because of what had happened earlier. After returning home and reuniting with his family, Dojun was horrified to see how frail his grandmother had become. In a fit of anger and worry, he asked her, "Grandma, why didn't you go to the hospital? Why didn't you call me?" She was too weak to speak, and Uni just looked down in sadness. After a moment, the little girl spoke up timidly. "Big brother, please don't yell at Grandma." Her words only confused Dojun more. Then, with a pained voice, she explained, "Grandma said, that's the money you risk your life to earn, so we shouldn't waste it." At that, Dojun reached out and gently touched his grandmother's head. Uni looked at their grandma and added, "Going to the hospital when you're sick isn't being wasteful." Finally, understanding his grandmother's heart, Dojun leaned in and whispered to her, "I made a lot of money in Brazil, Grandma, so please, don't worry and just go to the hospital. Everything we need to do, everything you want to buy. From now on, you don't have to hold back. Just live comfortably." His grandmother couldn't speak, but he could hear her quiet sobs of relief and joy. With his newfound wealth, Dojun immediately had her admitted to the best hospital in all of Korea. Visiting her every day with Uni, then grabbing hamburgers together, quickly became their new daily routine. After ensuring his grandmother was receiving the best care, the two siblings went to get Uni's favorite food. The scene shifts to the Gas and Hero complex. Cheon-won declared to Dojun, "I will forge you a blade with power that will surpass all expectations." Dojun asked, "How much time do you think you'll need?" Cheon-won paused for a moment, calculating. I estimate it will take about 3 weeks. I'll begin the work immediately." After hearing this, Dojun made another proposal. "Besides the weapon, there's one other item I'd like to commission from you. Would you be willing to help?" Cheon-won answered with absolute confidence, "Not a problem at all. Anything he asked for, the master craftsman would deliver with all his skill." Hearing that, Dojun reached into his bag and pulled out a strange object. As he revealed it, Cheon-won's eyes widened in utter shock. "It's the silk and salivary glands of a Valkyra," Dojun stated flatly. Cheon-won's eyes lit up with interest. "Are you planning to craft some protective armor? I assume I'll need your measurements then." Dojun shook his head. "No." A warm smile spread across his face. "This is a gift for my little sister." Cheon-won stared at him, completely surprised. "Your sister?" He never expected this. But armor woven from Valkyra's silk has legendary defensive properties. There are countless heroes lined up, desperate to get their hands on it. "Is your sister a hero, too?" Dojun proudly showed Cheon-won a photo of his adorable little sister. "Not at all, she's just a normal kid. The craftsman looked at the photo and smiled. Oh, what a beautiful young lady. Dojun replied, exactly. That's why I need you to design it like regular clothing, not combat gear. Cheon-won let out a hearty laugh. I understand. Haha. But then, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. However, there is one small problem. Dojun raised an eyebrow, wondering what the issue could be. Cheon-won explained, kids grow up in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid she'll outgrow this outfit in just a year or two. Hearing this, Dojun just smiled. That's not a big deal. He took out a vial, stunning Cheon-won once again. What is that now? He explained. This is resin from a teiyu tree. If you mix it with the fibers, the elasticity will increase tenfold. Struck by one surprise after another, Cheon-won gasped in astonishment. Are you serious? He couldn't believe it. Teiyu are just considered low-level monster plants. Dojun turned to leave, entrusting the task to the craftsman. So please, go ahead and use it for this project. Cheon-won stared after him, still reeling in utter disbelief. It was the same with the Cyclops' blood last time. Just where in the world are you finding these priceless materials? Seeing the craftsman's shock, he paused. Dojun looked back over his shoulder and replied, because this is my second life. I know a lot of things. The scene changes to a sprawling metropolis filled with towering skyscrapers. Below, the city bustles with people going about their day. Amidst the crowd, a lone figure appears, moving silently through the chaos. He enters an obscure alleyway cafe named Paradise Cafe. A waiter spots Park Sung-guk and greets him. A warm welcome to you, sir. As he walked, he scanned his surroundings. Putting a cafe in a basement like this, the owner clearly has no business sense. But as Park Sung-guk approached the figure in the back, he realized that was precisely why this location was perfect for a discreet meeting. Hood up, Dojun sat waiting pensively for him. Park Sung-guk approached, pulling something from his pocket. It's a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps this location was chosen for a very specific reason after all. He presented his business card to Dojun. I am Park Sung-guk. I'm the one you contacted. This was Park Sung-guk, 52 years old, former chief of staff for the S Group, now a freelancer. Dojun turned to him and replied, hello, you can call me Sunday. Park Sung-guk got straight to the point. A hero who has become quite famous recently. What business could you possibly have with me? Dojun answered, I was referred to you by Hun John. I heard you're an expert who helps the wealthy or other heroes with discreet matters. Park Sung-guk confirmed it. That's right. I can handle any construction project you have. At the same time, he ordered from the waiter, 1 hot espresso, please. Then he turned back to Dojun. As long as it doesn't break any laws. Dojun stated his purpose. I'm planning to build a house, a mansion. Park Sung-guk was surprised, but he understood the implication. That is something you should be discussing with a construction company, which must mean the house you want is anything but simple. Am I right? Dojun was impressed. You catch on quick. I need the safest house in the entire world. What's your target location and your estimated budget? Just then, the waiter arrived with their order. Here is your coffee, sir. Park Sung-guk took a sip of his coffee as he listened to Dojun's reply. The ideal location is in Seoul. The budget is around 500 billion. Hearing that astronomical figure, Park Sung-guk was so shocked he spat his coffee out all over the table. Despite getting sprayed right in the face, Dojun calmly continued. Is this the first time you've handled a project of this financial scale? Park Sung-guk scrambled to explain. No, not at all. That's not what I meant. He quickly grabbed a napkin and started dabbing at Dojun's face. Sweating and panting, he struggled to regain his composure. It seems what you want to build isn't a house, but a fortress. Dojun seemed intrigued. A fortress? Building it like a fortress. That's actually a great idea. In that case, the budget? Dojun asked, would another 1,000 billion be enough? Sung-guk broke out in a cold sweat. This hero, Co Dojun, I have to wonder. Are you aware of where the safest house in Korea is currently located? Model. He answered, I'm aware of it. That's the private estate of the Sangun Group's chairman in Gangnam. Sung-guk confirmed, yes, that is correct. Chairman Oh's mansion is currently valued at around 17 billion, but the cost for the land and construction alone was closer to 80 billion. Considering your budget, Hero Dojun could easily create a home that surpasses that one by leaps and bounds. Even so, the Gangnam district is out of the question. You won't be able to purchase any land there. The reason is simple. Not a single dimensional rift has ever opened in Gangnam, making it the safest place in all of South Korea. Because of that, property values there only ever climb, they have never once dropped. So, I've come to a conclusion. Building the best possible home is well within your reach, but finding the safest land to build it on is no simple task. What do you plan to do? Dojun calmly took a sip of coffee before he spoke. Dojun finally said, the most peaceful place isn't actually Gangnam. The idea that Gangnam is the safest place is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy for the people living there.